It's a beautiful Saturday afternoon, and the teams from Group Red are all set to take this stage by storm. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another exciting day of the BMPS 2023. This is Super Johnny. I'll be your caster and your presenter for the day, and it brings me great pleasure to welcome one of my very good friends on the panel today who's going to be joining us, Fixtures. Welcome to the BGMI Pro Series. How are you doing, buddy?
Finally is all I can say right now. I was on a bit of a sabbatical there, and whilst you were all doing an amazing job on the desk, I was kind of lurking around in the grassroots, and I've got to say, I bring a lot of storylines with me.
Well, we would like to hear those stories as well, but starting things off, I mean, as you mentioned, you were sitting on the sidelines, but I'm pretty sure you were watching the games and the action. So what is your take on the journey so far?
I mean, just putting aside the caster fixes, as a viewer, I've been enjoying every single game because every time you come into the battlegrounds, it is something new that's happening, right? You've got different teams, different groups playing all together. Group Blue, we just witnessed them last week, and now it's about Group Red.
Exactly. It is going to be Group Red's journey beginning for this second week. But ladies and gentlemen, there's one more thing we have to discuss, and that is the breakdown of the massive prize pool that is there for this time's BGMI Pro Series. 1 crore rupee in prize pool, but you only get to compete for it if you make it into the top 16 and make it to the beautiful Eka Arena in Ahmedabad for that land finale. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the distribution on our screens. The winners walking away with 40 lakh rupees in the bag with, of course, the trophy as well. But Fixtures, there's a lot more on the line than this prize pool for these lads.
Yeah, of course. It's a lot going on, to be honest, especially the bragging rights, because now all these teams are considered to be the pro teams that have made it into the circuit. And of course, along with the bragging rights, I've got to get in some more points and some more insights. That being the fact, survival depends a lot on how they perform in this tournament.
Exactly. And one thing you mentioned a few seconds ago was how interesting things have been, that every single game we have new teams. And ladies and gentlemen, that is because of the format. It is so predictable right now. You can't even start to calculate and fathom like who will make it through to the top 16. Switch is happening not just day by day, but game by game.
Oh, certainly. And that is where, you cannot really take references from the previous tournaments anymore. That gets thrown out of the window because every single time we get into a lobby, we've got different set of teams. And that has been the so-called scenario. No momentum built up by any of these teams. It's all coming down to the instincts.
Exactly. I mean, and the instincts are starting to kick in for a lot of these teams. I mean, we did see this point structure. We have been seeing this and following this for a long time. But it seems like now the priority all of a sudden has shifted to early game team fights.
And considering how the format really has been, right, this is sort of this little bit of a hybrid point system, and it makes much more sense right now, especially if you want to play a little defensive, go camping in the woods, hold off your position, get those first position points, really helps. But if you really want to go finish heavy, then that is there as well.
The only thing is, whatever you choose to do, you have to be consistent all throughout the week. But ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the week, based on where you are in the overall rankings for your particular group, you get bonus points. You finish first in your group, you get 25 bonus points. Finish second, you get 20. Finish third, you get 15. From the 4 to the 8, you get 10 position points, and so on and so forth. But one exciting thing, I mean, not last week, in fact, this week itself, but at the end of the matches for Group Blue, we noticed the stark difference that was made there on that overall rankings by Blind Esports. That was something else.
Yeah, I mean, Blind has been on quite the run lately, especially after the fall in the BGIS finals. Of course, they did well, but not by their standards for sure.
But it is time to begin the journey for Group Red, ladies and gentlemen. We will have a look at the teams, starting off with Group 7, where we have Glitch, X Reborn, Big Brothers, ORP, Megastars Gaming. We have God's Reign, 5Filter Esports, Great Esports, and Team OG. Fixes any of the teams that surprised you from the previous group, or maybe this one. Group 8 is there on our screens as well.
Has to be Team X Park, right? They've gone through a few changes here and there, and they've been really doing really good, especially if you consider just week 1. It has been, I think, X Park have been on the 8th position, just barring Group Blue's points. But then again, Team Metal has really impressed me. But once we move ahead, we've got Group 10 here, quite some big names over there. Of course, Team Soul, I'm presuming that Hector is going to be back tonight.
I mean, we all hope so, because everyone's been hoping to see their team at the top. I mean, we all know the massive fan following that's there backing the players of Team Soul. But along with that, the pressure is also going to be felt by the players. So let's see how their journey today is going to unfold. But we have Group 12. Last but not the least, 7H, 7 Habit, Gen X FM, Claw, Newman, Titan H, UB Hub. We have 4 Troublemakers and Lucknow Giants. Now, it is going to be an exciting state of affairs, but ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the schedule today, because as you guys know, we did not have any matches yesterday, and that means we will have extra matches today and tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, today is going to be action-packed, 8 games to be played, and tomorrow we have 7.
Oh, what a day to come alive, really, right?
Yes!
Getting that one little day's buffer, and then everybody's got rejuvenated, everybody's excited for what's really up for us. But, talking about the first game, right, we've got Group 7 and 8 going up against each other. And right now, let's just get back to business, because now we've got Glitch X Reborn that have played really well.
Yeah.
Then again, when you look at Group 8, you've got the likes of X-Spark and Medal that have the potential. But then when you kind of go into the mid segments, right, where you've got teams like Team Megastars that have the potential to do well, but whilst we're in Group 8, we've got Godlike.
That is something that I want to talk about. I mean, Megastars Gaming, because a lot of expectations from these players individually we know for a fact that they have a lot of potential in them. We've seen them play as a team for a long time, and yet this time the performance has been extremely underwhelming. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think it certainly has, considering the changes that they've been making. And for Megastars, to be honest, well, you've seen Blacks performing, but it's time that, the other players like Cypher really step up, considering how good they were during the BGIS.
Well, let's see how today is going to look like for this team. And in fact, for the groups that are going to start the day, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a look at the matchup that will begin our journey for today. For Group Red, we have Group 7 going up against Group 8. Glitch Reborn, Big Brothers, ORB, Megastars, God's Reign, 5 Filter Esports, and Great, along with Team OG from Group 7. And in Group 8, as fixtures you mentioned, X-Spark, Medal, Godlike, Forest Ape, big names. And then we have Silly Squad, we have 4 Horsemen, Downhill Esports, and Error Esports. In this particular group, I mean, Godlike, we've seen them, their journey filled with ups and downs. Medal, they were consistent during week 1 and week 2. I mean, they are going to begin their journey. But Forest Ape, now this is another team, has a lot of big names. What are your thoughts on them?
They kind of finished 55 on the overall standings, if you consider just week 1. And they really have been struggling with their rotations, haven't really been in sync. And you can clearly see that they have been missing Trigger, who apparently is now playing for OR.
Oh, yeah. And the impact has definitely been felt. But I mean, we have to see what impact OR Esports can put on the board with Trigger, because it is going to be the second week inside this journey, and then we all know week 3, there's going to be nothing but pressure on the heads of every single player.
For sure. I think I really consider this week to be the most important one, because now, since Group Blue is already done and dusted, they have a slight picture as to how many points do they need, right? Especially for the ones right on the top. You're talking about Glitch X Reborn, X-Spark, Medal. They have a chance to further solidify their lead, but now it is even more important, like we said, for teams like Megastars, for Godlike, even Forest Apes, as a matter of fact, that they need to pull a comeback.
I 100% agree with that, because the middle pack right now, the middle pack of the overall ranking, ladies and gentlemen, today will be of the utmost importance. Today is the day when you have matches lined up, you can build up that momentum, put up a lot of points on the board, and bring yourself in a position from where you can dream about qualifying for that LAN finale. Otherwise, let me remind you, out of 96, only 16 will make it through.
I mean, well, it doesn't really sound pleasant, but so is the competition getting really intense and fierce. And, it's fun to watch as a viewer. Like, I kind of keep coming back. But then again, when you look into the psyche of the players, you kind of start feeling bad for them.
I was just about to say that. You can closely relate to this moment, right?
Definitely, as a player, because every single time you come in, you need to put in the preps. This time, I think teams have 3 matches respectively per group. So you kind of have a little bit of a momentum that you might think of building up, but it again comes down to pure instincts and how you use your reference points.
But this is the Pro Series. This is what we expected. Every single individual to step up to the best of their abilities and play like an absolute pro. Well, what will happen in this game number 1, ladies and gentlemen? We are about to find that out, because as you guys can see, the counter is there on your screens, and in about 3 seconds, we will be jumping into game number 1, the map of Erangel. I hope you guys are ready to witness the action of Group Red, ladies and gentlemen, because here we go. The Big Bird is going to be hitting the skies, and we will have the first map, the first flight path of the day on our screens. This is going to start from the western edge of the map, right underneath that Kameshki hill, and this eastern edge, and it will go towards the western edge across Hospital.
All right, now this is one of those trajectories that we have seen in the past, and let's not forget that, Johnny, we've had a rather recent update yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm kind of presuming that we might get to see some funny circles, to be honest.
Oh.
Something maybe going towards Zaki. I've sort of been missing those greener pastures with a little bit of that red tinge of those, bright lily flowers.
I thought just because you were here, we were going to expect some funny stuff fixes.
No, that's going to happen. That is definitely going to happen for sure. But, what we've been witnessing with Group Blue, we've seen certain fights break down early on. Now, for the teams going down below, I think there might be some collision for the vehicles.
I mean, that is definitely going to be a possibility, and especially considering in positions like this, when you have a flight path leading towards the northern side, we see that cluster drop in shelter, farm, towards the eastern edge, and for the western side, teams looking to head towards that military base, they are going to drop towards the Puchinki or maybe towards Gatka to find a few vehicles along the roadsides. But along with that, I think based on where the players of ORB and Silly Gaming are, this circle will definitely force them to cross paths. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the first zone of the game, and this one will be between Gatka and Ferry Pier, leaning towards the southwestern part of Erangel.
A little twisted, to be honest, because now I'm pretty sure the IGLs will be in two minds, Johnny, because now they cannot consider the fact that there might be a slight chance it goes down below, but from what we have seen in the past, kind of also has the possibilities of ending around the bridge also.
Exactly. And at this point, you can't really calculate or predict exactly where the zone will be. But ladies and gentlemen, we have for now at least Glitch Reborn on our screens playing from the city of Severny. This team has been very impressive. I mean, from BGIS till now, I think just celebrating in the early stages.
Yeah, of course, I mean, they deserve to celebrate, but I'm starting to wonder if it is a little bit too soon, because right now, we've got one of the apes, a little bit of a situation over there, but Team OG decide to just let them pass. Of course, God has that little bit of a cover fire angle, but I really felt they could have gone for it.
They came back for the weapon fixes, I believe. Oh no, they did not come back for the weapon.
It's a bigger weapon than a vehicle, right?
No, I mean, AK just stood back behind that haystack, and Sandhu had no option just to let him go. Otherwise, we have seen that sometimes the player who has the vehicle in this early situation, in this sort of an awkward moment, they end up getting baited. Because the other lad who is out in the open, he's going to call for backup. His boys are going to show up with weapons. And then you can't really do anything because you, all of a sudden, have the tables turned on you.
I think the only reason behind this would be they might not be wanting to get into any precarious situation, get into those early fights. Both these teams understand where they really stand, right? And both of them haven't really been doing fairly well. So it's important that they kind of cut on the losses that they've had in the first week and get ahead with things. But talking about Team X Park, I mean, Spray God, that one clutch, nobody can forget.
No one can definitely forget it. I mean, I guess legacies are going to be made after that clutch. I'm pretty sure everyone after the broadcast ended that night went back home, tried to pull off similar maneuvers in their game. But Spray God has that God at the end of a name for a reason, right?
Yeah, and I think he's been fairly performing really well if you look at his career. And quite a bright player. One time, it was one of those official events also. In fact, the showdown perhaps, where he was the MVP. He was playing from a different roster. That was 7C, which are apparently not in operations. But coming down over here from Marcus, we've seen Marcus really not having the best of the times, even while Spray God was there along with Aladdin. But honestly, Johnny, I've got to put this one question. How have you felt this little swap where Spray God comes in and Aditya goes to God? Like, how has it been working out for both these teams?
It has worked out quite nicely, and we did not expect that, right? Aditya, the level of freedom he has received with his new teammates, and especially considering all of them are very aggressive now, even they have gotten Jelly to join their same mentality as well, because earlier on we would see Jelly, he would stay a little bit further away from his teammates scouting the front lines, and he would basically be the sacrificial lamb. Not anymore. Now he charges with the team, all 4 lads together, and they have definitely turned things around at the end of week 1. For X-Spark, I mean, this team has been a little inconsistent, but when they perform, they just go big.
I think we can draw comparisons over here, right? Whilst Chelly was at OR with Aditya and Atanki along with him.
Yeah.
So I think does have that avenue to try and do something similar. However, Godlike, they've had their good days, right?
Yeah.
But again, when you look at this team, this org, you kind of expect them to be doing fairly better than where they are right
That is
now.
also true.
I'm pretty sure they will bounce back, but depends on how quickly they really adapt to situations.
We have a new team on our screens for the next few moments. It's going to be the side of Downhill Esports, and they had an interesting start to week one. Not really performances that you would remember, but nothing too shabby as well. Sticking around in the middle pack, doing a decent job, at least in this week, although they have to outperform the competition if they can, if they want that slot for the finals.
The stars aren't shining for sure.
Yeah.
They finished off at 80th position, and they really need to go big. But hey, there are chances, right? Blue, we did see Global Esports staging a really nice comeback.
Exactly.
TWM also doing fairly well, so there are certain possibilities where you kind of fix things towards week 2. Whilst you're getting towards week 3, you kind of have that little thing, you kind of play in cohesion with each other and do things much better. But when you're talking about a team like ORB, now it's a team that carries on a lot of legacy behind them. And from ORB, you talk about Black, I'm pretty sure he's been quite phenomenal in week 1.
I mean, he was quite phenomenal, and I think ORB, they definitely do need to step up if they want to dream about the finals, but let's see. We have the circle once again on our screens. Not a lot of action in the early stages of this match so far, but as I say that, shots fired. None of them connect him though, because, well, the opposition had the buggy to work with in 5-filter Esports. They did not really have that much of time to connect the spray, plus I believe it wasn't the right weapon as well.
You know, I like what Ape are doing right now, right? Especially when they were in OG. This is one of those areas they kind of used to try and capitalize, right? Around Ferry Pair or maybe Primorsk. And, you know, they have been acquainted to be playing in these certain circles, especially around the jungles. And that is where they really thrive. And considering, you know, Ash leading the charge, I think this is one of those games where if Forest Apes plays their cards right, they might just end up with a chicken dinner.
Well, let's see. I mean, we were hoping to see a chicken from their side in week 1 itself, but unfortunately it wasn't the case.
It was Salty's curse.
Salty has been cursing everyone for a long time.
Oh my god, he's been up to a lot of things, and curse is definitely one of them. But Big Brothers, and the big, you know, headline over here, Kyoya, their recent addition. But, you know, the sort of expectations, the sort of standards he has set for us in the previous tournaments, even in the officials, I think he hasn't really delivered that yet when he's playing from this roster.
I do agree with that, because even though we have this big name in this lineup now, we expected him to outshine his own teammates a little bit, but that wasn't the case. It is still the same culprits, Sarvit, Seth and Uzumaki, who have held the mantle on for Big Brothers. The team is doing quite decent. I would say in week 1 they weren't really in that bad of a position. They had a couple of wins to their name, good number of finishes. Still remember that outplay from Uzumaki in that map of Vikendi, absolutely brilliant. And that leads me to believe that Big Brothers, they will have the opportunity of making it to the finals, but let's see how this week is going to go.
You know, teams such as Big Brothers, you know, they carry a lot of baggage, a lot of burden with them, and especially that comes that, you know, part about the stories, like I said, right? Lately I've been venturing around, hosting a lot of shows, meeting a lot of new kids, and, you know, just recently I met a kid who was 14 who managed to defeat Mavi in a 1v1. And there was another player who was an actual MMA fighter.
Well, that is now inspirational as well, but what is going to be even more inspirational, at least to the players, is going to be the next shift of the zone, ladies and gentlemen. And this one is going to take us towards the northern side. Now, all the speculation fixes are going to be out the windows. We know we are heading for that Gatka endgame.
No, not yet. I still have that slight inkling in my heart that says it might bend towards Quarry, right? And if the IGLs do understand that, then that might fairly work out for them, but we still don't know. It does have chances to go towards the western areas where you've got the likes of Great, where you've got like the likes of Daljit also playing there.
Great Esports, they have a lot of good players, but unfortunately the performances that they have showcased in week 1 weren't really up to the mark. On paper, you're going to expect this different things, but when you see them in game, the performance again is a little underwhelming. Hopefully the second week goes well, because first week we know it was filled with a chaos, a lot of chaos. In fact, teams were struggling to understand how they want to face each other in this competition. But talk about facing the competition, and there's going to be a little bit of a rotation clash towards the northern edge of the circle. We do see the players of Glitch. They have another squad behind them, and they are in a very precarious position, sandwiched between two teams, mid-rotation, nowhere left to go.
You know, but this team, they have been pretty impressive, and by the looks of it, they're kind of playing around the edges, and that is one sort of approach, right, that we've been talking about. And Roman gets that first finish, and this is what you would expect from a team like Glitch, especially how they finished 7th after the end of the first week, but we might have a fight breaking amidst.
Oh, they're trying to stop the US, but Skull, brilliant driving, he just dodges left and right and makes a getaway. Aim God, well, the aim not really working out for him this time.
Little silly.
But look at this. This man, phenomenal driving.
I mean, you've got to give it to him. Yeah. Honestly, for a moment, I felt like they're going to freeze and go into a little bit of a standstill, but they did not. And the panic button had almost set in, but this shows that the players are finally gaining that little composure, which is really good for ORB right now.
That felt like it was a moment out of a Hollywood action movie. And Skull, definitely the protagonist of that movie, but he will have the opportunity to tell his story in this match itself. ORB looking for that win for themselves and looking for a lot of points this particular week. Not really in a position where they thought they might be at the end of week 1. I believe everyone was eyeing to stay in the top 40 one way or the other, but ORB, they were slacking a little far behind.
You know, ORB, again, like I said, a team that comes with a really rich past. Because when you look at ORB, Ghatak being the founder, Jonathan being one of their members, you know, goes back to those days, right? Even Neo, once upon a time. We go way back. And then you've got the likes of Great also, where Daljit and Riot used to be a part of Godlike once upon a time.
I finally have someone who understands the history.
Why? I mean... Yeah, a little bit there, because we kind of like living in the old days. But, you know, the new gens, the way how these kids have been playing, that has been quite phenomenal as well.
I mean, we have the younger generation of players also stepping up inside of the tournament in the recent days. BGIS, we had so many incredible new players stepping up quite nicely, and we remember a lot of them. This was an entire team built of young lads, Glitch Reborn, absolutely phenomenal. But again, this is the Pro Series. You will have to take your performance to the next level, but where will this zone take us? And it will take us towards Gatka. It's going to be the western side of Gatka, and it is a very difficult terrain to take over in the late game stage. And even look at that. The entirety of the northwestern quadrant of the circle is completely empty. There's a big cluster forming towards the northern side and the southern side, but we have the spray from Chris OP, trying to see if he can connect the shots on the players of God's Reign. They did manage to pick off one of the players from the God's Reign squad mid-rotation a few seconds ago, but now they are looking for the second.
You know, things aren't really looking merry for God's Reign, especially how their week number 1 went. Certainly have those scope for improvements, and there have been a little errors that they have committed lately. Ninja has been in a really good form, but along with Ninja, I would really want Aquanox to step up as well.
I mean, Aquanox and Blaze, in fact, because the last few days...
be a little forgiving because of his role, right?
Even Blaze was quite phenomenal during the last few tournaments this team has played, and I think that was one thing that kept God's Reign in a position where everyone still kept on believing. But now it seems like it's just Ninja Jod who is trying to deal with the pressure, and I do agree with you. Aquanox, he was always one of the pillars for the team, and if he makes a comeback in terms of that individual momentum, I think we're going to see this team take leaps and bounds on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk about the anatomy of a team like God's Reign, I think if Ninja is the right hand, then you're talking about Aquanox being the left, right? And now being led by Oasis, especially, that sort of is kind of poking me to wonder how they're going to really step out whilst Siam takes his chances. And when you talk about medal, Siam's addition lately has been great because he's been firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, he has been phenomenal. And in addition to that, you take into consideration Top Dog, who has been in an incredible form as an individual player. Medal, I think just a few small fixes and this team will be competing for the podium in no time.
Medal is one of those teams. Every single official tournaments, they are there. Just barring a couple few that has been hurting them a little bit. But then again, they have been one of those teams that has always stood the test of time, and so have been the consistency that has been displayed by the likes of Paradox. You talk about Encore, but Big Brothers, they have kind of settled down just around the center of the areas, and this has been the go-to case with a lot of these teams, especially understanding how the zones have been forming. I think central approach has been the way to go.
Such a slow start to this map of Erangel, but now it seems like there is no avoiding the competition, and this is going to be a brilliant knock secured by Blacks, and his teammate Legit secures the finish with a beautiful run over. 4 horsemen reduced to 3 horsemen who are trying to run for their lives. In the meanwhile, though, Megastars Gaming, I think they have decided they will just settle for that one finish and take things a little bit slower.
Yeah. The Wild Hunt being hunted down by the Witcher as another fight erupts right in front of us. Of course, 4 horsemen fighting their lives out along with the apes. It is going to be Vizgod who finds one, and from the backlines, another one goes falling down.
This is just quite unfortunate. They were trying to survive, but they run into a forest filled with apes, and they're going to be torn to pieces. 4 horsemen, the first squad to be wiped out from this match.
Oh, indeed. And they were kind of looking for a path to just scurry about and get away from danger, but indeed just found themselves in a really tough spot. But the Megastars, we know that this is one of those teams that kind of is a little bit synonymous with aggression, and lately Blacks has been in a very good form. And for now, we've got Error Esports right in front of them. We've got the likes of God's Reign, already lost on one of their players, Aquinox. Let's see what can they pull off.
I mean, they make a noise. They know for a fact there's another team behind them in the distance, in the form of Silly Gaming, and in front of them, right across the street, are the players of Error Esports. Waiting for God's Reign to make an error again for the second time. Glitch Reborn. Do they have a vendetta against God's Reign? They are just running after them. Look at that. They're still waiting on the northern side, and they have a brilliant position to work with. The house is just underneath that Everest Hill. But if the zone moves away from them, they are going to be in trouble as well. In the meanwhile, it seems like the players of ORB find themselves against the players of Downhill. And Priyam, he did spot out that UAS. Believe he's going to try and rejoin his teammates. They do not want to risk getting taken out this early.
And Blacks, he's on fire lately, getting another finish done and dusted. And this is one of those areas. And to make matters worse, this is one of those circles, right? It's out in the open.
Yeah.
And now teams have to rely on their vehicles, find some fortress, find something to, just cling on to. And this is one of those moments where we finally start to see all these fights brewing up.
Oh, but talk about a fight, and Great Esports taking a fight against ORB. Lynch in the corner. He's going to be taken down as well. And Great, they have recovered in this very, very difficult situation. What a brilliant dodge. But it is going to be difficult for Black to survive, and it will be Error Esports from the distance who end up securing that finish for themselves. Great Esports, that was a great effort to secure some points, but a few of them were stolen. But now we have Medal Esports going up against the OG in the trenches of Gatka. Reckless knocked out. Siam from the side of Medal was traded out along with Top Dog. But OG, they're down to their last player, and it's going to be God charging towards Paradox from the side of Medal. The jump shots, they connect, and what a wipe coming in from Medal.
The captain really coming in clutch. Paradox delivers when it was needed, getting those 2 finishes up there. And good news for Medal. Now they get to completely rejuvenate, have all their players back up in their feet. But we don't know how this fight really erupted. But what I can really presume is the fact that Medal were holding down on this spot. And it was Team OG that decided to charge in and hence had to meet their makers.
What a style move there.
Oh, yeah,
just flexing on the opposition. Jumping right in the face with the DBS, just a few shots, the squad wipe. But the circle this time again, just playing with the hearts and minds of every single person who's watching, and in fact, a little bit more for the players that are playing in this game.
Now, I'm kind of starting to get worried about the Forest Apes because the moment they kind of have to come through, get inside the circle, they'll be all out in the open.
Yeah.
Especially with Glitch keeping an eye on them, Error Esports also guarding the circle. I don't know. I don't see a world how they kind of come in. But if they manage to pull this one off, Johnny, I mean, this is going to be something really impressive.
It is going to be very impressive. In the meanwhile, though, towards the southeastern edge of the circle, we have the players of Godlike holding on to the only concrete cover that is there inside of the zone. But even that does not guarantee them safety. That does not guarantee you making it to the end game. In the meanwhile, Glitz Reborn, scouted out by the players of X-Park, and Puka, he knows that he will have to be cautious, extra cautious in fact, if he wants to lead his team through this slope and into this circle. Because while you have Glitz Reborn towards the left, you will have Forest Ape right in front of you, and Pukar, he might just run into a bear trap. Shots fired, the damage was there, and I wonder if the man will make it through. We have our answer. It's going to be no. But Metal Esports, they tried to take the fight against Godlike and one of their players. In fact, the IGL himself, Paradox, was dropped down. Jelly with the high ground from the top of this rooftop is going to try and see if he can use the utility to secure a few extra knocks. But Metal, I think this might be the end of their journey in this game.
Oh, this could be. Team Godlike Jonathan, already having secured one of those finishes, is on to find a few more. They have a lot of vision. Oh, beg your pardon. Grenade could be disastrous for them because one of their players, Jelly, in fact, has been knocked out, and make it to Aditya might be kicking himself in the feet over there because this could be something that Team Godlike must not have been foreseeing, but this has happened.
What a blunder from Aditya. Gets a little too over-eager, lobs the nade, and it hits that post of the house. Bounces back. Two players knocked out, but Metal, they aren't capitalizing. They have no information of what has just happened. For a few seconds, the fight was brought down to a 2v2, but now Godlike, they have recovered. They have the numbers advantage to work with again. And Godlike, they will not make the same mistake twice. Jelly still looking for the flank, the wall of smokes protecting the players of Metal. And Team Godlike, they're doing a brilliant job just checking the surroundings in the meanwhile, while they have a few extra seconds to breathe, making sure that they do not get pushed from anywhere, get third-partied from anywhere unnecessarily. But look at that, it is time, I guess, for Jonathan to make his moves along with his new teammate Aditya. And they know exactly where the man is hiding. Wants to take the shots through the gap between the planks, but doesn't really have the angle to work with the nade in the hands of Jonathan. If he can secure the knock with the help of this utility, it will do wonders for his teammates. But by the time he lobs the utility, the man is already gone.
The moment the smoke dissipates, that's what I'm really concerned about. And Team Metal being reduced
to
just 2 men. They have that crossfire set up. Zegod gets in, but realizes instantly the trouble is there. But Jelly, finding some room, goes through, and there you have the finishes secured as Team Godlike off to another squad wipe.
And they have another beautiful shift of the circle working out for them. They are still on that southern edge. Absolutely no one there to deal them any pressure. But in the meanwhile, though, 5Filter Esports, they are dealing with a lot of pressure being dropped upon them like a hurricane by the players of Glitch Reborn. Scuba is still there standing, but what is going on over here? Error Esports, a big error as they waited and waited for the players of God's Reign to step out. And when they do, Error Esports, they're going to be wiped out from the match. God's Reign, 2 players knocked out, but there is an opportunity to go for a revive. The only thing that will make them panic is the blue zone, but they still have a minute and 30 seconds to work with.
You know, the chances are really slim over here, Johnny, especially how the circle has completely shifted away from them. And to make things even worse, I think the teams are aware of their position. Whilst all of this commotion is happening, Glitch X Reborn finds yet another knock. But look at Jonathan. He's got the eagle eyes over there. He spotted out the players fallen down in the far-off fray and certainly could be looking to extend his lead a little bit further.
We were in the third stage of the game when the first finish of the match happened. Now it's stage 6 and we are already down to 6 teams, 14 players. The beauty, ladies and gentlemen, that is the Gatka end zones. But let's see who will win this end game, as we have one of the players from the side of God's Reign, Ninja Jod, going for a heal battle. In the meanwhile, Forest Apes, now this is impressive. They managed to survive through all of that commotion and now finally are trying to take that control of the northern edge away from the players of Glitch Reborn. They have the opening to work with. All they have to do is deal with the last players hiding inside that smoke. Ralph and Scuba, we have seen them in action before, but can they bring their team out of this difficult spot this time around? The Molotov was perfect. The knock secured as well. Forest Apes on the verge of getting eliminated. What just happened? Crumbling down like a house of cards. The nade from Scuba. 3 eliminations secured by Glitch Reborn, and all they had to do was just lob a nade and a Molotov.
Yeah, indeed, had all the players of Apes Kipinse down and really took advantage of that situation. For a moment, I really felt that Forest Apes, they had done wonders, especially how they kind of got that position. Wizcott getting that first knock, but Ninja taking his last final breaths, gets taken down. But now Glitch X Reborn, they're kind of continuing that amazing run. But for Team Godlike, this is the comeback that everybody has been eyeing out for. This is the rotation that Jelly is known for. And I'm pretty sure having that numbers advantage, they might be on the tracks for their chicken dinner.
Because we also have a surprise entry in this endgame. That is the last player surviving from the side of 5Filter Esports. Well, he is going to get finished off.
Is he though?
Yeah, Jelly needs to calm down a bit. Has taken a lot of damage. Finally ends up getting that pick for himself. And I think now it is pretty clear. 4 versus 2. Glitch Reborn with just 2 players. Godlike with all 4. And it will be a comfortable win. At least it looks like a comfortable win for the players of Godlike. But Jonathan stepping out in the open. Takes a lot of damage just to pick Sill and gets knocked out.
And that's going to hurt a little bit, especially considering the kind of advantage Godlike had. But they're kind of aware of the players of Glitch X position. And all they need to do is try and force that res out on Jonathan. Yeah. And this is where Jelly really plays a key role. If you can get that off angle and find even a single knock, then nothing is really going to hinder Team Godlike from making that push. But that's a beautiful grenade knock coming in from Z-God.
What a perfect trajectory, Ralph. In awe of how perfect he was, just fell down looking towards it. And Scuba, he's going to be burned alive. Extra crispy as well. Godlike, what a wonderful performance. What a wonderful win as well. 10 eliminations on the board. And this is exactly, I'm pretty sure this is exactly how their fans were hoping they would start week 2.
Especially when you talk about Team Godlike and if or not they could really pull off that comeback after making such a drastic change in the roster, completely cutting through, getting Jelly in. You've got Aditya in, and you could see those resembling performances like Jelly used to do along with Aditya. But now with Jonathan and Z-God also into the mix, I loved how they took the center of the circle and they knew exactly how the zone is going to form on. And hence, a beautiful chicken dinner.
Exactly. They capitalized on the one advantage that they had. That is the circle. Just one edge of the circle. They knew since they were the only squad to have any sort of concrete cover available, all they had to do was not get overheated, not get over eager to run out and secure those finishes. One mistake was made, but they recovered quite nicely. Otherwise, things could have gone very bad when that nade from Aditya took down 2 of his teammates.
Yeah, and that is where we kind of went into thinking that maybe, Medal having those 2 players, things could have been really otherwise.
Yeah, but still, they have now shut up the critics for sure. I mean, no one's going to question what Team Godlike will be up to, since now I think we will see them take a massive leap on the overall ranking. And of course, they will be, at least for now, #1 in Group Red, since this is the only team that has played. But ladies and gentlemen, since Godlike has shut up their critics, we will see a few more people shut up their critics in Bolti Band.
BGMI, it's not an easy game.
Hi guys.
Chico! Mummy? गाड़ी लेकर आ गया और वो भी बाइक, हाँ? इधर क्या भेलपूरी चाट पूरी खाने को जा रहे करे? वैसे तूने गेम तो प्रैक्टिस किया है ना?
वो ना स्टोरेज फुल हो गया है।
BGMI, it's not just a game, it's an emotion. तुम लोग गिट-गुट कर करके चैंप्स बन गए और मैं नुबड़ा का नुबड़ा ही रह गया ना।
Now that looks very interesting. Fixes, we are seeing Ocean over there. When are you coming on camera?
I am on camera.
Not on a tournament. When are we seeing you in a show or something?
You know, pretty soon, pretty soon. I don't want to give away the leaks yet, but maybe in a different world. Yeah, that too as well. But, you know, let's not make it about me. I love talking about myself, but let's talk about how Team Godlike really performed.
Yeah, and this time from the Godlike squad, at least no one had to do the heavy lifting. The entire team came together, and all 4 players performed so nicely, all of them. I mean, even Aditya, that nade, we understand things happen, especially considering there was a wall of smoke. There were like 4 or maybe 5 smokes lobbed in his face at that time. He could not really see where that pillar was going to be, so nothing taken away from him. But it was an exciting game when the action eventually began, stage 3 onwards. Let's have a look at the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, recap all the wonderful moments from the previous matchup. One of which was in the very early stages when Glitch 3-1 for some reason were just chasing the players of God's Reign.
Yeah, and they managed to get away with Equinox's finish also. And God's Reign, considering how they came into this game, yeah, they had to pick up a lot of points. They did have some position points though. In terms of finishes, I'm really curious to see how many could they have garnered. But Team Megastars, they were also off to a blasting start, especially Blacks.
Yeah, they were in a brilliant position, but then we saw them make this play. And Great Esports, you have to say, Fixes, we were quite critical of them when we started our day. We have to take our words back, buddy. I mean, this was a phenomenal game for Great Esports, and of course, that one moment from Metal Paradox. Yeah.
And eventually they had to ram in onto its Godlike's compound. And, you know, the big question was why wasn't Godlike, being pushed upon? The answer is they were just survived with 2 players, right? They did not want to take any chances, especially once they had come out of the cover. They could have been spotted down by a lot of teams, especially Glitch X3-1 was keeping a watch at them.
Plus, I mean, one more thing I realized during the fight was the fact that Metal wasn't really lobbing any other utility apart from those smokes. I believe the commitment into the squad fight earlier in the trenches
against OG,
against OG, they ran out of a lot of those throwables, and they did not really have the time to replenish those nades, those molotovs, and then slam in on the players of Godlike. Because had they had even one nade or molotov, things would have been completely different in that fight.
You know, sometimes also your mind sort of gets shot down in such situations because you know that Team Godlike is just roaming around like piranhas. And then towards the end, I think this has to come down to Z-God's beautiful grenade on towards Ralph, knocking him out, and they were kind of aware of Scuba's position, and a Molotov did the job just fine.
I mean, we're going to see that perfect nades trajectory. Look at that, so beautiful. Just flawless utilization from Z-God over there. One more thing, as you were talking about getting shut down, we saw the players of Forest Ape get completely shut down. What happened?
You know, they were all kind of just clustered up in that one situation. Of course, they had to make that mad dash to get inside the zone, which they did. Let's not forget that. But right after, you know, the players were aware that, yes, we have the entire team there. Just that one grenade, I believe that was from Scuba, did the job.
It was a nade from Scuba, and before that, Ralph actually lobbed a Molotov that did a little bit of damage to those players, and Scuba's nade was just like the finisher that was delivered. But one thing, Fixes, in Gatka circles, one more thing that we usually notice, especially from a team that would be on the edges, making it to the top 3, usually players would just prone down on the ground, try to hide themselves in the grasses or behind those haystacks, or maybe just play for survival, spread out, see where the commotion comes in, and then target whichever team is the weaker ones. That wasn't the case. This time around, it seems like as soon as we made it to the top 4, the only thought that went through every single IGL's head was just take the fight.
You know, the iteration of the Gatka circle this time we had was primarily around central Gatka area, where Godlike were really located. But we were kind of majority watching all those Godlike fights only, because there were a lot of other fights also happening on the sidelines, and that happened, and that ended in a jiffy because so many teams making a rush inside the circles. There were a lot of sharks who were just waiting for the time to pounce upon, which they did. And, you know, finally we got to see that circle going away from the main Gatka compound in that final, 6th shift. So that is where we got to see that.
But by then it was already too late. Team Godlike, they were surviving with all 4 players. And as you mentioned, right behind them towards the southern edge and towards the southeastern edge of the circle, there was a massive cluster of teams. We saw it coming when we were looking at the shift of the zone from stage 3 to stage 4 and then stage 4 to stage 5. And there was no escaping that position if you had no cover to work with, which, as it turned out, was a case for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, in fact, we did see a lot of teams struggling, right? One of which we did talk about during the cast as well. It was Forest Apes.
Yeah.
We were thinking if they could actually make it in. They did, but they could not really just spread their wings because they realized the moment they go out, they also had the likes of God's Reign over there. We had Error Esports. They could be a potential threat. Maybe they were aware of that information, but it was a push initially intended on Glitch X Reborn, just going wrong.
But I have to ask you this now. Which individual player has impressed you the most in this game one itself?
I think one of which was Paradox for sure, Blacks, then you've got Jonathan as well.
Well, let's see if either one of those three players will become the MVP of this game, ladies and gentlemen, because that is the first thing we are going to look at. And it is going to be important for these players because let's not forget, MVP of the BGIS is also walking away with a hefty prize money in the bag. But Ninja Jod fixed his 6th elimination, and it is going to be an incredible journey for this BMPS, for this young man as well. He has been on fire in the last few days. 6 eliminations, 85.7% contribution. Isn't that a little too much for just one man and one man alone?
And in one match, let's be
Yeah,
honest.
in one match.
You know, if you talk about his numbers, right, before this, he had 12 finishes in 5 games. And suddenly, just managing to get 6 in just one goes on to show that God's Reign, they're here to make a comeback.
And one more thing, I will take everything I said about the Forest Apes back just because of what WizGod has done. 6 eliminations by him, that is incredible. We did not really get to see how many finishes they had at the end of the game, but now this has gotten me curious. I want to see the total number when we have a look at the point standings, and well, my curiosity, it is going to be satisfied because we have lovely people in the production working with us and helping us out. So here we have, ladies and gentlemen, the rankings for the previous match. Godlike with 25 points, Glitch Reborn with 19, God's Reign is going to be there with 15 points, and Forest Apes, WizGod with a phenomenal performance. The other 3 players bringing in 2 eliminations, combined 14 points on the board. Overall, this wasn't a bad game for the top 4 teams.
Indeed, and especially for Glitch X Reborn, where they kind of get to further solidify the lead that they had, and they had come in with a picture, and I must say a very consistent start for them. But I'm really surprised with how, you know, we've got 5 Filter Esports playing in this one, managing to secure 10 position points. That's impressive.
Yeah, if they can do it consistently every single game, then it's going to be fine. If they fail even once, they can be in trouble. That is the risky part about just going for position-oriented gameplay. But over here, I mean, this is what the usual state is of the second page of the leaderboard. Teams just lacking a lot of points. We have a few big names. ORB, we saw the unfortunate start. X-Pac, 1 point on the board. That was for placements, no elimination. Now that is surprising.
Yeah, for Team X-Pac, especially with how they rotated and how they performed in week number 1, of course, this is going to be a little bit of a setback because when you come in, you've got a completely refreshed point structure going on, the points table starting from 0 once again, and this is not something that they would have also hoped for. But so was the circle, right? We did not hope to see such a central Gatka circle. We always were kind of pushed into thinking that yes, this is going to go a little further, it's going to go a little further away. Could have helped him, but things didn't work out that
Things
way.
didn't work. I mean, the zone also forced them in a very awkward position, as you mentioned, but it will be interesting to see since they have a lot of matches today. They have the opportunity to bring themselves back. But ladies and gentlemen, here's a brilliant opportunity for you guys to earn and in fact to win the Fool's Blessing Scar L inside of BGMI. All you have to do is go inside the reward section of BGMI and check it out. If you spin, maybe you can win. Have you gotten some cool skins fixes?
Not lately. I haven't really.
Don't you have one of the rarest skin in the game?
Yes, you know, that's an ancient one, and not a lot of people do have. I have a few titles that a lot of professional T1 players also do possess. The True Challenge title.
Well, let's see. Fixes. He's going to try and flex on the pros now, but the real pros are about to take their leap, ladies and gentlemen, in the next matchup, and we're going to have a look at the teams as well. This is going to be an exciting one for sure, because we have a few big names dropping into this game. Of course, one of the biggest is going to be Team Insane.
Indeed, we've got Group 11 and 12 coming into the picture, but that being said, you know, we've got Johnny. We've got Johnny. And yeah, it is, of course, Johnny taking a little bit of a break there. We've got Salty coming in through, and Salty has been watching all the games from the sidelines, and then when we look at the teams over here, of course, Insane Entity having a really good run. Gen X FM, one of those teams I'm really looking out for. Newman, a lot of fans pondering upon how they're going to perform in this week. And we've got another big name in the term by the names of Lucknow Giants. But Salty, welcome back on the desk. So finally, a lot of teams have been off to a really good start. How did you feel about the match?
To be honest, I think this was the ideal match for the big dogs. Of course, they have been struggling for a while. Glitchix Reborn, as a matter of fact, they have been consistent throughout. But for Godlike to actually find that victory, I think it's not just for the players, but also for the fans as well. That was a sigh of relief. That was a big sigh of relief, to be honest. But I don't think that is where they can stop. They have to keep up the momentum if they want to rise up the ranks.
Yeah, I think that was just a good start. They still have 2 more games to go. I'm pretty sure the way they have played, can't really say that they've built up a momentum because they're going to play after quite a long time. So that is going to be there for sure. But, now let's talk about the groups in hand, right? We've got Insane. They were absolutely insane in week 1, ending at the 11th position, followed by Entity, who finished at 14. So anything that you want to talk about them?
To be honest, every single time I speak about Insane, reminds me of that phase of momentum that they had inside of BGIS, where every single time they play 5 games back to back, this team would score every single time would score 100 points, right? And that was the consistency that Insane associated themselves with. And when they started BMPS and their same journey, it kind of felt like they were going on a similar route because 2 back-to-back chicken dinners in the first 2 games that they've played. We've never seen that happen. But the dip in form for Insane was massive, and I don't really think they've sort of recovered from it. Entity, on the other hand, I think they have been pretty good. But I want to know from you, of course, what has been the secret sauce for Entity? Because I think Entity is one of those teams who were struggling in the past. The recent third-party tournament is when they rose from the ashes, and now they are back with a bang. I want to know your thoughts about this team.
I think one simple word: failure. Right, we've seen Entity, in fact, Somraj taking that fall, and we were in the arena. I think Somraj was in the BGIS arena, and watching as a spectator when you have actually won the previous game and the previous tournament of BGIS once upon a time, certainly would feel a little salty there. But that being said, the big bird is up in the skies, and we're on setting foot into the map of Miramar, into the desert over here. The flight path trajectory all the way from Campo Militar towards Los Higos, one of those standard flight paths, I must say.
One of those standard flight paths for sure, but not inside of the BMPS, to be honest, because majority of these Miramar flight paths, they have been leaning towards on the right-hand side. We've seen the circles sort of vary in between Chumacera. We've seen circles vary between Monte Nuevo, El Pozo as well. So it's going to be interesting, and I think it might just get even more complicated as the first circle drops. But for now, though, I'm very interested to find out that 2 teams, you've got V9 and you've got Hub Esports, both of them taking the drop location on the far northeastern quadrant of the map towards Campo Militar and Torre Amada. This is something which we haven't seen so far in the competition fixes.
Yeah, I think adaptation has always been the key. You've played in the first week, you realize the mistakes you've made and how you could, fix it. And that could be the one step towards them trying to fix it, because when you talk about approaches, right, we've got 2. And, I've been in talks with few coaches here and there. And so far in BMPS, what we've witnessed is the teams that have been playing around the center have had that advantage. But the coaches seem to think otherwise, that they feel like there's a certain way that you could play from the edges. But when you're talking about things going towards the edges, the circle is hitting right smack on the faces of a lot of teams as it has shifted away towards Chumacera, certainly giving Team OST this beautiful advantage right from the get-go.
Not just OST as well, Fixes. Look at where Team Insane is going now. This is their usual drop location on the island of Minas del Sur. But how this becomes so important is the rotation lines are absolutely clear. There's no presence on that western edge of the map, which means even if they want to get that rotation on towards the mainland from that highway, I think it should be pretty easy. But look at this. A fight breaks out right from the get-go itself, and Goku, the first man to bow out of the competition. It's going to be fun. We've got G1, who does have the early lead up front.
Oh, indeed. But Jagga, they really need to force that revive on towards him. As so, He's trying to make a push there. Tony gets spotted out in the open. Will finally fall. System finally changing it all as Narsen trying to surround them as the IGL over there. Atom is in a whole world of trouble and God, but look at that response.
Absolutely. The Mini 14 just singing the songs of death on that one. Just absolutely brilliant from Atom. But the only problem is, Man does not have any healing utilities. No helmet, no vest, a jump shot with the shotgun. And that is it. And who else fixes? Who else could have shaken the competition altogether but 4TR I'm talking about? They've been the manifestation of problems for every other team right now. And it seems like G1, they've been struck very hard.
Indeed. Manav, all right, he's got that pistol. The P18C does not connect even a single bullet. And now all he's got left is a dagger. And I'm really, curious to see what can he make out of that. And in fact, all right, System gets the better out of Manav. And I believe Tony is got to make a run for his life, but will be chased down. There they fall, and G1 not really having the best of the starts.
Not really. I mean, with that dagger, Man had to turn into Keanu Reeves himself to try and get anything from that particular fight. But 4 Troublemakers just continue that run of form. For sure, consistency was never really their ball game altogether. Straight back from BGIs. I think this will take me and Johnny down the memory lanes, some sort of nostalgia, to be honest, because this team had impressed us, everyone. And it seems like they are bringing the similar action here inside of BMPS Week 2 as well. Right from the get-go, just not really backing up from that particular fight. They knew they had an opposition, did not really care what sort of inventory they had. They just pushed straight through.
Yeah, I think this was just a drop clash, right? I think the intention might be maybe try and contest for a few vehicles that drop down on power grid, and suddenly they realize that they're not the only ones.
Yeah.
And that is where, that the randomization factor of the game really kicks in. You get a weapon, and then you have to rely on your instincts. And that is what happened. But you've got to give props to Atom. I mean, that shot from that Mini 14, that was wicked for sure.
That was wicked, and that was the only reason why 4TR, they're not going to be surviving this fight with all 4 players. Now, they certainly have been hit really hard, 1 player down. I don't really think they kind of expected this, but they're going to be okay with it. 3 players, they will be looking for those position points, of course, but right from the get-go, we've had a circle which will force these teams into rotation fixes. I want to know from your thoughts, what do you think the teams who are in the far northeastern corner of the map, do they start rotating right now? Do they start huddling up on those southern shorelines right from the get-go?
Of course they have to, right? We've always been talking about how recently the meta has been converting, the meta has been changing, especially the format being so challenging. It comes down to sheer timings, right?
Yeah.
And the reference points that I've been kind of harping about for quite some time. And you need to understand, yes, the circle goes towards the western side. There could be possibilities that it could go towards the western border, but a quick look at how things erupted over here, right? You look at 4TR, they were a little bit settled, they were a little bit stable, but G1, they were the ones who kind of tried to make the breach, and seems like 4TR, they were just 1 step ahead.
Absolutely. I mean, that is just put to perfection in words by Fixes over there, but 4TR, I think this team needs to carry this momentum forward. I think they do have the potential. They've got that circle control as well on towards another side. Will be looking to kind of prevent the entry points of multiple teams, can proceed to certain gatekeeping scenarios as well, considering 7 Habit is another team who is pretty close by, but the only problem will be that they are at a man's disadvantage.
You talk about 7 Habits, we've seen them perform really well in week number 1, right? Ending at the 12th position, something that we did not anticipate, but hey, they surprised us. Now, we want to see if this was just a fluke or they're actually doing this, considering they had limited amount of matches. And then again, you bring in Genex FM also into this picture, because again, this is one of those teams that really impressed us during the BGIS, but now also they've had a really solid start. Let's see how week number 2 goes on for them.
The only thing which I could add for Genex FM is that this team does have that flip switch for them going on. They are a hit and miss, to be honest. The games which they go all in, they will rack up enormous points from those particular games. I mean, I've seen Genix FM rack up about 16, 17 eliminations from just one game itself. And this is not just the case inside of BMPS. The inconsistency has been there since the BGIS days, but don't doubt their firepower fixes, because when they hit with full force, I think the only team I can draw parallel with is going to be Blood Rose Esports. Blood Rose and Genix FM, they're very, very similar in how they play.
You know, that's the thing, right? The inconsistency word. We have to put emphasis on that because teams really do not get to build that thing up, right?
Yeah.
They just come up with a fresh mind, they mess up, all right, play a few different games, go back to the training ground, and you have to come back and you have to deliver. That is where, the format really hurts these players.
I think it does hurt, but also
challenges them, to be honest.
Challenges, I think,
that
will be the right word, of course, because to be honest, it kind of takes momentum out of the picture. It takes out the tide out of the picture. You cannot ride the tide. If you are going through a good phase of life, you can carry it on in life. But inside of BMPS, you just have to be good technically, because every single game you drop down, it's a new affair, and the run of form you've had in the past gets completely neutralized. And I think similar situation has happened for this team that is in front of us right now as well. Newman will be one of the biggest names in the competition that has suffered from inconsistency. We know their farm power. We know how good Clutch God, Shadow, Gil and Wixky are when it actually comes to taking down teams. And we, I think, saw a glimpse of that last week when they had almost a second position finish with about 16, 17 eliminations. But after that, or apart from that, they've never really surprised us in the competition so far.
You know, when you talk about a team like Newman, they certainly come with a lot of expectations, right? Now missing out on Savita, one of their prime assaulting fraggers, Clutch God making his way back into the team, and Rex being one of their top fraggers, who I believe is not playing this game. So kind of really messes things up. Maybe Rex off to a different team altogether. Make my mistake.
It is not your fault. It is the entire
so
community.
Many changes happening here and there. Yeah, he's playing for Vingod. Now I remember. But yeah. Now, talking about a team like Newman. Now, when you talk about them, Clutch God, I think he's well versed with how, Shadow likes to play around with. But the challenge really comes in for maybe Gil. How does he adapt to that situation? And Wixky being the latest addition through those rough patches. But if Godlike can do it, so can Newman.
Yeah, I think Wixky will be that one silver lining for Newman Gaming, to be honest. But waiting for this team to go all out. But let's just talk about the circle, to be honest, because the BGMI Gods fixes have been going all out. I'm not really sure if it is the effect of the update, but for sure, the circle's focusing on towards the western side of the map. I love it because the lack of compounds over there, the lack of hard covers, but also the topography which gets involved in the picture of things. I think the only team that has made the craziest of rotations is going to be Team Entity, because right now they're focusing on that edge and they have no competition whatsoever.
Yeah, considering the fact that Insane really has left up and given up on El Pozo, not going for those drop clashes anymore, kind of makes their path a lot clear, right? All they've got to do is drop at El Pozo, take control of the western borders, and that is exactly what they intend on doing. And especially Gamla boy, he's been in a very good form lately. Somraj, I think as an IGL, you could compare him to the likes of Pukkar also.
Yeah.
Both being teammates, both being brothers at a certain time, have a similar sort of a play style where they can be really aggressive also if it comes down to taking finishes. They have done that. So Entity really looking strong, and the addition of Su has also been quite interesting, I must say.
Definitely. I think Su and Troy have impressed us all. And speaking of impressing us all, it seems like Entity Gaming, they're now trying to take control of the La Drilera Hills, which can be a great position. And since you said this team does have the capability of going aggressive, I think their aggression comes as a byproduct of their positioning. If they do find those great positions, they will be able to not just dominate, but also control and dictate how other teams are rotating. So those high grounds for Entity will be really important. Another team that sort of everyone wanted to see perform was Lucknow Giants. They are currently in front of our screens right now. They have got a good vantage point for themselves, but might get contested by Team Insane pretty soon because the distance between them is strikingly close, fixes.
Yeah, when you talk about Lucknow Giants, they've got a player like Don, who's quite an old IGL, used to play for Force One back in the days.
Yeah, and
he's got we've seen the roster going through a few different changes. We had Flock coming in and out, and one of those players definitely took look out for. But seems like we do have a fight amidst us, as David has been knocked out. But GWL, they are in to find a few more finishes.
But in the middle of nowhere, I'm not really sure if GWL have that enormous backing for themselves. The only piece of cover will be these burnt vehicles, and Titan, of course, having the high ground advantage. I think a lot of utilities will be lobbed in. You've got that presence of OST men in the backlines as well, so that can be a problem. From the right-hand side, Nick was caught napping, and that just leads GWL to lose a player without even putting him up a fight.
Indeed, and Buck was right in front of him. I was kind of confused as to what's really happening as Zorda suddenly jumps into the fray. It's quite messed up, this fight, to be honest, because they're out in the middle of nowhere, and suddenly they're kind of being shot out from multiple positions. And like you said, I believe OST, they can come here, medal in, and maybe take a few more finishes.
They had to time this to perfection, honestly. OST could have waited a little more, could have actually let GWL get in the grasp of Titan FTW, but it seems like they are deciding to pounce on right now. Shots from Devotee, of course, not connecting over there. The range is way too massive, and the 4x side not giving adequate information. But so far, Titan as well, just holding their triggers for now, because I think even they want to back away from this fight.
Look at OST, the spread, right? Outcast in such a good position. GWL, I'm kind of starting to ponder if they have anywhere to run or hide, because at this point, all they can do is try to beg for mercy. But it seems like OST are in no mood to provide them with one, as Hitler, he knows that one of the players of Titan has rushed in on towards his compound, ensuring he checks every different corner before he flushes him out.
Oh my god, Nanoboy is all by himself in this one. Nades being flushed in, and Adi with just one little nade itself is going to finish him off. No fight back from Titan FTW in that one. And OST men, like we said, in that third-party involvement have proved to be 100% efficient, haven't lost a body so far, and have gotten 2 in reward for themselves. But the journey is going to be a little more tough right now, because the circle fixes has sort of betrayed them a little bit. It has moved away from the lands of GWL and Titan FTW and OST men. They were fighting in Minas Del Valley, but now they will have to move towards those large Rilera hills. And the biggest challenge they're going to face is going to be Gen XFM, who hold those compounds right in front of them.
I have a glee smile on my face because Team Entity and Insane are right beside each other. I'm just waiting for these old foes to take up arms against each other. That's going to be really nice. But 7 Habit, we've got our eyes on this team. They have impressed us lately, the way they've been playing. And seems like Kratos, their highest fragger, seems to have spotted someone across the horizon.
Oh, it's not just Kratos, Drago as well. Both of these two players have been partners in crime, and it seems like 7 Habit, they know what they're doing right now. They're allowing Team Hub to just leapfrog them and get inside, which goes to show that 7 Habit want to play from the edges of the circle. They want to not meddle in the chaos which is happening in the central parts. And rightly pointed out, I think the chaos will start from the epicenter between Entity and Insane. But for now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we switch focus on towards the other part of the circle right now, where TMZ and V9, they're sort of duking it out. That was just one nade that was exchanged, and it seems like V9, they're not sure if they want to take this fight up front.
It depends on how Sidhu can rotate, right? Of course, TMZ having the advantage there, as we can see on the map feed as the circle takes a shift towards the eastern side. Team Entity and Newman, they're going to be really happy about the position, and so goes with the case of Team EXC there, because the kind of position, the kind of a high ground advantage that they have, I'm pretty sure they're going to get a lot of finishes.
Speaking about the high ground advantages, it seems like the circle has sort of turned out to be in a position where high ground advantage will play a massive role. And speaking about having played a massive role, OST, it seems like they're already entered a fight against Team Claw, and within a matter of a flash, they have finished them off. We did not even get to see this fight. OST, they're cleaning up even before we actually get to blink.
But they've got bigger objectives right now, one of which is try to get inside the circle, right? Especially with Lucknow Giants, you've got the likes of Insane guarding the circle. But look at that, Lucknow Giants, they find themselves in a little bit of a hurt there, because Clutch got, I believe, he's found a few knocks here and there. Gale also following it up. And Newman, they're going to get a lot of finishes to their names. But for now, I'm kind of curious to see what the eastern side teams are up to, right? Gen XFM, we've got the likes of 7 Habit. who might lock horns against each other.
They certainly are going to lock on very soon, but for now it seems like Insane has managed to keep Lucknow Giants at bay, the only man who is so close. But the early contact has still not been established. Nades were exchanged, shots were exchanged, and I'm pretty sure Lucknow Giants can sense that Insane will look to create that flank angle, but so far it's just Adi that they need to take care of, and it seems like Adi also understands what are the possible weak points, smokes down that little bit of a dip so that he has that ridge up front. But from the back lines, I think there are too many oppositions for him to not worry. On the other side, 7 Habit have also crashed against this compound controlled by Team Newman Gaming, and it seems like Charan is going to be the first one to influx. Molotovs and smokes being laid, but early contact that we always talk about is still yet to be established, Fixes.
7 Habit could really isolate the players of Newman and can capitalize on the situation. Charan, he needs to replenish his HP over there. Wixkey just trying to keep him at bay, buy some time, hope that his teammates make it in time, but that's not going to happen. They are trying to build that smoke screen over there, but Wixkey is in a whole world of trouble. Shadow all by his lonesome finds a breakthrough with the knock on Maverick.
And I think this is time for Newman to actually bring back the infantry as well. Shadow through the smokes does have the DBS in action, knows exactly where Kratos is, has heard the footsteps, but it is the Molotov. The floor is lava. Shadow would be forced down. This is good stuff from 7 Habit, just creating that choke point up and just making life so much more difficult for Shadow. But on the other side, it's Rego and his nades that have done a fabulous job. It seems like 7 Habit, they're coming back in this fight with the recovery Fixes.
They indeed are. Charan, this grenade, I'm not sure if it's going to do anything at all because, again, Drago, he's been taken down. That's beautiful Molotov just to stop the push from happening, because now Newman still have their numbers, and look at their intent. They want to go in for the push. They want to absolutely obliterate, annihilate the entirety of 7 Habit as Charan, again, another beautiful Molotov.
That is the end of his throwables, Fixes. Now he does not have anything but that DBS, and I think the DBS should be kind of enough to prevent this, but he has to be at the top of his game. Both Charan and Rego need to play that one and done angle, but it's not going to be easy, especially for Newman to flush out them as well, because I think even this team is running out of utility. They only have got smokes.
Now, whilst all of that is happening, look at the circle shift. It's mad. But right now, Newman, of course, they realize that the crossfire has been set up. I'm kind of curious to see how many utility the players of Newman have on them, still having the mercy of the zone. Do not really have to move out from here, but Drago and Charan could possess a threat right now. Imagine somebody takes an offbeat angle, just prances through, maybe bounces over that and gets a knock or two. Things could absolutely flip.
Let me tell you, Fixes, I'm pretty sure Drago and Charan, they're not the only threat that is lurking right around Newman Gaming. Insane. I think they know that that is the only compound that is inside the circle, so will attract a lot of attention. And speaking of attention, it seems like TMZ have attracted a lot of attention as well. I'm talking about Troublemakers and 4 Troublemaker duking horns. For sure, this can be a tongue twister for a lot of these teams, but when they actually fight, this is going to be very, very interesting. You've got Sook trying to close up, and man has no fear. He's just walking out in the open. Will try and convert the first finish with the vehicle. There goes the first man being completely run over. Narsane has got balls of steel, and now it's just Optimus who is still standing, I believe. It's a 1v4, if I'm not mistaken, right now for his.
For what it's worth, Sook, all by his lonesome, goes a little bold and brave there, but falls down on his knees. But there you go. Suddenly you see another team being eliminated over there. Somehow, 40R live to see the light of the day over here. The way they're charging in, they do not know. They're kind of a little distraught because they have to make a way inside the circle, and they cannot seem to find a way through it.
Absolutely, with so many teams being present over there, I don't think there is any way left, Fixes. But over there, it seems like even Narsane is going to get taken down. System is the only player who is still surviving. It's still Insane and Entity surviving in the center of the circle. Not the center anymore, of course, but they have to duke it out. Only one team is going to make it. I'm not sure if Insane will give them the space to move about. Team Entity might just get choked from the blue zone as it approaches, but even Team Insane has to make a move, has to progress elsewhere. On the other side, of course, ladies and gentlemen, this fight is still at a standstill because Newman Gaming, they are not daring to go up on that first floor fixes.
You know, 7 Habit, considering the situation they are in, they can hope for some position points. Hence, they're trying to go in for that delay a little bit. You know, they're not going off angle there, not jumping out. They're kind of trying to buy as much time as possible because they still are inside the circle, but cannot say the same for HUB because they're kind of feeling the heat over here. And OST, they could capitalize upon the situation, have that little high ground in their favor, have spotted out Somraj, will pepper down a few bullets, and he gets blasted off.
Oh, look at that. That is such a beautiful circle, especially when you look at it from OST's perspective.
Aww.
Takes a little bit of a pixel out in the open and Hitler was punished for it. This is how high stakes the competition has become. You get shown a pixel, you will get taken down by the result of it. But Hub Esports still trying to find a way inside the circle, being electrocuted by the blue zone. It's not going to be easy because that is the last first aid kit on Phoenix. Man has to walk inside, does have the AKM, but he's going to get cleaned up by Team EXE. Sneaks is going to find that entry inside the circle, but finally, ladies and gentlemen, this battle has opened up and Drago is still alive, and I think it's just Wixky. 3 players from Newman, they have been taken down. And Wixky as well is quite low in terms of HP. Heals on Drago is there as well, and now the DBS might just sing the songs of death, but so far it's a standstill. It's a Mexican standoff, and Drago takes his sweet time in the world to progress forward. Newman Gaming, they know they have been struck by lightning. They cannot resurrect back from this. But Drago is also taking a sweet time in the world.
Now, they were not prepared for this, growing a little impatient, went in for the push and came down to the crossfires. Wixky not having the DBS. Drago will have that advantage and in fact does a massive amount of damage over there. He needs to capitalize on the situation, but still is a little worried, a little scared, but wants to make the chase. Has lost out on all of his teammates. But look at Drago. He seems to have gotten away with all that death and destruction that he has just done right now.
This is such a massive blunder from Drago, to be honest, because he lost the opportunity. Wixky was barely at a low HP over there. He had no healing utility. Finally finds that connection, and Team 7 Habits have been punished. But Wixky right now, he does not have the opportunity to celebrate because he now has been spotted by OST.
You know, beautiful thing done by Wixky, right? Instantly picks up his teammates' DBS.
Yes.
Knew that that was the close-range situation, and he had to hit the hammer there. But right now, as things commence, OST in a really commanding position, have that little bit of a high ground advantage, but I don't like the way this Mirado is just slipping down. Do you?
I don't like it either. Neither do I like the amount of ammunition they have. OST, they've taken multiple fights, but right now they're just caught out in the open in the middle of nowhere. Adi falls down. The blue zone is going to force them to come in those precarious positions, and it seems like Team EXE is going to stand back, sit back, and punish them every step of the way. They've got such a little natural bit of cover that has been prepared by that little ridge, and it seems like everyone else are at their mercy right now. But out of nowhere fixes, it seems like Insane have made their way.
Indeed, they have. And survive with 3 players. This looks really good. For a moment over here, now looking at how the circle has shifted, I really feel that maybe Team EXE can do something to pull this one off. But Insane, I think they have to make a run inside the circle. And the worst part over here is they have to be out in the open. I don't think Wixky is going to be a potential threat for sure, but could be the players of OST.
And I think they will be the biggest threat for Insane. And I think the plan of action kind of starts, especially when you make the rotation on towards the right-hand side, deal with OST, and then proceed forwards, ladies and gentlemen. As we are left with only 3 teams inside of this competition right now, Team Insane and Team EXE have locked horns. Some long-distance engagements between Adi and Hybrid, but none of them are going to suffer any sort of casualty. Team Insane, they still have that numbers advantage, and it seems like they can afford to go on that flank.
Yeah, indeed. And especially with the numbers that they have, a little bit of a cover there, just around the slopes. Pretty sure they've got the intent to get the chicken dinner and further solidify their positions in the overall rankings. As Hybrid, you know, this is one of those teams that really needed to stage a comeback. And boy, oh boy, they have had a phenomenal start.
They've had a phenomenal start so far. 3 finishes inside the top 3 as well. They get the podium finish, but will they find more? Is going to be the question, of course. Sneaks is going to sneak away a finish for himself. Outcast Noob has been taken down, and now that just leaves us with one player from Team OST, and that's going to be Devotee. And I think Team Insane, they're going to be thanking Team AXE for their services. Hybrid will be cleaned up, and Team Insane slowly and steadily, they are marching forward towards victory.
Indeed they are, and that too, they want to do it with style. And there you go, players being finished off. The last player from OST survives, and not too long can be the answer there, as he gives away his life to the blue as winner chicken dinner being taken by Team Insane Esports. What a massive way to kind of step themselves back into the BMPS. You know, started off at being in the 11th position. Of course, did slip up a few steps because Group Blue, the matches were over. But I'm seeing like the situation brewing up over here. Insane. I think they are going to deliver something really insane.
You know, to be honest, I love to see growth. And Team Insane have personified that. It seems like the Insane that we saw in Week 2. The errors that they made inside of week one
yeah.
specifically, right? That has been worked upon. I'm talking about how they approach the game. Initially, Team Insane would just love to wipe across teams along their way. They were scavengers. They love to finish off teams and take those high finish numbers. But it seems like here, they know how to differentiate between the fight they take. They know how to do a SWOT analysis and make their way inside. But having said that, ladies and gentlemen, Team Insane, I think they definitely have kind of showed us what makes them the absolute best. Talking about what makes a gun skin its absolute best, it's this fool's blessing. If you have it, it is going to be an added blessing. Well, fool's blessing it was. And if you actually do manage to find it inside your game, then let us know in the on your stories, on your socials as well. We're going to be a very happy crew, to be honest. But let's just come back to the game fixes, because we've had a monumental game, because right from the get-go, in Miramar, it's a rare sight that there are fights from the moment we actually hit the deck.
And right from minute 1, we had 4 Troublemaker going after G1 there. And then we kind of saw different fights also happening. Even OS team, they dropped around Chumacera. They took massive control. There were a lot of third parties also in place. Kind of expected Entity to perform a little better, but next time.
Yes, I think so, because I think for Team Entity, the only problem was Insane, because like we said it, Team Insane, they were holding the right end of the circle and they managed to choke Team Entity and prevent their rotation forward. I think the only way Team Entity can actually come back is possibly taking down Insane later on if they actually do lock horns. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just witness the fight once again. And right from the get-go, 4TR were hit from minute 1, but the recovery was better.
Yeah, I think the recovery was insane, especially the way they kind of kept their composure there, went on to the final few circles, did decent till the point, you know, they did not have the favor of the zone and they were outside, still took a fight, still managed to get a few finishes to their name. So they're going to be happy with how they started off week number 2. But you talk about this team, they've been really good. But then again, one of the monumental fights was certainly when Newman really got into action, and Drago, I mean, he did a lot of things, right? I mean, this could have been Newman's game. This one madman completely changed things through. Despite the fact him being taken down, still Newman, they lost the game.
And to be honest, I kind of feel a little sad because we missed the majority of that fight, especially how 3 players of Team Newman were taken down. Sharan, of course, was the first one to get that knock for himself, but after that, Team Newman, they just crumbled like the house of cards. And not just them, majority of the teams who wanted to enter from that eastern part of the circle. This is the fight that we were talking about. Charan was outnumbered, but I think he made sure he goes down with one body hit with him.
this fight lacked structure from Team Newman,
Yeah.
right? They were kind of pinned on one player and they completely forgot that there could be a crossfire that could have been set up, and hence this happened. But Wixky got to give brilliance to his quick-minded thinking there, instantly switching to a DBS, taking that 1v1 fight, taking Drago down, and eventually towards the end gets picked off by Adi. But surely got to give kudos to their efforts considering how Newman played in the last week. I think this is a better start into week number 2.
I mean, to be honest, we'll have to look at the point standings to validate that and to justify that. But I think Team Newman, you finally start looking at a team who knows how to survive till the end game stage. The only problem I've always said about Newman was never the remained rotation fight. It was surviving until the first circle, and it seems like slowly and steadily they're getting there. Hopefully, in the next game that they play, they are going to be, inside the final circle, possibly lifting up that winner chicken dinner for themselves. But overall, inside of the tournament, speaking perspective, I think Team Insane with this victory, they continue that run back up once again. They pick up where they left it from in week number 1 and are once again in contention for the grand finals.
There could be, right, when you're talking about a team like Newman, as a matter of fact. We're looking at Wixky. Let's talk about him a little bit, because early he was playing for Midwave, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, Midwave.
Then he made this transition. But for Newman, like we said, right, they fixed those errors, they fixed those problems, they're taking good spots inside the circle, and certainly did have this time around as well. They were pushed off by the players of 7 Habit. One thing they did really good was kind of delay those, delay that push, because we saw Shadow was a little isolated. Wixky, as a matter of fact, was also there, but they bought some time in fact enabling the other 2 players also to come in. But what they messed up there, that is kind of unforgivable by their standards, but I'm pretty sure they're going to bounce back maybe in the next game.
And since we're talking about Newman Gaming, the biggest fight, of course, was between 7 Habit. I think kudos has to be given to 7 Habit as well on how they got that advantage for themselves. We have seen this happen multiple times where teams have the advantage. Teams have secured 70% of the fight inside of the BMPS, but all of a sudden that advantage just absolutely flips because of some micro errors that they make. And it seems like one such error was giving the time to Wixky in that final fight when Man did not have any utility. I think Wixky was very sharp in looting his own teammates' crates, which again kind of feels ethically very wrong, ladies and gentlemen. But I understand that.
But the crux of this game is about survival. So, it's about being the fittest.
I miss when it actually says land, loot, and survive. Look at that right there. Land, loot, survive.
But, again, further adding onto that, there's one of those mechanical things that we really need to point out, because just recently we had the INDKR Invitationals. You could see the Korean players, right? In those 1v1 situations, one thing they do really amazing is the switch to the first-person perspective, right?
Yeah.
Gives you a lot of area to play along, and then you can, play across those narrow corners.
Yeah.
And that is something that has been missing from majority of the Indian players, and few of them have done so, and few of them are actually on the leaderboards of
Absolutely. I think a lot of these Indian players have tried to implement the FPP version, of course, the FPP angle. But having said that, speaking of the player who has done the best so far, has to be System from the side of 4 Troublemakers. 5 finishes, 62.5% finish contribution. I knew System had 5 finishes right after the second or the third circle of the game. He could not really carry on. If he had survived in the final circle, possibly 4TR would have had a lot more finishes on board fixes.
Considering the fact that the aim assists were off and he could get that spray with that M249 in the early game, goes on to speak volumes about how good he was, right? But then again, you have the IGL, Adi, Dark Lord, they're all doing so good from Team Insane, especially after that recent slump. There have been a lot of issues going on with the team, not just inside but outside of the game as well. But still, amidst all that, the boys are coming in to perform. They do command that little bit of respect.
Absolutely, and that respect will be earned because they are at the very top, aloft everyone else, ladies and gentlemen. 25 total points acquired from just one game. Team Insane will make a massive comeback on the overall leaderboard, and so will Team OSD, because this has been a performance and a half from this team. Did not expect that number 2 position and that 10 finishes. Did we fix this?
Yeah, considering how they performed in week number 1,
yeah,
surely. But looking at this circle, I did expect them to have a good time, but the confidence they were sort of exuding, I loved that, right?
Yeah.
Even in those mid fights, they had the cojones to kind of spread out, knowing that a lot of teams would push in. But when you look at the second half, Gen X FM did not really have the best of performance. Lucknow Giants could not get inside the circle. Now all these teams that we are seeing over here were playing around the edges, and seems like teams are kind of kicking themselves in the feet when they realize that maybe that edge style play in Miramar in this particular map did not work out.
And I possibly know I did not, because the circle was so obnoxious right from the very get-go itself. We talked about how majority of these teams, their all rotation plans will be thrown down the drain because they had to cover that massive distance. And it seems like this circle kept on shifting upwards after that first, second shift. So it kind of created that huge confusion in the minds of the players. I think adding to that the topography of it as well. I think majority of the teams, you saw that cluster on towards that right hand side you were talking about it. Genix FM was one of them, and from that cluster they never really came out.
In fact, it did not. And now talking about game number 2 being done and dusted, we have new set of matches happening anytime soon.
Absolutely, but yes, the next map is going to be interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Sandhawk will be what we are playing. Group number 8 and group number 11 will be duking it out. And we have some massive names coming back in the picture of things. You've got Team X Park, you've got Medal Esports, you've got Godlike, and you've got Forest Apes. The big names from Group 8 will be back in action. And from Group number 11, we just saw them perform. Team Insane, having that momentum going on for them. You've got Team Entity, you've got Team Troublemakers, and you've got Team OST men as well. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, some other big name that I would want to welcome for this game is going to be my man, Mr. I Super Johnny is back on the desk, and the duo is alive. But I will throw a question directly to you. Is there a chance that Team Insane will do a double that they did on the first day of this tournament?
They can. I mean, there's always a possibility, right? Especially when you know you have more matches lined up in the same day. Might as well just start off with a banger performance and just make sure that you continue till the end. But you know what's exciting about this match? We have the winners of the first game going up against the winners of the second. So if either of them win, there's a higher probability that we might have, for the first time, 2 chicken dinners right on within the first 3 matches.
So, I mean, it doesn't really matter who wins. I mean, if it's Godlike or if it's the other team, Team Insane, they are going to be having a double for themselves. But Sanok has been very exciting lately, Johnny. I mean, I wouldn't say exciting, I would say unexpected, because the amount of dead spaces that we witness in the mid-rotation fights is so awkward sometimes, and the amount of aggression that we see is also very weird.
And especially right now, I was having a discussion while I was on my break. Me and Spiro from the Hindi desk, we were having a conversation about what we felt, how these first 2 games went. And it is quite contrasting to how the previous group was playing, because we see such a slow start in both these maps, on Erangel and on Miramar, and then it just all ends up collapsing stage 3, stage 4 onwards. In Sanok, that can't really be the case, because for the last few days, as you were mentioning, it has been a weird performance on this map, especially that Camp Alpha Hill. Every time someone's go there, we know they are getting wiped out for sure.
I miss Blind inside of this group. Every time we talk about Camp Alpha Hills, we talk about Blind. But, coming back in that same conversation, I think we said it last week before we ended the show last week, that Group Red usually has that advantage of doing that research. I think Group Red has been very disciplined. But speaking of discipline, the one team that always looks out is going to be Medal Esports. And I think this team might actually win the game. I want to ask you, what is your prediction? Quickly.
I will go with Medal as well, because I was just about to pick that team. I mean, Medal, they have been promising, even game number 1. Yes, the fight against Team Godlike did not go their way, because the rotation was never going to be successful. If in this matchup, things work out quite nicely, you never know. Medal, they might just be able to drop a 30 bomb in this map of Sanok.
Well, we don't know what sort of a 30 bomb we are going to witness, ladies and gentlemen, but we do know that the Big Bird will go up in the skies and will drop all the 64 players in this battleground of death, because Sandhawk is live, ladies and gentlemen. The flight path will be in front of our screens very soon, but right at the get-go, Team Apes, they know their destination, boot camp it is. Are they seeing some competition right at the get-go? We have seen a lot of boot camp fights recently, Johnny.
I mean, there have been a lot of early collisions. Boot camp is what Georgia Pole or military base is on Erangel. This is the same situation. You always go there. You will expect to get into an early fight. But for Stapes, they get lucky, Salty. They went for a 2-1-1 split. 2 players inside bootcamp, 2 players on the outer side. But we'll talk about that in a bit. In the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, X-Park in an early fight for their lives. They have 2 knocks secured. Pukar doing a phenomenal job. And 4 horsemen Now, questions are definitely being asked. What was this drop clash about?
No idea, Johnny, to be honest. I had no clue what they were doing. I hope that they had information that Team X Park were going to drop. And this was such a 50-50 fight because, again, you never really know who is going to drop first, who's going to pick up the first weapon, and who is going to come charging at you. And seems like 4HM, in spite of the fact that they witnessed those parachutes open up, they just thought that they were going to try their luck, but it did not try out. And Blaze 13 has to be running out in the open. But on the other side, you've got another fight. Team OST, they've had a massive game in the last camp. Now are going up against V9.
Yeah, OST actually did phenomenal in the previous game of Miramar, as you mentioned. While looking at the overall rankings, even I was pleasantly surprised. But now, can they give the players from version 9 an unpleasant surprise, at least in this fight? They have to be careful. Hitler, he has the DBS and the UMP to work with. No utility though, plus the armor and the helmets are not really what you would want, especially considering in the recent few days the DBS has been extremely deadly on Sanhok. We know even the Thompson works quite nicely because of how close quarters combat heavy this map is. But X-Park, they never give up on their targets, and this time Blaze is where their eyes are locked. They are going for a hunt.
Pukar has 6 bullets in his UMP. That's all he has. He does not have a secondary weapon. He has no throwables. With 6 bullets, he's charging behind his man Blaze. This is surprising and this is obnoxious. Team X, you've got to get yourself loot for the rest of the game as well. It's not just one target.
I mean, they want all 4 points before they move forward, right? They want to finish them off. Yeah, exactly. This is just an appetizer for them. But I think now finally reaching these shacks, they realize, they heard your wake-up call, Salty, and they realize that, yes, it's not just about wiping out one team. We have to think about taking fight against everyone else, and that will require more weapons, more ammunition, more healing utility. But OST, it seems like they have everything that they were looking for, and now all they want are the bodies and the crates of the players of version 9. One man knocked and finished. Outcast looking for more, but runs into a trap, and it's gonna be Spicer spying the opposition, securing the trade. Perfectly done. Looking for one more. Damage dished out from that Thompson. Goes for the reload, hiding in a corner. Pressure is definitely being felt, but the flank, the cover from his teammates is what has kept him alive.
Exactly, Popeye, and I think his contribution in this fight has been very, very important.
Yes.
He's helped Spicer get away from that situation. Spicer needs to heal himself as soon as possible, but OST could have actually done more damage than they did in this fight. Popeye is still trying to find out that another finish from that grenades exchanged, but it's not going to land in the right spot, Johnny.
For a second, I thought it was going to connect, but unfortunately overshooting the target. Oh, what a surprise! Popeye got completely off guard. Devotee finding him in the middle of nowhere, and now they are looking for the last man. The Molotov preemptively dropped, but it's not going to do anything. OST winning a wonderful squad wipe in the early stages. Now they have complete control of Cow, but there's another team that was lurking close by, Salty, in the form of Team Execute, who were towards that eastern side.
Yeah. And finally, they've actually moved out, so Team OST have nothing to worry about. But this fight, Johnny, kind of felt like a deadlock between Big Show and Rey Mysterio, because the other team, they didn't really stand a chance. OST were coming in with big punches every single time. Their movement was so much better than version 9 through these compounds. It seems like your face tells me that you're a big fan of Rey Mysterio.
Yeah, I mean, Big Show and Rey Mysterio was a pretty iconic match, to be honest.
Yeah, they were.
Just like this one.
Yeah. No, this was... this for sure was iconic, but not for the right reasons.
The last time X-Park got drop clashed in Camp Alpha, they were destroyed and it took about 10 seconds.
Against which team?
It was in week 1.
Possibly Marcus came in 0.
Oh, they found Blaze as well. Wow.
Team
They
X
got all 4.
I mean, finally, right? You've got to finish your appetizers before you actually move on to the main course. So it seems like Team X-Park, they should not be hungry, at least for now. And they're the only teams who have control, who have their presence in that Camp Alpha Island. But the problem is, they will have to rotate on towards the mainland, because that is where the circle is. And teams like GWL, they're holding the choke points wonderfully. I think they know that there will be Team X-Park and they will manage to rotate. So the bridges have been blocked so far.
It will be tricky to take on the players of X-Park mid-rotation. In the meanwhile, though, Grind 1 Esports now, they are being pushed upon by the players of Silly Gaming, but Grind 1, they will have to deny this push, try to protect themselves with just 3 players. Manav spotted out, the damage is there, but Tony, what a move, flanks perfectly with the DBS, secures the trade. Needs to be careful, he is outnumbered, hiding behind the door. What is this man up to? Secures the second. It was Manav from the flank who helped him out. Even Ace Black is going to be dropped, and Silly Gaming, turns out this fight was a silly move from their end. Grind 1 Esports, the trap they laid out was just perfect. One last man left in the corner room, and these two individuals, especially with the shotguns that they have, should be easy for them to secure the wipe. Foul. Aim God looking to reveal, or in fact give some information to his teammates. Is willing to sacrifice his life for it. But Tony has that nade in the bag.
Yeah, he's just holding on to it. I think he's just playing with his opposition. What a timing! That final shot. It was such a massive relief, especially for Grind 1 Esports.
Yeah, it was.
Finally, Manav is going to get resurrected back as well. But 4 finishes, in fact 3 finishes on board. Such a massive performance. Silly Esports, you've got to give it to them. Their experience is massive, but in this fight, they never really stood a chance. But Medal Esports have heard all of these shots from the back lines, and it seems like they will look to capitalize.
They will definitely look to capitalize, and Grind 1, they need to be careful. They will have a lot of replenishments from the crates that are there inside the shacks, but Medal, they have a positional advantage. Might be able to spot. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Jaga has been spotted.
He's managed to spot out the players, and the only problem for Grind 1 is that I don't think they'll have time and the space to reposition once again. Jaga OP, the Pixel once again being spotted, and he was being punished for it. Thankfully, didn't really take that much of a damage, but I'm pretty sure his helmet has been broken off.
Well, he will definitely panic a little bit for a few seconds, but Grind 1, they know for a fact that they need to hold on to their positions. Medal, though, getting extremely eager to run into this fight to try and secure a few points. Well, not run into the fight exactly. They are waiting patiently for the players of Grind 1 to reveal themselves.
Yes.
There is no incentive to be aggressive right now. Both these teams holding quite close to the center of the zone, and there was no incentive for Silly Gaming to take the fight as well, to be honest. Oh, it was Medal who actually helped them out from the flank.
See, sometimes those micro details, you always get to see them in the highlights, but
yeah.
For Medal Esports, we talked about them in the pre-show before this game as well, and the only adjective that I used to describe this team was discipline, and once again, the discipline is in front of us. I mean, it could have been very easy for them to set up a flank, try and get the first contact, but they haven't done anything. They haven't moved an inch. And the ball right now is in the court of the other team, Grind 1 Esports. They know they have the disadvantage, and they will have to find out an exit strategy from this one. But this fight, Forest Apes, do they know the GWL is just lying in the vicinity?
And it's surprising seeing GWL in this position, because as we were discussing, we expected them to actually bridge block anyone trying to cross from the Camp Alpha Island. But I guess they also realized that there are 2 exits from Camp Alpha. One is from the bridge towards Hatton, the other one is going to be the bridge towards the ruins area. And GWL, they could only block one of them, but Forest Ape, they are being extremely cautious with how they want to move around. Ash, he is completely isolated, but at least he has gained a decent position, decent ground for his teammates. So Forest Ape might be able to rejoin them in that position. But ladies and gentlemen, we were talking about X-Park, and it seems like they've decided to rotate from that Ruins Island. Painan, even that city is empty, but do they expect it to be empty this late in the game?
I think so, especially with the circle shifting away from them. Also, another important news is the fact that Forest Apes have had a substitution. Phoenix is in the backlines right now. Yash has joined as the 4th player alongside WizGod, AK and Ash. So I'm going to find out how that works out. And it seems like the 4 players, they are working with Ash in tandem. Of course, Ash in the front lines doing all the scouting missions. But I think looking at the map, the way they are moving forward, they're just heading towards that central cluster.
I mean, they can, and it might lead them into a very precarious spot, but we can't really say anything until we see how they're planning to take the fights, because they will be forced to deal with a lot of pressure if they end up colliding, getting spotted out by the team surrounding them. You can see that cluster Insane towards the south. Grind 1 still holding on to the shack that they stole from the players of Silly Gaming, and as you guys remember, a few moments ago, even Medal was in the similar position, so it will definitely be quite a hefty spot to be in. But then We have the players from the side of Troublemakers on our screens, and as always, Salty, looking to cause some trouble.
Yeah, I mean, this squad, they've always moved about in that one vehicle, all 4 players.
Yeah.
They are the destroyers, and they move like an absolute gang. We've kind of seen in the last game 4 Troublemakers, they kind of outshine them, who are their arch rivals. They're the arch nemesis.
It is good to carpool, Salty.
It is good to carpool, absolutely. It saves a lot of fuel, it saves a lot of time as well, and I'm pretty sure it saves the world from getting polluted, ladies and gentlemen. So always carpool, but inside of the game, never.
Yeah, inside of the game, we have seen teams destroyed literally in about 2 or 3 seconds as the vehicles blow up and all 4 players just get popped. In a second, a TMZ, they need to be careful as well, because Execute from the high ground can cause a lot of damage. It's going to be Nitin kicking things off. Fury knocked out. You have 3 players hiding behind the factory. The wall of smoke's laid out so that they can close and cross over to the compound, go for a revive. But Execute, Nitin, still holding on to that high ground advantage while the rest of the 3 players just go and commit for that push. Hybrid is there with the rest of his squad, and this will allow even Nitin the opportunity to secure a few extra finishes from the backlines. But Fury, he has a teammate, Gori, right next to him. The revive should come in from the side of Troublemakers soon.
This is an absolute chess fight, to be honest. The space that was vacant in that factory was capitalized by Team Execute right from the start. But Nitin, he cannot get taken down from the backlines, but it's godlike. And they finally come into the picture in a massive, massive create a world of trouble for Execute Esports. Nitin, I'm not really sure what he was doing. He had no information about that position, but now finally it seems like Execute Esports, they don't really care what happens in the backlines because the frontliners, they're doing all the heavy lifting.
Yeah, the 3 players from the side of Team Execute just completely focused on picking off the lads from Troublemakers. In the meanwhile, though, Nitin also can actually crawl towards his teammates to the safer side of the ridge, and we see Poison in the backlines running for the revive. The nade is going to be locked by Fury. What a brilliant knock! Hybrid taken care of. Execute. They are stuck in a very awkward spot. Sneak, we see him in the backlines, and there's Poison going for a revive as well. They need to wrap things up as quick as possible. Otherwise, Troublemakers, they have the opportunity to commit for a push, secure the finishes, and move on.
The king move, of course, in this fight was Nitin. His involvement in the backlines could have actually prevented TMZ from crossing over and creating this diversion for Execute Esports, but that never really happened because godlike from the picture, they've just finished everything and all the plans that they had right now. Nitin and Sneaks will try and bring this back, but I don't think they will be able to cross over the distance.
Oh, quite close to Nitin. The Molotov was there in the backlines, but it does manage to avoid the damage. Team Execute. 2 players again knocked out. Poison and Hybrid on their knees. And Sneak sneaking around the broken wall. Spots out Fury. 1 knock secured. The second spray connecting. A brilliant job done. Switching over to the DBS, looking for the 3rd. And if he gets it, it's going to be the end of the Troublemakers. Team Execute, Sneak. A brilliant 1v4.
I mean, to be honest, I had no clue that Sneaks, he was in position to do a 1v3 over there. It was a mistake and a half, to be honest, from the other side. They shouldn't have given him individual 1v1s. Players dropping in from their high grounds, walking out in the open. This is criminal at this level, but 4 finishes by this lad. He has completely wiped off the opposition. And now finally Execute Esports, they can move their merry ways. But they have to find out that Godlike has also moved. Godlike finally finding that rotation. It seems like Jelly was on a scouting mission on towards Lakawi. He found that knock, but that was about it. Now he has rejoined with his team nearby Bhan. And that just means one thing. Team Execute Esports, they're gonna take the sweet time in the world because the entire Eastern Shoreline is so much out in the open.
The Eastern Shoreline is quite exposed. I mean, there's still a lot of positions that you can hold on to. A massive cluster of compounds just right of Bhan. You have those compounds west of Lakavi as well. I'm worried about the teams playing from the southern side, and towards the southern edge, we have the players of Exp. Oh, now. Entity Gaming, Gamla boy spotted out. His back is exposed. Spray God wanted to go for a spray, but I think that was just the backpack that was visible to him. So not really an opportunity for him to cause a lot of damage. And now X-Spark, they might have just given away their position to the players of Entity.
I think that's fine because he's got the support of Dreams. Still a 2-man team. They have 4 finishes already, but are they aware about Somraj's position? Somraj on the flank. is on a wide split, but finally I think they do witness that the vehicle does appear. So that kind of clears up the picture for Team X-Park on what exactly is the situation. And Team Entity, them and Team TX will be duking out for a long time because the entire Southern Avenue, there are so many teams. The player density, Johnny, is so high.
Yeah, but this replay, the fight between Troublemakers and Team Execute. Troublemakers, so many opportunities for them to commit for the push, but Sneak in the last few moments, just denying everything all alone. He had picked off Guri a few moments ago, and the last three players, as they went for the push, were just annihilated.
I mean, they certainly were annihilated. And I did not expect Sneaks to kind of pull off that 1v4 out of his pocket, but now that he has it, he will be in my eyesight for a while. And I'm pretty sure under the crosshairs of multiple players, because now he can actually change games on his own terms. Forest Apes on the other side, they're still in that hesitation, deadlock versus GWL. They know, they sense it, they sniff it, but they cannot execute their plans against them so far. And it seems like that has been the healthy way of approaching this. The entire map of Sanhok has sort of seen so many hesitations from teams.
Oh!
And finally, it seems like the circle is gonna bless Godlike with open arms right now.
It's not just Team Godlike. Look at the players from Downhill as well. They also have a decent position to work with. Now, OST, the ball is in their court. They get to decide which compound they want to snatch. The players from the side of Downhill, their compound, or are they going to charge towards the players of Godlike? Era Esports towards the southern of the match, southern side of the circle, also in a decent position to end this game with a high number of placement points on the board. But for now, Xbox still looking to take on the players of Entity, and in fact it's Medal in their crosses right now. Sayam spotted out the shotgun. What a shot! Spray got knocked out mid-rotation right in his face, but Pukar in the back lines, and Sayam, look at him jiggling left and right, just juking the players of Xbox. They're down to 3 players remaining. Sayam still trying to escape. His teammates are there. The support is looking quite good. Sarang taking a lot of damage, and Xbox, they have risked it all, and they are about to get sandwiched between the players of Entity, but Dreams still dreaming for a win, and he will keep on dreaming as of now. Gamla Boy knocked out. The Molotov is going to be lobbed. Somraj looking for a revive. Needs to be careful.
I mean, Dreams has the last line of defense. He's the best man to rely on top, and it seems like it's not Team X-Park who is involved in a sandwich situation. Even Team Entity right now will be in trouble because it's Team Grind1 Esports who's involved in the picture and finally taking down the likes of Somraj. Team Entity, without their IGL right now, will be in a massive world of trouble. And I think even Dreams can try and press that finish switch at this point and try and flip the switch. Team Entity in massive world of trouble.
Well, they are going to be in a world of trouble, but let's see. Can they bring themselves out of it? Grind1 though, looking actually quite decent compared to their run in Game 1. 4 eliminations on the board. Troy from the side of Entity knocked out. Dreams is still there. He is still present in this game, and he's still looking for more eliminations, going up against Entity. Another man knocked out. Gamla Boy in the backlines hiding behind that rock, and he's going to be spotted out by Dreams. There is absolutely no utility on this player, but Gamla Boy, we see him, the nade being cooked. It's going to be lobbed, and this is going to be the end of Dreams' dream for the win of this game.
But before Gamla Boy went out, he secured 15 first hit kits for himself. Man actually can play that heal battle, but on the other side, it is an absolute warfare going on, ladies and gentlemen. It's Team Insane. They've been wiped off. GWL in the middle of nowhere. They were being pressured by Forest Apes, but it seems like Team Insane charged against them. It's still Jazzy just waiting around that corner, and it seems like he hasn't really been spotted so far. Nades were lobbed in, but his accurate position has still yet to be found.
And he can't really do anything about this, all alone, stuck in an awkward spot. Oh, wow. That is a nice 2-pointer coming in from WizGod. The players from GWL destroyed in just a split second. Still, the cluster towards the southern edge, Salty. There's going to be so much chaos in this. The only team that can actually take a clear advantage of the circle is the side of Downhill Esports, sticking still towards that western edge of the zone.
And even Forest Apes have that opportunity to take that western edge and find that entry. They can easily find an exit from this particular fight if they go the other side, but it seems like they do have other plans, and those plans involve finding Jazzy and taking him down, number one, and also preventing other teams from rotating inside. It seems like WizGod is on that hunting mission, but this can massively backfire as he has no clue on where exactly the play is. Jazzy has already given up on that backpack, has already given up on multiple resources.
Oh no.
What exactly is happening? The reptiles are back in action, ladies and gentlemen. This is Sandhawk, and you have to listen to your sound cues. The hiss sound is coming from Jazzy right now.
Yeah, and he's going to look to secure that finish point for his team as quickly as possible. Another elimination on the board. And the Forest Apes, big mistake from their side. Yash and AK looking to secure that western edge of the zone. And it can be theirs, but they won't really have a lot of cover to work with. In the meanwhile, Jazzy spotted out. Shots connecting on his body. One more. If it connects, he is run in this match. It's going to be over.
Yeah, for sure, but Forest Apes is still playing it from the edges. Can be very risky. But on the other side, it's Godlike who is causing so much troubles. I mean, look at where Team OST is. They're in the middle of nowhere. The only piece of cover that Outcast Noob has is that massive boulder right up front. But look at the artillery that was charged at him. This is inhuman. This is merciless.
Yeah, just threw everything and the kitchen sink to take him out. But Team Godlike, they have two of their players also knocked out. Jonathan and Aditya down on their knees. Z-God with a Molotov looking to wrap things up. It is going to be extremely difficult. In the meanwhile, OST going for a push. And it's going to be Devotees nades that secure the position for the side of OST. He will finish off Jelly. Z-God going for a revive on towards Jonathan. But look at the amount of utility OST still have to work with. Another nade in the right spot. And Team Godlike, their run of this matchup, it is going to be done. Numbers advantage is still there, Salty.
They certainly have their advantage, but it seems like Jonathan wants to take that exit, but the engine's rumbling is going to get so much attention from OST. Shots were fired, but the tires have been taken out. Jonathan, a massive save, but it seems like in the back lines, Z-God is going to pay the sacrificial price. But from top as well, there is another presence in the form of Team Metal Esports. Jonathan, he will try everything in his power to stay alive for his fans, for his teams, but that is not going to be possible. Metal Esports, they are entering the circle like an absolute chariot.
Tunnel vision on the threat up ahead. Team Godlike forgetting where they are. The lands of Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. Third parties are so common in this game. Medal down to their last man on court, taking a lot of damage from the blue. Has no first stage to work with, and he still is going to be panicking about the team in the flank. But look at this, Salty, stage 7. And we are already down to 4 teams. 10 players alive in this matchup. And now it is clear. Downhill, they have a very big advantage in this end game.
Exactly.
The only option for the other squads is to look for first aids. Try and out-heal them in the end.
Exactly. I mean, this entire game, the entire circle was sort of built. It was the game handed to Downhill Esports on a silver platter.
Yeah.
The only point is how many finishes did they acquire? How much can they bank on this game to uplift them on the overall standings will be the question. But out of nowhere, Team OST Esports have done such a massive job in outlasting everyone else, and now they have a fighting chance. They can move from cover to cover.
Downhill's cover is gone. They're forced outside that compound. Just an edge, but still it is so much pressure to deal with. Mistakes made, all players exiting through the same door. One of them was knocked out, but 3 players still left standing. Evil OP Param and have Sevenster, which is hiding behind the same tree.
Yeah, I mean, Team OST, they have done this they've made this possible, as a matter of fact. Nade's coming in. It is pitch perfect. 1 bounce. And that is it. In the right spot, of course. And with that being said, it seems like Team OST, they've cleaned up Downhill Esports. But in the backlines, there is one player who is playing that heal battle. We'll just have to find out who it is. It is Gambler Boy from Team Entity. We had no clue he was there, but I knew it.
Yeah.
He secured those 15 first aid kits, and he's still left with 9. So this game is going to...
What a save, what a comeback, what a callback from Gambler Boy in this matchup. As you said, it was a long time ago in this match where we saw the players of Entity fall. And after that, it was just a question, will this man make it through? And well, he has 3 elimination points on the board, making it to the top 2, 15-point match. That is good, Salty.
That is absolutely good. I mean, Gamla Boy, he hasn't just performed with his gun. He definitely has been in those MVP standings, but look at the awareness of mind. Even before his team goes down, he gets so many first aids, secures that finish, secures that second position finish for his team. We were talking about Team Entity, and it seems like they've performed yet again.
You know what they say, mind over matter, and this man, he's playing with his mind. Well, that was the only option. The weapons weren't definitely going to work in 1v4s. Especially, you remember the cluster Entity went down, and it was so difficult to escape, but still, OST, their steal from the players of Downhill Esports for this win is also amazing. But I think it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to call it. The last first aid has been utilized, and as Gamla Boy falls, OST, they celebrate an impressive winner-winner chicken dinner with 13 eliminations on the board.
Absolutely, this has been a game and a half for OST Man Esports, and they certainly have had something else for breakfast because 2 back-to-back good games for this lineup. The first game, of course, they missed out by a whisker, but this one, they secured everything. The circle was also not in their favor, but it was sheer willpower, not just against the fight between Downhill Esports, but also against Godlike. The way they took them down in spite of that third-party situation against Metal Esports, it takes enormous mental power and capacity to survive that much pressure.
Exactly, and another team that was quite brilliant in this game, well, at least for the start, was Execute, and specifically Sneak. That 1v4 against the players of Troublemakers was very impressive. But now, this game of Sanok, it was quite contrasting to what our start of the day looked like. This one was completely action-packed.
Absolutely. This was action-packed, and like I said, right, you cannot expect anything. You just to go with the flow and just expect the unexpected, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of expecting the unexpected, we've got some freaky stuff which is being prepared in the backlines, ladies and gentlemen. Crofton has made something nice for all you lovely consumers of BGMI, of course. It is inside of the game. It is the Royal Pass I'm talking about. It is absolutely fabulous. But we've had a promo prepared for you guys, which is coming right about now.
Sure they know. With a new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
Hey, don't be default. Where your creed, man? I heard that you were not actually getting yourself some sort of blessing. So Fool is here, and Fool's blessing is something which you definitely need. Just go inside your game, check it out, and I'm pretty sure you are going to have a ball, especially with that purple skin. Johnny knows it. Purple is my favorite color. And I recently discovered that this particular cosmetic has a couple of hands and fingers inside of it. So if your hands are not enough for you to aim against the opposition, then 2 hands are extra to support you.
Definitely, but
I need that.
I enjoyed this RP promo as well. I mean, I guess as soon as it's out, we can get a little freaky inside of BGMI as well. Just like the team of OST in this map of Sanok, they were extremely freaky because with how the zone moved towards Downhill, I expected them to charge towards them directly. No, that's not how they roll. They went for Godlike first.
Yeah, it seems like their condition was set. The win condition for them was to take down everyone in the back lines, not have any other factor taking it away from them when they fight against their final opposition, that was Downhill Esports, of course. I mean, speaking of the final opposition, it has to be Gamla Boy, but Gamla
Yeah,
Boy
that
was
is
in
true.
a completely
That
different
is true.
territory altogether. Man was constantly healing himself. But so much went down the line, especially in this game of Sanhok. For sure, we've had a fair share of laugh. I hope you guys have a fair share of laugh when we witness it once again in the highlights, of course. It's been massively brilliant right from the get-go. Pokar
Yeah.
just charging in against Team 4HM with 6 bullets in his chamber. That is it. That was the start of it.
I'll be honest, Salty. I mean, this match was so action-packed that I forgot about these two early fights.
Yes!
Where OST actually kicked things off, picking off the players of Version 9. And of course, before that, it was X-Pac hunting down the opposition for Horsemen and just finishing them off within the first 2 minutes of the match.
Yeah, I mean, those two fights, like you said, it skipped my mind as well. But this fight, never really. Tony,
Yeah.
MVP, just wide swinging. I sometimes call it the Ferrari peak, just goes wide and snaps his neck with the DBS. That was brilliant. But this moment, it has to be put up on a pedestal because this was absolutely brilliant. A solo man, he held his position till the end, but when he actually found that finish switch, he pressed it like it meant his world.
He was not taking his finger off the trigger.
Yeah.
That is that one thing in that fight. I mean, the man just kept going. He's like, all right, I will go down, but I'm not going down without a fight. I will make sure that you guys are bleeding by the time my boy shows up. But this was also another interesting moment. Insane against the players of GWL. The wall of smokes, not really the distraction they were hoping for. And Jazzy, he was the last survivor from that fight. And he also was an absolute menace to the players of Forest Ape, at least.
I mean, speaking about Forest Apes, I think their positioning up until the very ending stage was also pretty good. They were trying to breach, they were trying to create problems for every other team, but it never really felt like Forest Apes had a commanding position inside the circle. They never really fought for those commanding positions. It seemed like they were always looking to find third parties after third parties, and that just resulted them being cornered in a position out of nowhere.
You know, it was the last shift of the circle. This forced the players of Downhill Esports out in the open, and by the time they got ready to step outside of those shacks, OST, they already have the cover of those rocks, those boulders, and they were prepared for the win. The utility behind that rock, that was so well timed. I mean, before that, they did in fact dish out a little bit of damage with the weapons as well, so the players were already extremely low, and that one nade just finishing things off. Downhill Esports, I mean, this was an overall a decent game from their end, but of course, had they moved out or had they tried to take the fight against OST just a few seconds earlier, maybe it would have been a different result.
You know, I'm not being too critical over here, but I think Downhill Esports, they didn't really have to move an inch throughout this game, to be honest. They had the circle, and you mentioned it properly. It was Downhill and Godlike at one point, but then even Godlike had to sort of try and adjust to the circle, of course. But Johnny, this was the weapon that I was talking about. Look at those extra hands. They help you aim, actually. Especially that is what I feel. I try to manifest that there are 2 extra hands trying very hard for me to aim against my opposition. That's the only way I'll get some chicken dinners on board.
Yeah, and we also know you're going to blame those hands when you end up losing.
It's fine. We'll do a 1v1. We'll do a 1v1 sometimes, ladies and gentlemen. I've had a lot of people, even Arca, as a matter of fact, has said that he can beat me, but I am very confident on my skills. And another team that is very confident on their skills, at least today, has been Team OST. You've got to... I don't know what they had for breakfast, but it seems like this is a completely different lineup altogether. Where was this outfit throughout week 1 and this day as well?
Hey man, it's not just you and me who's asking the question. I'm pretty sure everyone's wondering where was this team, but hopefully this time in week 2 they can bring themselves back, because this is what we were hoping for, right? We were hoping in the second week when the teams come back, they will have a better idea and a better understanding of how they want to play these particular lobbies, because me and Fixes, and I believe you also had the same discussion about how critical this format can be. A single mistake, a single game missed out on, and you lose a lot of positions on that leaderboard. Because let's not forget, you're not just competing within your group. There's a cumulative leaderboard with all 96 teams present, and from that particular leaderboard is how you qualify for the finals. And over there, it's just madness, because you have to keep track of where you are within your group, and then keep track of where the teams of blue group are. So it is extremely it will be an intense set of matches that OST will have to pull off, but hey, if this is the sort of run that they can maintain, then maybe just by the end of today, they're going to find themselves within the top 4 of this red group.
You know, this is one of the reasons why I've always said that you cannot celebrate way too early, even when Godlike got their chicken, even when Team Insane had got their chicken dinner as well. I've said it that you cannot celebrate too early because this format is gruesome, as a matter of fact. And the only way OST can mount a comeback from the debacle of week 1 is by securing those bonus points at the end of the week. Those bonus points will be the only ones which will help them cover the trail, which will help them get closer at the very top, and possibly inside of week 3 hit it outside the park. Not outside the park, inside the top 16, by the way. Cricket references right there. But coming back in the topic, OST for now, they have that momentum set. But that is the keyword, momentum, which will be broken very soon. But speaking of momentum, one player had a lot of momentum inside of this game. This is going to be the MVP of the map of Sanhok. Any guesses? I think it's going to be...
I don't think it's going to be Sneak. Sneak got picked up too early. But if he is, I mean, we will be happy. It is Devotee from the side of OST. And why not? I mean, he was phenomenal. His utilities were the ones in the end game that helped his teammates secure the win. And plus, if you have the courage to just run towards the players of a team like Team Godlike and hold on just for the sake of your entire squad, you deserve an MVP just for that.
Absolutely. The way they pressured Godlike was brilliant. But look at the numbers. We've had some crazy individual numbers in this game, Johnny. You've got 6 on AKOP, you've got 6 on Sneaks, you've got 5 on Adi, and 3 on Pukar. It seems like the finish numbers were stacked on top of these players. Even Forest Apes, as a matter of fact, we witnessed WizGod get those 6 finishes in the first game, in the second game, pardon for that, and in the third game, it's AKOP who shined really bright. Do you think a comeback is on the cards for this particular team?
I mean, today has been quite decent. Even in the first game, they were there in the top 4. Even in this match, I believe they made it to the top 4. And since they are racking up those elimination numbers, they can be in a position from where they at least get a minimum of 10 bonus points. But 10 is definitely not going to be enough for a team like Forest Ape. They have to aim for that 25.
Absolutely. I mean, just reminds me of one thing which Fixie said. I think they dearly missed Trigger in this lineup specifically. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just transition into the point standings and understand how these teams fared on the map of Sanhok. Of course, at the very top, no surprises whatsoever. It's going to be Team OST. 13 eliminations and 15 position points, 28 points overall. It's been a fabulous outing so far. They had 20 points secured from the second game, 28 right now. This team is having a ball.
Yeah, they are on fire indeed, but they will have to make sure that they are able to hold on to this position, not just today, but by the end of tomorrow as well. Why? Just because of the bonus points. But we also have Entity Gaming following them up, and as we were discussing about Forest Ape, this week 2 is looking good for them. Up until now, it is actually looking pretty good.
I mean, so far, yes, for sure, but they will have to keep up. And I think that big winner chicken dinner is something which they still miss as of now. Godlike, of course, after that good performance, they had the game sort of in their favor, but could not capitalize. One position point, especially when you have that circle on top of you for so long, I think that was a big hit and miss from Godlike.
Yeah, it was. I mean, they tried their level best, and it was actually OST and their level of aggression. I mean, no one's going to expect a team on the lower ground to just force a fight the way they did. And Medal, yeah, that third party is... the third party was basically the final nail in the coffin, because from there, where do you go? The only way Godlike tried to make an escape was towards that eastern side, towards the circle, but that was the exact position where the player from the side of Medal showed up, and it was that final nail in the coffin that put them out of their misery. But OST, they committed for an uphill push, and Godlike, they could absolutely do nothing to stop them.
I mean, there is nothing that you can actually do to stop OST when they're in top form, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking about top form, I hope that the other teams who are going to play the next game, they are in top form as well. It is going to be matchup of Group 8 and Group 12.
Well, I was just about to tell Salty how there's one thing that can be done, and that is swap the groups, which is what is about to happen. We have Group 12, as it has already been mentioned. 7 Habit, Gen X FM, Claw, Newman, Titan, Hub, 4 Troublemakers, and Lucknow Giants returning to the party for the second time today. And ladies and gentlemen, guess who's back? It is going to be my man Fixes joining me. Fixes, did you enjoy that chaos of Sanhok? Did you miss the opportunity to cast that game.
Every single second of it. For a point, I felt like I was casting along with you guys. So many things were happening.
Yeah.
And we were kind of trying to catch our breath over there, especially in those final few circles. Gotta feel bad for Team Godlike. But when you look at how they're transitioning, one good thing you must have observed, Jelly loves to take that Bahan area.
Yes.
Whilst he was at OR, he was doing the same thing again and again. But this time, they kind of messed up a little bit. But OST, kudos to them.
I mean, with Team Godlike, what you just pointed out, I think this is something that we have noticed. Now the strategies that they are trying to work on are a mixture of the legacies that all four of these players have from their past. It'll be a little bit of a mix what Jelly is used to, his drops, his play style combined with the aggression that the players of Godlike can bring on the board. But unfortunately, it will take a little bit more time, it feels like, to fix the details that are there in those team fights, because it was a lot of positional mistakes. But hey, they have this map of Wakendi. Maybe they can work on it, and especially considering this is going to be a slow game.
Yeah, of course. It might be a slow game. We still don't know. There are instances we've been pushed back a little bit. Suddenly, looking at awe as to what's really happening.
Yeah.
But again, along with how good the other teams were, let's talk about Forest Apes a bit, because they played 2 games, and of course they did not get the chicken dinner, but they're racking up quite a lot of finishes.
They've been consistent. I mean, top 4, top 3 in the 2 matches that they played, and they're not the only ones. I mean, we talked about OST as well. That is one team that can give them a run for their money. But who do you think will be in the top 3 of this game of Wakendi? I'm giving you an easy one. Top 3 fixes, not even the winner.
I kind of feel this is one of those games where Ape is going to make something through. Maybe the players of Medal as well. I'm going to go with my old players.
Alrighty, let's see what's going to happen, because ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Big Bird to hit the sky and for us to head towards the map of Wakendi, the flight path starting from the eastern edge of the map, and it will go towards the southwestern quadrant of the map towards Bihar. This is one of the best flight paths you can ask for on this entire map.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering how Weekend is a rather smaller place in comparison to Erangel or Miramar. But again, this is one of those games where you kind of look forward to the first circle.
Yeah.
There are 2 instances. Sometimes it's around the center. Sometimes you have that flip switch being activated, and suddenly you kind of are forced into thinking what's going to happen next. But then you have those concentric circle sort of shrinking towards you. But yes, eyes will definitely be on the big dogs over here. Of course, Team X Park have been having a decent performance. I mean, in terms of finishes at least, but not in terms of position, I must say.
Oh, but look at this, a central circle, and this time I think the players of Godlike are going to be extremely happy, quite close to their home ground of Cosmodrome. The center, of course, being Mount Kresnik and Podvosto, just between those positions. But Fixtures, I have to ask you one thing. I mean, you've used the phrase, my favorite phrase, whenever I'm sitting with Salty on the desk, back in our days, right? And back in those days, Wakendi used to have hybrid circles. Half of it would be in water.
I think these days also we get to witness that, right?
It's quite rare though now.
Not really rare, but maybe in the tournaments over here, lately we might not have been seeing, but there will be one of those days, there will be one of those weekendies. We've got to wait for the right opportunistic moment, right? Now, considering at how the circle has formed and Team X Park going for a massive split, that kind of forces me into thinking what they're really up to. Are they kind of sticking to the contingency plan, try to get a few meds up, maybe survive, or is it all about having that little positional advantage?
I think considering it is Mount Kresnik where Sarang is, a 1-3 split coming Sarang, the isolated play on top of Mount Kresnik, there won't really be that much of a threat from the northern part of the map, and he can easily just come down towards the eastern side, join his teammates in Podvosto. They will have the line of fire available to protect him as well. But a few moments ago, we did see the players of Silly Gaming quite close to the players of Newman, and they were in those vehicles. And that makes me wonder, did Newman spot them, and are they going to keep a track of where the players of Silly are going?
You kind of mentioned a really important point over here, Sarang's positioning. We know in circles like this, we kind of have witnessed things kind of going towards Kresnik, but there have been those moments where we've witnessed the Podvosto circles as well. But there was this another discussion I was having with one of the coaches of a team that's not really playing. He kind of had this opinion that a lot of these teams, a lot of these players have not had enough experience around Vikendi, especially around the topography of this particular map. Because had they researched, because everybody knows in a map like Erangel, you know how to play around certain areas. But in Vikendi, I really doubt if you can say the same.
Yeah, if Vikendi can get extremely tricky to actually survive, and especially in the late game stages. We have seen how scrappy the team fights are in the last few days, and I think majority of the teams have just figured out that, all right, we are going to try and play a positional-oriented play style, at least for this map. Just try and see if we can survive till the late game stages, make it to the top 5 with 2 eliminations on the board, and that should be enough. But Hub Esports on our screens, and we see one of the players knocked out. Should be an easy finish for Titan to secure, but Hub also are going with a very awkward strat, at least in the early stages of the game. They went for a 2-1-1 split. And while we see Bijlu, who is about to get stabbed to his demise, another one of his teammates can actually be caught off guard, because Lucifer right now is roaming quite close to the players of Godlike.
Oh, that was a deep cut.
Yeah.
Gotta say that. But, you know, when we talk about how teams are really approaching Vikendi this particular week, one thing is for certain, right? Everybody wants those first aids, right? As many as they can collect, because we've seen those heal battles also ensuing in this one frozen field. But when we talk about the teams and how they've positioned, especially when you look at the southern territory, you've got so many of those teams out there. You've got 7 Habit, who've had a really good start in towards today's evening. That one fight against Newman, and especially how Drago played, I think he's already won my heart.
But the only problem with 7 Habit is the inconsistency that has been put on display from there and in the past, and this time around looking to turn that fate around towards the southwestern edge of the map. As you guys can see, 7 Habit, their entry is definitely going to be blocked. But this is going to be an interesting game of Vikendi for sure, fixtures, because now there's a cluster towards the northern edge. There will be 2 teams at least colliding towards the eastern edge of the circle. Southern side is also going to be a very hefty cluster where Newman might face a lot of issues in terms of dealing with pressure, because it will be one team after the other charging towards their direction. And I think in amongst all of this chaos, Error Esports and X-Pac, if they are just patient, they can actually have a pretty brilliant matchup.
You know, now that you mentioned X-Pac, I'm starting to get a little worried about Sarang, because he's at Mount Cresnich, right? Which is actually a point of interest. But hold on. IGL, he's got his eyes pinched down, and he will not fail in delivering a knock there. Does manage to connect the shots. But the big question, however, is he actually going to commit for a push?
I don't think so. I think it is definitely going to be out of question, because even though it was a pretty easy knock, PMW IGL, he realizes that he will have to, you fall back. He is also alone. It's not like he has his entire team around him. It's solo man out here.
That was actually funny, right? Spots one out, gets the knock, and he's like, I'm out of here. I have nothing doing, no business at all. But, you know, coming back to the point I was trying to establish over here, because I really feel like a lot of teams are going to try to force on towards Kresnich, right? This is where Sarang, he's playing away from his team, and he's got to use his own minds, right? Realize that he's the lonesome player, because the others, the rest, they're around Port Vosto, and it's going to take them a while before they can really join him.
Yeah, he has to be extremely patient and extremely careful with how he plays that position. In the meanwhile, on our screens, we have the players from Downhill Esports. The top 3 finish in the last match. Not really what they were hoping for. They were looking for the win. The circle favoring them for a long time. But look at this. Genex FM. Insidious spotted out. Sparky with an aid. Does secure a knock. How does that one connect?
I mean, surely he's been practicing a lot in the training grounds, hasn't he? Because right now, Titan and Genex FM, both these teams need to get some points, have not had the best of starts, but Titan seems like to have already accumulated 2 finishes already. Certainly going to bolster up their morale, at least in this one game. And Vikendi, Sandhawk, these are those maps where you can really, flip the tables, where you can really do something out of the ordinary, amass a lot of points. And that is, both these teams, they're eyeing out for the same thing.
Well, the extraordinary moves that we are hoping for, looking forward to. Genex FM, they're going to have to pull a few of those if they want to bring themselves back in this game. Titan with a brilliant cover to work with. Still looking for the opposition. And Genex FM, they were split up. But look at that feed. It seems like the players of Godlike are taking a fight against the players of Hub. And I believe Hub, they have been wiped from the match entirely.
I think it has to do more with the confidence levels really going low, because imagine a team like Godlike, suddenly they come out of Cosmodrome, they're kind of wondering about, they see a player. And it was Z-God that sort of initiated that fight,
Yeah.
and the rest just followed them.
They had time to line up their vehicles. What just happened in that one? Team Godlike definitely living up to the name Godlike, I guess. And Hub feeling the pressure. 3 eliminations secured by the players of Godlike, but they have to be careful. We saw them take that exit from that Cosmodrome, and what I am worried about is the backlines, because you still have the players from 4 Troublemakers up north.
You know, right now, Team Godlike, they're looking like a well-oiled machine, right?
Yeah.
To be honest, they've got their cogs right, they've put in the works, and yeah, it's all about, you know, trying to fix those positional plays, those important decision-making, which I think, in contrast to Week 1, has certainly just gotten better. But when you talk about Team Newman, right? Miramar game was phenomenal. They did rack up a lot of points. Wixky went in with that clutch, but now Newman needs to set foot with a chicken dinner, right? They need something to really hold on to, and maybe Gen X FM, again, one of those teams, Johnny, they were positioned at 13th by the end of week number 1, and certainly not having the best of starts into this particular week. They really need to buckle up.
Well, they're trying to make sure that they hold on to the advantage that they have. It will definitely be difficult. And I do agree with you. They need to buckle up and start showing their true colors, because the expectations from this lineup were massive when we saw the players for the first time in this BMPS 2023. But again, a stark contrast to what the expectations were are the results that are put on the board.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, when you talk about a team like Gen X FM, of course, they gave you those high hopes, right? And especially after having such a sublime start to week number 1, which sort of brings the conversation back to another team in the previous game, Team OST, right? They managed to get the chicken dinners. And of course, you guys were talking about them making a monumental comeback. But I kind of feel like they were sort of in the midst of things, right? They were kind of placed around 38, which I feel, after having 2 successful games, I think that will definitely, you know, put them a few places up. But of course, Group Blue has already finished off their matches, but seems like Error Esports, they're making a few good runs over there. I think 1 finish already secured.
1 finish is there on the board. They can look for a few more, considering it was a mid-rotation collision against the players of Downhill. In the meanwhile, Medal on our screens, looking to push in towards the circle from the northwestern edge of the map, and it's going to be a free entry for Medal Esports, considering there was no one standing in their way. The only team that could have stopped them was Hub Esports, and Hub, as you guys can see, their crates flashing to quite close to the players of Godlike. In the meanwhile, look at that. This is what I was talking about. 4 Troublemakers moving from up north, and the circle barely moving at all.
Yeah, look at the splash of colors, right? You've got all sets of it. You could actually paint a rainbow around there. But again, when you talk about how you really approach Weekendy, in the next circle shifts, we're going to see one of those circles throwing a curveball, right? That is the important one. I think that is something that teams like Forest Apes, they are looking forward to, playing around the edges, but seems like there is a ramen.
Well, there's going to be a slam in towards the players of Downhill, and it's Sicko Gamer leading the charge. Evil OP looking to back off. The nades lobbed out towards the opposition. Damage dished out. Sicko, he's going to be taken down. Just a smidge of HP disappearing in front of his eyes, but Evil OP needs to be extremely careful. One of the players in the back lines from the side of Downhill, trying his level best. Utility lob towards the outer side of the broken wall, but none of it actually connects.
No, Error Esports gotta give it to the cojones on these lads, the way they're initiating those fights. And Sicko Gamer finally finding that opening. I'm pretty sure they're gonna capitalize on it. They realize they've gotten that first knock, certainly looking for the second as he lobs yet another grenade. Now has that DBS. Will he switch to his first person perspective? But no, instantly just rams in, goes through, searching for yet another prey. And he finds him amidst the smoke. What on earth is happening, Johnny?
I mean, so I've learned this recently, that players have figured out that if there's... Oh, no.
Oh! What?
He stayed alive for an extra second, and then he got burned alive by that Molotov. That is unfortunate, but it was a cool moment. Thought he dodged a nade for a second.
You know, I'm just sort of flabbergasted.
Fixtures, no time for reset. Error Esports, the players from the side of Titan, they have showed up, listening to all of that commotion in the distance. And the nade, again, a brilliant move. Sparky locked out in the back. Punk trying his level best along with Nanoboy. The crossfire is going to be there, and Electro is going to fall down to it. The trade that Titan wanted, the point that they wanted is there in the back for them, but this Molotov, it is definitely going to build up the pressure on the players of Titan, force them to take a foot back, to fall back just for a few seconds at least.
You know, Electro really got ahead of himself over there. You know, just pushing all by his lonesome, did not really look for cover from the backlines, and seems like Error Esports have had to pay a hefty price, but Nanobay did not intend to lob the grenade in that particular direction, but still has a few more in his bags. As Spark, he's trying to do the same, but considering the fact that EE, they've done one good thing, they've surrounded the entire compound around those smokes, right? So it's very difficult to find those windows, but the moment it has dissipated, I think we're gonna have a fight once again.
So much utility being lobbed on the players of Error Esports. Electro, he's trying his level best in the backlines to bring his team back, but the players are surrounded. Titan, look at them. Look at how they have positioned themselves. 2 players down south, 1 up north. And the objective is quite simple. Just keep lobbing the utility upon the players of Error Esports. But this time, no errors are going to be made. Opening knock secured again. They have the numbers to work with. A 3v2. But Sicko Gamer is going to be traded out. Down to the last player. Titan surviving. All thanks to Nano Baby. But what can the man do? A 1v1 to break the tie. Sayam with a Molotov sees the opposition. Is going to be prepared with a spray, and the AKM connects. Error Esports, they bring themselves back from the verge of being eliminated.
Indeed, and they do it in style. Especially the way the fight really commenced, was sort of a little weird, to be honest. Because a lot of teams were a lot of players were going out in the open. But look at the crash coming by. The players of Movement, Clutch God leading the fray. Swayam in really low HP out there. Vixky will follow suit, but it is Shadow finds that one knock. But Senior is there with the response.
Well, the trade is definitely going to be there, but Error Esports, they don't really have a lot of HP to work with. The Molotov to force the player out.
Clean.
And in fact, they force them back to the lobby. Newman, they are there for the cleanup. Error Esports, that was a valiant effort, but nothing much they could have done. Just 2v4, they tried the level best. Newman, perfect strike from their side as well.
You know, they kind of were inside the zone and suddenly just came a little away. Of course, this fight is happening inside it. But they were around Gen X FM. They were looking for a compound and seems to have, hit at the right moment. They knew the iron was hot and they needed to strike there. But talking about a few other things, Gen X FM, I'm liking their positioning. But look at Team X-Park. They finally rallied their forces once again. And now they're atop Mount Kresnich.
Exactly, and it was important for them to actually be very quick about that, because had they just stayed separated for any longer, then regrouping was definitely going to be a massive challenge. But ladies and gentlemen, talk about challenges, and the Lucknow Giants dealing with a challenge of their own, and that is the fact that they are outside the circle, no control in their hands, and they are forced to rotate wide along the northern edges, moving towards the west, trying to approach the position, I believe, towards the side of coal mines. And they might just move south ever so slightly from that position to try and break inside the circle, looking for some cover. That is also where the trouble is waiting for them, in the form of medal fixes. How do they make it through?
I'm kind of starting to get a little worried. They still have avenue. They could rotate around the coal mine. But there you have Sparky.
That's the second time he's done that.
Yeah, and he's in a wicked mood right now. But this is one of those fights, right? Look at the confidence being exuded by the players of Error Esports, right? They kind of knew exactly when to hit in. They knew that they needed to isolate. They needed to secure that high ground position. But yeah, a few errors were of course committed. Now you talk about how Electro just went all in by Lonesome. And there are those moments, right, Johnny, where you're sort of starting to feel confident. You kind of take arms all by your Lonesome, and it does not pay off the way you intend to.
Yeah, it does not, but at least it paid off for the teams that showed up later.
Yeah.
A lot of squads just colliding in that one particular position. Titan going out, Error Esports going out, and Newman just still holding on to the same compound. They will have so much replenishment from the crates that were left behind. You want utility, you want ammunition, everything.
It's like a mini shop out there.
Yeah.
You know, it's all for sale and it's all for free.
Free. That's the
And
best part.
yeah, and who does not love freebies, right? But when you talk about the circle, I think it's high time we finally have that hard shift.
I mean, it is high time. It is stage 3. We always notice that stage 4 or stage 5 is where the hard shift is going to happen. And this time around, it is there.
Slightly.
Not as drastic as we
Yeah.
wanted, but slightly. It is towards the southwestern quadrant of the previous zone. Team Xbox still in the prime spot to secure a lot of points, but I think they realize they might be forced out of that Mount Kresnik high ground in a few short moments. And they've already started to move towards the players of Gen X FM. In the meanwhile, though, 4HM mid-rotation. A lot of damage on that vehicle. They are going to be forced out. One man knocked out. Medal. They have dealt with the pressure, but it's going to be the blue zone damage on the players of 4HM that might cause trouble. Top Dog, he panics.
And right now in a kind of a position where, Johnny, you kind of start to think that Medal, is this the right choice to make? Because, of course, they wanted to clear out their backgrounds, but again, in doing so, Top Dog, that was a beautiful spray, but somebody needs to tell them, both of them have to make a run inside the zone.
Look at Encore. He's trying to backstab the players of 4HM, and if they do not see this coming, this might be the end of their journey in this matchup. Encore looking to secure the finishes for his team. Realizes 4HM down to the last 2 players, and they see the smoke, so they know exactly where those 2 men are. Krypton along with Frozen. Oh, sees the pixel spray, not really connecting. But Metal, they have the opportunity to go for the push. Might not want to do that considering it is the blue zone damage they have to worry about, but the vehicle being blown up by Paradox secures the knock for the players of Metal. Frozen is going to be finished off.
Now, finally something smart there, right? Because Medal, they need not go outside the zone
Yeah.
once again. They have to go inside of it. And now, Team X-Park, they've been keeping watch, right? Now, they've got to make that climb. And this is where things really get difficult. But Team Medal, they're doing everything opposite. Instead, they want to force this fight against the players of 4HM and have managed to secure a team wipe.
Yeah, we talked about getting stuff for free fixes, right?
Yeah.
What is better than free points in the match? 4HM, that 2-2 split not really working out. Plus,
there you go.
Medal now might have just made a mistake. As you mentioned, they had to commit towards the zone. And I think now they might just realize that even though they have those 4 points in the bag, their late game survival might be up for a toss.
Indeed,
Oh!
it seems like this is going to be a frag fiesta for Spray God, who is continuing his spray, but needs to reposition himself because you've got Pukar also joining him really quickly.
Look at him, he has the line of fire and it is going to be perfect. Pukar secures the opening knock, falls back in the nick of time. Encore knocked out to his knees as well. Medal, well, no medals for this game. Siam, the last man, surviving in the backlines with the DBS, and it's going to be Spray God standing up on top of his head. The DBS being shot towards him again and again and again. So much pressure on Siam. The jump shots not really connecting, but finally Spray God, he gets the points. He gets the final finish. And X-Pac, they have 4 eliminations from this match now.
And finally, Spray God gets his revenge, right? If you
Yes.
remember about what happened in Sandhawk, it was Sayam. He was his former teammate at Marcus Gaming. And suddenly, they are going up against each other. Now, this is exactly the kind of storyline that we're bringing in for you guys, because so much has happened in the last month that now everybody, you know, you might be friends and suddenly now you are foes. But coming back to the game, right, Johnny? Team Claw seem to have the central position. But Gen X, this is the time. They must be cussing themselves had they had that one extra man.
Well, at this point, I think LG, Lucknow Giants, they might have a few things to say about their fate in this game. Prajwal, he's knocked out. Flock in the back lines. Along with Dawn and Ghosty and Sarang, he knows exactly where the opposition is. Has a decent amount of utility to work with. The finish is going to be secured with the help of that nade. What more is X-Pac looking to pull off in this matchup? Dreams, look at him getting too over-eager, looking for the flank. And Sarang, he is committing to this push along with his teammates. This is a 2v4, by the way, that they are looking to charge towards. They got lucky. They did make it and bring it down to a 2v3. But still, Lucknow Giants, they have the numbers to work with. And X-Pac, they realize that they might be running towards a trap. The backup has been called for.
Indeed has been, but what's a bigger concern for me right now is the fact that Team Xpark are a little spread out, especially Spray got fending off all by his lonesome, and this man is starting to go absolute mad. But right now, Sarang, just the moment the smoke dissipates, that's where he's got to make that move. And Puka, look at him, kind of putting his body on the line there, quite exposed. This is where he could get shot from anywhere. As we see another fight in swing where Godlike decided to charge in on Claw, and seems like they've all met the makers.
Desperate trek down the Mount Kresnik Hills, not really working out. Aditya, the last survivor from the side of Team Godlike, but as you mentioned, Xbox, they need to be careful. And in fact, extremely cautious with how they are committing towards the fight against the players of Lucknow Giants. A nice wall of smoke being laid out by the players of Lucknow Giants, and it has protected them all this time. But Flock, he's too close for comfort to the players of Xbox, and Sarang realizes that there's a man waiting for him on the other side of the tent. Yeah, that doesn't work over here, buddy.
Yeah, still fancy chances. Almost connected to the smoke. Dawn on a sliver of HP. Will need some time to administer that first hit, but Spray God has no intention of giving him that as he goes marching in and will get that finish. And that being said, Lucknow Giants, Johnny, they are done for.
Yeah, they do get wiped out. Xbox gave them ample amount of opportunity to try and reset, to try and get into a better position to deny that push, but still Xbox sticking together, securing those 4 elimination points. In the meanwhile, Gen X FM, they find themselves in contention for the prime spot inside the circle, but it's not going to be free. They will have to take the fight against Newman Gaming. In the meanwhile, Mox decides might as well to secure a few extra points from the distance, putting up the pressure on the players of Silly and the players from the side of Forest Ave. This is a fight breaking out towards the southern side, the southern edge of the circle, and AK needs to be careful. The spray looks good. Damage dished out. Another player, 2 knocks secured, goes down, but the trade still gives the advantage to the side of Forest Ave. Wizgod and Yash still left standing. The utility is going to be enough to wipe out the players of Silly Gaming and Forest Ave. Apes, it looks like another match might just go in their bag.
Certainly could go. And they're not in their natural habitats, right?
Yeah.
Apes aren't really accustomed to be playing in the tundras, but look at how they've been delivering, playing from the edges. AKOP last game managed to secure 6 finishes, and now again bolstering up, getting a lot more to his name. But Gen X FM having the central control over here. They have all the avenues to try and fend off any warding threats coming at their way. But the number, that is where it's going to hurt them. But how on earth is Aditya still alive? Look at Suk has sensed him. The nade doing massive amount of damage, but Aditya needs to rejuvenate quickly.
Oh, that nade from Aditya fell so short. Finally, he's going to have to peek to try and finish off the player from the side of 4 Troublemaker. Pixel HP left, just barely managed to survive. This man is the luckiest man alive, at least as far as this game is considered. He might be able to bring 1 more point back for his team, but System running behind that car right in the nick of time will find some cover to work with. Aditya, the last nade, realizes that the point that he was looking forward to might not really be there. He's going to be forced back into hiding.
Indeed. But now, this could be anybody's game, right? Gen X FM having a really good spot. Same goes for the players of Team Xpark. Newman, at this point, they have some other evil deeds in their mind. But Claw, for a moment, they made things easier for 40R. But now, they will take down Godlike for good.
Well, Team Godlike, they take an unfortunate exit on that 8th position. But I think 7 Habit, they might be next. As Xpark, they are looking to make that push. And 7 Habit, even the northern edge is where the pressure is going to come from. Sarang getting shot at inside the smoke is going to prone down to try and protect himself from the aggression from the players of 7 Habit. But Puka looking for the flank, sees the nade being lobbed, sees it bounce as well. Tries to avoid the damage. He has protected his position for so long. But 7 Habit, they have a lot of cover to work with. And of course, slight edge advantage, but Newman, they have had enough of the players of Gen X FM. They finally want complete control of these compounds. Mox, the last man remaining. Nade lobbed right behind him. The damage is going to be good. And Shadow with the DBS ends their misery. Newman with a prime spot inside the circle, the northern edge, all theirs. But their fight, it's not over as Claw Esports, they show up out of nowhere, and Gil, he's denied the push for so long. But Zeref, he has the flank available. IGL, the damage from the nade is going to be denied, but utility is being lobbed one after the other towards the players of Newman. It's going to force them in the corner, and Claw, they have some breathing room to work with.
Indeed they do. Right now, Newman, they've done a phenomenal job. They went in for the push, instantly came back, but look at Wixkey. The way he's been performing has really been impressive, but IGL gets out of his position, and Clutch God is there for the punish, and Newman starting to really feel themselves going in for the push, all to realize they're being shot from the back, and this is where Gale, let's see what can he pull off, because now Claw, they have their backs against the walls.
Yeah, and it's going to be the wall of death that's going to be pushing upon them as well. Sagar does not make it. Falls down to Gil. And Newman, look at that big number on the board already. 11 eliminations secured. And they're going to have a few more. An extra one as Claw, they get wiped out. Still a lot of opportunity for teams to go for a heal battle. But it is pretty clear. Newman versus X-Pac. Oh, well, Forest Ape might be the final fight of the game, because even Forest Ape, they have all 4 players still alive. Newman, they took a massive hit in their collision against the players of Claw, and Zeref, he is just trying to survive, all thanks to the first aids he has in the bag.
And imagine, you know, the Forest Apes, what a run they've had so far, right? They were right on the southeastern edges. They've made a run for the circle. They've come in, they've taken fights, they've won it all. But now the final challenge lies in front of them, ahead of them. Newman, we've got Team X-Pac a little crippled with Chas, Pukar and Spray God surviving. With Sarang, I don't think he has any slight chance to get that revive.
Had X-Pac had all 4 players left inside of the match, this would have been a very easy endgame for them. They have the high ground advantage to work with. Forest Ape, they will have to step out on towards that slope in order to secure that final endgame fight. But before they do that, they run into the players of Newman Gaming, in which Wizgod is going to be the first casualty from the side of Forest Ape. The revive has been initiated instantly, but the wall of smoke allows the players of Newman to close in against the players of Forest Ape. Nade was being cooked. Does it actually connect? No, it's completely off.
Yeah, you know, giving enough breathing space for the likes of X-Pac to get that revive even on Sarang. So they're also online right now, but Ape kind of trying to, you know, distort their attention elsewhere, right? Just spreading across in different directions. But look at Shadow spotting out Yash. Will be taking him down, but Wizgod with a beautiful trade of his own.
Peeks from behind the tree, greets him with kind, and Forest Ape down to their last man. Wizgod will have to play like a god himself if he wants to live, if he wants to win. But X-Pac, they're looking to finish things off. Sarang, look at him, overcommitting to the push inside the smoke, is ready for anything with the DBS. The spam shots inside the smoke not really connecting. Newman in the backlines though, they're bringing their numbers back, Fixes, and if they have all 3 players to work with, they will have an advantage, even against the players of X-Pac. But the smoke dissipates, Sarang secures the pick, and now he's going to go up against Whiskey. The DBS is the perfect weapon for the close range, and Sarang secures another one. But in the end, it's going to be Newman who bring themselves back into the final fight and secure a very impressive chicken dinner to their name. How many finishes is that?
19 finishes or 18?
18
All right.
finishes.
18 finishes. I mean, you've got to give it to these lads right from minute 1. They made that rotation around that center and they kept on hitting, right? It all started from that one third party and seemed like they never seemed to stop at all.
My maths fix is extremely bad, but I think it was a little bit more than 18. And I think we are going to fix and in fact find out how many.
I might be right.
Yeah, you might actually be right. Though. The first time you get it right.
Yeah,
How is that going to feel?
Yeah, of course. You live with Ocean for quite some time. You definitely improvise on your, math. But again, coming back to the discussion that we had, we went with our old players and Forest Ape again having a really consistent run. This time getting a lot of finishes. Team X-Pac, they've had a very good style of play and they executed that good number 2 position finish. I like it.
It's a lesson to all of these younger players what you have to do in order to bring yourselves back.
Indeed.
And in fact, how you make a comeback in such a cutthroat format. And Forest Ape, you were right. They have been very impressive. And I believe one key reason for that is they're not being default with how they're playing their matches or how they're running into the fight. You guys as well can follow them in their tracks. Don't be default. simple instructions, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to perform, don't be default. Because even when you are decked out inside the game, you feel that confidence, right, Fixes?
Especially when you have those special weapon skins,
Yeah.
the special cosmetics. Of course, you kind of drop down in the lobby, and your opponents are like, "This is the one I'm going to go after. This is the finish that I'm gonna get." So kind of puts you in the center of things. And who does not love attention?
Yeah.
Salty does love it a
yeah,
lot more.
all of us do.
Not me, really.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you have one of the most decked out accounts I've ever seen?
Because I was just good at the game, and the game rewarded me with a lot of gifts. And initially, I kind of seemed to be a bit lucky, but it's all
The
about
man was good at the game. That is the only point he was trying to make. But one thing is for
Yeah.
sure, all of the veterans that we were talking about was they are still good at the game. Because
Uh-huh.
this was an impressive comeback, especially. I mean, Forest Ape, you just can't ignore this team. Their run today has just been phenomenal. There's not a single game where they were outside the top 4.
Yeah, of course. In fact, they did not get a chicken dinner, but
Yeah.
barring that fact, they have really been getting those consistent 10 plus points every single
Yes.
time. Now, when we take a look at the highlights, also, I think what really comes into mind is, of course, going to be that one fight where Error really forced it out, and then he made the other things also happen just for Newman to come crashing through. This is one of those fights I was
Yeah.
talking about. This is where Electro went out in the open and got punished.
I mean, it was a brilliant moment for the players of Error Esports as well. I mean, I have to say huge props to these guys. They handled so much pressure in such an extended
Especially
fight.
Sicko.
Especially Sicko. I mean, it was so impressive. But still, there will come a time, if you're taking back-to-back team fights, there will be a time where you just can't do anything.
And again, going into the latter phases of this game, this was a little confusing, right? Medal
That is
really,
true.
taking fights outside the circles. Of course, we get it that you've got a team behind you, but then again, you need to have your priorities set. And felt like they were in two minds. And this is where Stray God is going to feel a little better after getting his revenge against Siam. And then Team X-Pac, they were also on fire. But it is Team Forest Apes that has really impressed me a lot, considering how their journey has been in this one game.
Yeah, it was very impressive. I mean, we saw 2 players knocked out, yet with the nade, they punished the players of Silly Gaming for being huddled up in the same corner. Newman, they could have actually lost it all in a matter of seconds had they not refocused and stayed behind to pick off the players of Claw, because Claw had the perfect opportunity to go for a backstab. And in the end as well, I believe this game could have gone in the hands of the players of X-Pac, but that overcommitment to finishing the players of Forest Ape was one of the reasons why we saw them fall as well. But I don't think they were actually worried about it. They have a lot of elimination points to work with.
This fight had multiple layers, right?
Yeah.
First, we see, Newman going up against X-Pac. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, Forest Apes come charging in. Now, that gives them enough breathing space for X-Pac, because we had seen at a certain point, even Siam was, in fact, Sarang was knocked down. And then they go in, get the revive there, and they're back up. And then all they decide is just to come down, where Viscom
Yeah.
is the lonesome player surviving. Take him down. In doing that, give enough time for the players of Newman to get their players back up. Came down to a 1v1, but of course I think Gil did provide that cover fire, and that's how the cookie crumbled.
Yeah, but no matter what happens, you have to say, I mean, this game of Vacant was extremely entertaining.
Insane. This was insane.
It was a fun game to witness, ladies and gentlemen. But you know what else is fun? Playing the game with this beautiful Fool's Blessing Scar else. So do make sure you head inside BGMI towards the reward section and try your luck at the spin. But bringing our conversation back, do you think there was any one of those players who just got unlucky in this match, was caught off guard? Apart from Medal, of course, because as they ran towards the players of X-Pac and got sandwiched, that was it.
There was this one player of Gen X FM who got taken down
Insidious.
pretty early.
Yeah.
Insidious, right? Had they, managed to get the revive somehow, had he, managed to survive, maybe having that extra man advantage, because this was one of those games where Gen X FM could have really converted into some big, massive points.
I do agree with that, and it feels like because of losing that early player, they just lost all the control that they could have had in the late game stages. And Gen X FM, we know this team relies on those 4v4s. As soon as
Indeed.
they lose one player, they just completely try to disappear from the map and try to play as slowly as possible. But this time around, even that wasn't allowed. Playing along the northern lines, there was no escape for them.
Yeah, and again, comparing the stats with how they were performing in week number 1 to week number 2, it has been rather dull, right?
Yeah.
They want to come back in, they want to find that one good game. Now, this is something that you and Salty both have been saying, right? They've been quite inconsistent. If they go big, they go huge, but when they fall, I mean, it's just one of those games.
The only
isn't
thing
it?
it is true. It is true. There's no denying this. And I mean, we have had this conversation from the days of BGIS itself.
Yeah.
Because there was a time when this team just feared nobody. They would just run into those team fights, secure a lot of eliminations. Either they would just wipe out the enemy squad or they would get wiped out. That was their objective. Now it seems like as they've progressed from the BGIS to the Pro Series, they've realized that, all right, this might not always work out, and they're trying their level best to adapt. But the question is, do they have enough time and enough matches remaining to make it happen?
Yeah, I
Do you
mean,
think so?
2 games already done and dusted. You've got 3 more remaining, and you've got to make every single match from here onwards count, because
Yes.
we've seen so many of those teams making those climbs. You talk about Forest Ape, you talk about OST, who are around 38, even Forest Apes who are around 50 plus in the overall rankings. So now they've made their comeback. So if somebody is making a comeback, then somebody is definitely falling down.
Exactly. For someone to win, someone else has to lose. And you
Yeah.
never want to be on that latter end of that discussion. Everyone wants to be the winner of the game. And
Indeed.
one of the things that I think Forest Ape did really well was just bringing that elimination number to a staggering marker in that matchup. Just such a phenomenal job from their side. But now the team that we have to talk about from this particular match, it will be the side of Titan. Titan was part of the discussions earlier on in the day. We expected a few things, but it seems like Wakendi always is just filled with a lot of errors from their end.
I think Titan did have a good start, right? One of their players was just going across, slitting everybody's throat.
Yes.
And making that, icy area red. But then again, when you talk about how they were forced on by the players
Yeah.
of Error Esports, right? Titan did have a good position to themselves, right? And then suddenly that fight gets pulled off. And then you've got Error winning that battle somehow. And then suddenly, the moment they were trying to force those revives, we had the players of Newman charging through. And eventually, Johnny, who went on to become the winner of this game?
It was Newman.
Yeah. So imagine, it could have also been Titan or Error.
Yeah, had they not used the knife and stuck to the weapons, of course, the guns that are available inside of the match,
Yeah.
would have been better. But see, at least they are having fun, right? I mean, Sparky, as you mentioned, was running around just chopping people up, just having a ball all by himself. I'm pretty sure he will
He was cooking.
hear a few kind words from his IGL right after the game ended. But another team that has sort of had a fall of momentum, at least as far as their overall journey is considered, 7 Habit. 7 Habit were off to a decent start as far as this Pro Series is considered, but seems like it has all just disappeared.
Yeah, 7 Habit in this game looked a little confused. Like
Yeah.
I said, right? Again, going back to the words we did discuss about, not a lot of teams are aware of the topography, even if you talk about the mechanics, right? We've seen in those multiple 1v1 situations, not a lot of them switch to the first person perspective either. But the ones who do that, they make themselves to be the MVP of this game.
Well, let's see if that one switch is enough to make you the MVP. Well, this time around we have Whiskey from the side of Newman Gaming, who becomes the MVP of this match. 7 eliminations secured, 36.8% contribution. But ladies and gentlemen, let's also have a look at the top 5 players, where Whiskey is going to be followed by his teammate Shadow OG. 6 eliminations for this young man. We have Spray God from X-Park on the third with 5 to his name. Newman Gill shows up with 5 eliminations, and then there's Sarang from the side of X-Park with 4 eliminations. And one thing we have to say, X-Park, they're making a lot of ballsy move.
Oh, they definitely are. Even in the map of Sanhok, despite not having a good position finish, they still managed to get a few finishes for themselves, right? But then again, coming back, bringing the discussion down to Newman, we did touch upon it, Johnny, where Godlike managed to get the first chicken dinner. Newman could not be far behind, right? In Miramar, they showed those signs that, yes, they are present in this tournament, and they needed to stage a comeback, and they have done it in style. 19 finishes.
Yeah, they
That's
have done
insane.
an incredible job. I mean, this was one of the big games that you want to have at least once a week.
Yeah.
And they have done it at the start of the day. Hopefully, they can bring themselves a few more points later on in this particular week. But let's have a look at the points and see how well did these teams actually do for themselves. And I'm pretty sure, looking at the finish counter for the first 2 teams, it is going to be enough to shake things up. Newman with 34 points on the board. an impressive win. Fixes, your maths was right, 19 points, and this is by far the second highest a team has scored in this BGMI Pro Series.
You know, I like to loathe, but right now I did talk about the old dogs making a comeback in this one, and look at the top three, right? And even when we talk about a team like Forest Apes, let's give some creds to Yash, because being one of those latest additions, has been holding on to himself, especially when you've got two beautiful assaulters with the likes of Wizcore and AKOP on the support role. He's been quite phenomenal as well.
I 100% agree with that. He has been phenomenal. But one thing that wasn't as phenomenal as we expected was Metal and godlike Fixes.
Look at Error.
5 points to the name. Error, I mean, it was no position points, but they did also secure 2 squad wipes, and it was a comedy of errors where Error Esports were just trying to survive for their lives. But this was a game in which I believe the points were distributed quite nicely, because as we move to Titan, sitting on that 10th position, they also have 4 eliminations, no placement points, but it is quite rare seeing the team on the 10th with even 4 points. Sometimes it's just going to be 2 or 1.
I'm starting to get worried about Lucknow Giants. Now, this is one of those teams we've individually interacted with the players, Flock being one of those players who seems to have lost out on that confidence entirely, because in those recent tournaments, we've seen him, force those fights, be quite aggressive. Dawn, he's been playing this game from a lot of time, and them kind of having that little bit of a synergy issue or comms errors, whatever is going on. I think this team needs to pull their socks up.
It's not just them, even Hobby Esports. We saw Hobby Esports a few months ago, and they actually looked quite good. The strategies were quite perfect. Their aggression looked awesome, but this time around feels like in the Pro Series, struggling to deal with the pressure. This last game wasn't really what they wanted.
Yeah, indeed, it wasn't, but enough of Vikendi. Let's head on to the next set of teams that we have, the next set of groups that are going to be coming in just a wee while, Johnny, and that's going to be really fun, because we get to see some old maps, the OG maps, and that being said, let's just head towards the matchups. Let's see the teams that are going to be contending in this one, because now Johnny needs a little bit of a breather, because he's witnessed a lot happening in the previous game. So Salty, he's going to do the deed. He's going to join with me on the desk, and Gladiators, they make their comeback. Now, this is where we talk about Group 9 playing their first match of the evening. We've got Team Psych. They've had quite a good run. And if you talk about the other teams, OR Esports, another team to be talking about, and Stellar Titans haven't really had the best of performances. But Group 12, they're going to be keeping up their run. They get to play yet another game. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Salty with us, who's got some interesting insights. So Salty, anything that we really missed out on?
Speaking about insights, I think there has to be one insight. It does not come from me. I think it comes from the community in themselves. They know what is going to happen. That is, Team Gladiators are just going to go all out. I think everybody knows it. And everybody's waiting for that. Fixes. It's been some time we have seen that domination. It's been some time we've seen the champions of BGIS at their true potential. Do you think it's time now?
I think when every single match matters, I don't think we get to see Gladiators in the erratic ways, right?
Okay.
You've seen those moments. Gladiators is one of those teams that really capitalizes on the situation, right? To make things even more vivid, right? Something like Newman played in the previous game, right? Capitalizes on the third parties, goes in, has a lot of firepower, but they have to do it in the 5 matches that they have in this week.
Got it. And I think the 5 matches, Gladiators, they have had that one problem. I think they have sort of never really got the momentum for themselves. And in certain times, I've seen Destro and others, especially the top fraggers for the team, they've been taken down in certain mid-rotation fights. I think those mid-rotation battles of Gladiators, they can come back with some sort of a strategy to prevent that from happening. I think this team will be back at the very top.
And the best part about this team is this is one of those teams that loves to play around the edges, right? Something like Reckoning does, and something like few other teams have been doing in the past. But when you talk about making predictions, well, the last game I sort of had my predictions correct. What about you? Who are you going for this one?
See, I mean, on the English desk, my record hasn't really been fine, but I'm going with Gladiators. Yes, finally you're here. I hope that there is...
lucky charm.
You are the lucky charm, and I hope that this game turns out to be lucky charm for Gladiators, but for everyone else who are going to be joining in, ladies and gentlemen. Wrangle is back up live and we are back on our home ground, but the flight path fixes is very interesting. We start off from shooting range, in fact from Zaki, let's just talk about it, and we end on the right hand side of Novorupnuyo, touching down upon Milta, and Milta power just barely. So this can be a flight path that a lot of these teams are going to enjoy because it does cover almost majority of the map.
Sort of has Gatka written all over it. Either it's Gatka or maybe could go down south. And we've witnessed one Gatka circle earlier. I don't want to see that again. But this time, this is the best part about this tournament, right?
Yeah.
We've got two different set of teams playing in this one. So this is going to be fun as to how teams are going to progress. But when you talk about a team like OR Esports,
yes,
they've had quite a fall, Salty.
Yes, they've had quite of a fall. And to be honest, I think you will be the best person to talk about it because from BMPS Season 1 to BMPS Season 2, the entire squad has had a massive shift. And now the fact that this team came in with a lineup with certain players playing on loan, do you think that has affected this team's morale inside of this tournament so far?
Yeah, 100%, right? When you talk about Robin coming suddenly as an IGL, then you've got Admino, who's been retained by OR apparently, then you've got Trigger coming in from Orangutan. Now, how are they going to, make their role set, right? Of course, we know Trigger can be the assaulter. Admino, he's going to be Trigger can be the support and Admino the assaulter. But when you talk about Robin, where does he fit in as an IGL? How does he want his team to play around? And considering how they've dropped right now, this is not ideally where OR likes to do. And but we have another fight. In fact, the first fight might brew up. That's going to be Newman and Stellar Titans.
And to be honest, this has happened so many times in the past, to be honest, Newman and Stellar Titans. In fact, we do not have Gods reading the mix of things, but usually they are the ones who are in a similar scuffle, and this will break out. This sort of a deadlock, especially inside of Yasnaya Polyana, we kind of anticipate that there is going to be this initial battle, but these teams, they have that invisible peace treaty. It's the etiquettes, of course. They know Yasnaya is a massive city and there is no need, of course. And considering Newman, they are having control of that garage territory as well, so they will have that default vehicle for themselves, which will be an easy exit. But considering now it's Stellar Titans, Newman, and also the fact that they are high in terms of momentum, they might actually go on and have different plans right now.
It was a false white flag. It seems like that. But one of the biggest problems that you face in a place like Yasnaya is finding vehicles, right?
Yeah.
And both these teams dropping down here nearby the apartments was for that garage control. If they could have the vehicle, seems like they do not. But look at Shadow's position. A little aloof from his squad, but he's going to have all that information. And did I read that right? Gladiators. One of their players has fallen.
Not really sure. We'll still wait for that.
Yeah,
oh my goodness,
it's
Delta in the middle of nowhere. I mean, we know they usually like to go to the military base, of course, but this time they have been challenged by the likes of ASG as well, who has dropped somewhere in between Novorupnuyo and military base. So I think Gladiators did not anticipate this positioning and being caught out in the open. Just struck really hard. Now Delta, a massive player from the lineup fixes. How do you think Gladiators will deal with this damage?
This changes a lot of things, right? Especially in their approach. Now, when you talk about their natural playing style, it was always been about the aggression in the latter half of the game, right? Now, with Delta being out of the picture, either it has to be Shogun who kind of takes on that helm, that responsibility, because I really feel like if there was any award in this world or in this country for being the best rookie of the year, has to be Shogun with his stellar performance in the recent tournaments.
I love the fact that you mentioned Shogun, because with Destro and Justin, especially Delta as well, being in the picture, being in the team, Shogun does not get that limelight, but his impact has been felt everywhere. He's been making waves, especially last season when he almost got himself the MVP award as well. Delta has been consistent throughout. Justin, people have been calling him the universal MVP recently. Of course, in majority of the third-party tournaments, he's been winning them as well. And nobody can really talk much about Destro. He's the trophy magnet, right?
Look at how phenomenal Shogun's career has been, right?
Yeah.
His first rookie year into the Tier 1 circuit, and he's been winning majority of the tournaments. And that has sort of been overshadowed with the fact, like what you just said,
Yeah.
Destro being a trophy magnet, with Delta being such a good player, Justin being one of those players who's been the MVP, kind of has always, taken that credit away from Shogun. But we've seen as a team, it's more about the camaraderie that these players share
Yes.
amongst each other. You could see them always chilling out, hearing to music, vibing together, and that sort of is the thing that I feel has been the reason behind this team success.
It will be the team success, of course, but now they're going to miss one of their brothers in the form of Delta
Indeed.
PG. Massive dent on the team's firepower, but I think in terms of their late rotating potential, I think this team will still make it. But for now, of course, we do have a little bit of an action, ladies and gentlemen. 4 troublemakers. We've spotted Team Titans FTW at the distance. Shots were fired, but not a lot of them will connect. But this is what this team likes to do. They have troublemakers in their name, and they will create troubles. They will create problems for everyone that passes right underneath their noses.
We had this really deep conversation where we kind of forgot to mention that the circle has been formed, and it seems to be a little bit of a hybrid one, which usually Salty ends around farm, right? It's kind of a little tilted towards the central eastern areas, and that is where we've got the likes of 40R in a really commanding position.
We've seen this basic Erangel circle end toward the shelter side quite often inside of this
around
BM.
shelter or farm.
Yes, so I think those positions will be of prime importance, and considering the fact that we do have the map in front of our screens, huge gaps in the form of Milta, huge gaps in between these places, which usually are occupied when Revenant is in the picture. You've always got to talk about the bridge being blocked. You've always got to talk about Lighthouse being captured as well. But since those teams who like to drop around Farm and Milta are not here, it seems like it is going to be an easy rotation from the military base island back into the mainland.
When I was talking about timings of the zones, right? How and when you need to go inside. Look at ASG, as a matter of fact. They managed to get that finish on Delta, and they instantly set their way. They now have 2 avenues, right? Either they take a good compound, which they're doing, or they could have actually, also set up a bridge camp, but they realize the consequences, right? Whenever you set up a bridge camp, you are also exposed to being shot from elsewhere.
And exactly, in a circle like this, when it's still not certain when the teams are going to rotate, because the military base island still has a massive chunk of the circle, it seems like teams will be able to sort of opt for that late rotation. Of course, Gladiators, we know they will take the military base bridge and not the Novo bridge. That just means only one team is going to come your way, that is Team Psych. And Team ASG have that information. They saw that Team Psych dropped at Novo, so I thought they possibly would have thought that the risk to reward ratio in this situation is not that high. Only one team trying to cross versus multiple teams taking you out from the back lines. It will be hard for Team ASG even now, though, considering you've said there are multiple teams in the vicinity. You've got 40R in that farm region. You've got Team Titans we just witnessed right in the next compound. It certainly might be risky for them to venture too much out in the open.
I hope they had collected enough wood, because they're not going to be going for a camping. A little bit of a camp, a little bit of a family vacation, and, have a nice time. Because I don't think they really need to break any sweat over there, because considering the position they have, it's very highly unlikely that anybody is going to go for a push on these lads. So, for now, they can pretty much sit down and chill, take a little bit of a breather, maybe talk about what they can do next, because we are yet to be hit by the next circle shift, which is going to happen in a little bit of a moment.
Yeah, I mean, one team who's already on the move is going to be OR Esports, and we were talking about them already. Secret has sort of been the unsung hero in this team so far inside of this tournament. He has tried his level best along with Trigger specifically, but it feels like a Robin, the Robin which took God's reign to its absolute pinnacle of performance. It seems like that IGL is somewhat missing, isn't it?
When you talk about Robin, initially he used to play as a player, then kind of took the role as a coach. You talk about the days in TSM, again to finally reunite with the boys. And there was a slight spell that he had with Kemin along with Destro and the boys. The moment he left them, suddenly Destro goes on to win a championship. And there was a curse around Kemin, and they used to perform really well in the other tournaments. But when it came to officials, that is where they did not have the best of luck. I think you're kind of quite aware with Orangutan and also meeting the same fate. But seems like there's some dash around the center. We seem to have a few fight commencing.
Yeah, I mean, the entire cavalry of teams just approaching the central compound as we do have those red flashes, ladies and gentlemen. That is where the collision is happening, of course. And we also just witnessed OR Esports. I think they are strikingly close against another team, and that is going to be Team NON. So these two teams will have to be very, very cautious. And since we've said it already, Fixes has said it, the circle will end somewhere nearby farm. This is one of the reasons why we've had one of the massive clusters happening nearby farm as well. Look at that, ASG, they are falling.
You know, ASG, they're falling. Of course, this is where they were kind of a little complacent, thought that nobody's going to push on them, and suddenly they've started falling prey. And ASG, this is one of those teams, Salty, let's remind the viewers, that did manage to get the first finish in this game, and suddenly they are just annihilated. But then you talk about even Clutch God, I think, getting picked off. So that's going to be a little bit of a bummer for the players of Newman. But Team Claw, I think this is one of those teams that we kind of missed out on because they have had a rather fair game of Weekendy.
Now, I think this is where I think your inputs will be very important. Team Claw has been carrying forward the legacy of old school BGMI, if I actually try and talk about it. Now, this is where Fixes and Johnny come into the picture because I wasn't even born back then, but they were there, they were existing.
Yeah, and you suddenly just, touch that chord. And yeah, Claw did have a different roster, but they've been in the days. But seems like I think we need to get Team Pain back in action, but that's for a different day altogether. But yeah, we've seen ORB here, we've seen Claw. You know, these are one of those teams, right from the inception of this very game, we had witnessed them, and it feels good to be, sort of maintaining that legacy going ahead. So I really feel proud, and maybe I will have a little bit of that soft corner for them in my heart.
Possibly a soft corner for the fans as well. These legacy teams, they have carried forward that momentum. Zeref, of course, in the lineup. All of these four players
Hold on.
just taking.
Look at that. Criminal, what is he up to?
He wanted to take this fight, but it seems like the rest of the 7 players involved in this fight were like, nah, we're not doing this. We are not going to take this fight. And Criminal, I think, will finally get rescued and brought back to safety.
I think, we're having some comm errors over here for the players, right? This is not how you're supposed to be moving around like that. Of course, he's been saved right now. Imagine somebody had just crashed in on him. He was all by his lonesome, suddenly forgot that there was nobody coming to pick him up. And there was a player, then again had to retreat, take him up there, again come back to the compounds. These extra movements that, these teams are making, surely they have to keep a little watch on that.
This is what happens in our classic games, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure you have also faced similar stuff. I'm pretty sure when I play with randoms, this is a similar situation. But this is not random. This is the Pro Series, ladies and gentlemen, and the stakes are very high. Talking about stakes, it seems like Trigger has finally found the first knock. Contact has been established against Lucifer, and now OR Esports might be looking to finish what they have started. Hub Esports have found here, and it seems like this battle is going to begin. But how do they invade? I think with this Secret being taken down, this is perfect.
Indeed, and Hub finally has taken some charge in this fight, right? I've already gotten 2 knocks, and Robin falling down by himself. Admino, a beautiful DBS player, under a massive world of trouble.
What?
There you go, Bijlu wipes him out, annihilates, obliterates, and OR Esports again falling prey. That one unwanted push, certainly the reason for their demise.
It seems like they came down like a house of cards. Nobody was communicating with each other. Secret just left that flank open, and that is where the influx of players came from. And Hub Esports, how easily they wiped the floor with OR Esports. This is just disheartening to watch, to be honest, but good for Hub Esports. They found those 3 eliminations right now, and seems they can carry forward for more. They have massive compound control and real estate control, and have also spotted Gen X FM in the background. Will be important for them to eliminate them or try and shoo them away if they want to rotate any further.
This is what hurts, right, for OR, despite Trigger getting that first knock. Then Robin suddenly comes in and gets out of his vehicle quite early. As a reason, he gets knocked, and then you have the players of Hub. Suddenly, everybody coming in together, they find yet another. And then they have that numbers advantage in their favor. And Admino, he had nowhere to run and hide, right? We're kind of surrounded from two sides, eventually getting taken down. Now, when you look at a lineup like OR Esports, you've got 4 players from 4 different teams. Admino being one of the members of OR, you've got Trigger coming in, you've got Robin, even Secret, as a matter of fact, right?
Yeah.
We have also seen him being a part of a couple of different teams.
He was
and
an entity, and
yeah.
all of a sudden when he just shifted, it just never really...
It's not working out.
Exactly, right? And that's one of the reasons why I feel like this team, they never really got the time to practice and gel with one another. The lack of synergy kind of is very evident in the way they play.
And you know, to add insult to injuries there, you need to understand this fact that a lot of players' careers depend on this tournament, right? With a lot of players already going out on loans, now is the era where we can see these new boys coming up, right? Who've got a lot of fire. We've been talking about, you know, it's always that climb, you know, it's always that hunger. You know, these are wolves, right? When you're at the top, you sort of tend to get a little complacent, sort of feel a little settled. And now, you know, this tournament has certainly opened the eyes of a lot of those players who kind of need to understand they need to tighten up, otherwise their futures seem to be in a little bit of a bleaky position.
Absolutely, and I think this wave of revolution started from BGIS, and it is carrying forward with INKR Invitational, with BMPS in the picture as well, and every other official tournament that is going to follow. But for now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we do have that circle shift on top of farms. So kudos to Fixes for that. But it seems like someone is struggling. It seems like Newman Gaming have another pillar falling in shadow, will have a massive responsibility on his shoulders. But the best thing right now that Team Newman can do, I think, is escape from the situation, because there's too much pressure on these lads.
You know, this is classic Shadow style, right? Initially, they wanted to take over the center, lost out on Clutch God. Now trying to force this fight, Kill getting shot from elsewhere. Shadow really needs to watch out. Has that S12K? I love that suppressor on this gun, not gonna lie.
Absolutely does help you kind of get that weapon of the bullet spread in control as well. But Shadow OGs right now, seems like Newman have understood that there is no way to escape. It is going to be do or die. It is going to be fight till I die. As long as he takes his last breath, it seems like RPS, they are going to be looking to not give him any sort of finishes, any sort of clearance whatsoever.
Yeah, but Shadow still is going to try and take his chances there. He's got a stun grenade to work around with. And this is one of those moments that I kind of, you know, encourage that the players kind of change their perspective over here. Go to that first-person perspective, maybe throw in a stun grenade, but seems like he spotted out the players of Psych, and Shadow decides, chuck it, I'm going in for the push.
Oh yeah, now look at this, the nade, of course. Was it the nade? It was something else. Beautiful flush out, and of course the shots in tandem with each other. Shadow just showing all his experience.
Wow!
This is beautiful. This is fabulous. Man just wipes the floor with his opposition. Team Rippers have been eliminated, but all down to just one player and his brilliance. This was textbook BGMI.
But now this makes him susceptible to a push coming from a different angle. Like we said, right, he needed to make that right hit at the right time. He realized and went in with that stun grenade, flushed out one of those players, got that knock. Suddenly had the momentum, capitalized on it. And now we're on to another fight. We've got Lucknow Giants, we've got the Stellar Titans as Flock opens it up on Xanis. But there's a trade-off as DG Bot takes down Flock in quick succession. Prajwal coming in through the sidelines. He will step out of his vehicle as another player falls. It's going to be Killer, but Prajwal, he's getting shot from elsewhere.
Yeah, he's getting shot from elsewhere. And the third party once again just playing the spoil sport. Lucknow Giants. Ghosty, of course, can deal with the pressure and Hannah isolated his targets elsewhere. 2 finishes for this lad, but how will he mount the comeback? Or how will he get inside the circle is going to be the question.
Oh, indeed it is. Ghosty right now in this situation, he needs to get those rests back up. They understand the value of numbers. They need to get every single player inside those final few circles. In a little wee moments, we're going to have the next circle shift. Now that is going to be monumental, because then we'll have an idea, and just as we are done speaking, players fall down for Lucknow Giants.
Yeah, Chenix FM, they heard all the gunshots, they heard all the commotions from the backlines, and they're like, how can you actually fight without us being invited over there? They want a piece of the pie, they want to be involved in the party as well. It seems like now priorities will change, because Genix FM, they embark their vehicles and they know that they have a massive distance that they need to traverse, but they don't really care. They want to take the fight against Stellar Titans.
Oh, indeed they do. But right now, Insidious barely on a sliver of HP, gets out, needs to get that first aid in, as now Gen X FM doing pretty decent over here. But look at that circle shift. Now, this is where Newman, had they had their numbers over there, this could have been their game. But they were the aggressors. They forced that fight out. Shadow has the potential of getting a few more limbs to his name. But when you talk about Gladiators, they were pretty much invisible from the map. Now is the time where they get alive.
This is what textbook Gladiator playstyle is, right? They will try and be invisible throughout their rotation path, but when they enter the final circle, they come with full force. They strike when the iron is hot. Apart from the fact that they've lost Delta in the process, it seems like the rest of the three players, they're still very much active. But for now, of course, Titan FTW, the pressure on top of 7 Habit has been really great. Maverick has been knocked out. Charan and the rest of his boys are quite split up, which goes to show that the trade potential is not that high, Fixes.
He has a Lynx AMR, for God's sake, but we have another fight already breaking out. We've got Team Nadex officials over here. Let's see, it's Criminal having been taken down by Phoenix from elsewhere. Shogun, he delivers, goes after Mock over there. No TB, he's on a little bit of a low HP, needs to patch himself up as Gunmaster also falls. Fights are breaking out left, right and center, and it is absolute pandemonium.
This is chaos, right? This is why I love this last circus, because especially in these farm regions, you don't really have those cluster of compounds, and the rarity of it, the scarcity of it, makes these teams just go bonkers in these final circles, and that is exactly what we are witnessing. Of course, Narsin had a couple of nades launched inside, but he's trying to delay the inevitable. He's trying to delay the push coming in from Nade Official. And it seems like he's thrown everything that he had. He still had those 10 smoke grenades, but now I think he will get spotted. Nade and Narsin quite close, up close and personal. The DBS launched at his face, and there is nothing that Narsin can do about it.
You know, especially in these close combat situations, right? DBS really shines.
Yeah.
And it's kind of meant for situations like this. It was like a, you know, a small alley. He just went in and he had to shoot, right? And the spread of the DBS, you know you're going to connect those shots. But Team Titans seem to have had a really good game, have made it to inside the top 10. But look at Kratos. He's going to lob one through, but will it connect?
Oh no! The native course just comes in 7 Habit. They almost were struck very, very hard, but I love what they are doing right now. Recovery from 7 Habit has been really good, but they have to do one thing, that is finish this fight off very early on. Sparky has an advancement, but he's been hit really hard. Trades going in favor of 7 Habit, and it seems like they are not going to lose their momentum, and slowly and steadily they have been pushing the boundaries, pushing Team Titan behind so that they can choke. They can get choked by not just the blue zone, but also the pressure that is coming in from the front lines.
You know, 7 Habits starting to feel themselves, really showing no mercy. Will take down the likes of Titans. But when you talk about the circle, Salty, right now, look at Team Psych. They've had no funny business. They've taken over the compounds in a very good commanding position. And now this is where they've also come alive, just like Gladiators. And now we've got to see where can they kind of convert this game.
You've mentioned Gladiators, you've mentioned Team Psych in one sentence, and it seems like Gladiators, when they do enter the circle, the first point of contact will be Team Psych. And I just wait to find that out, who is going to win that battle. For now, I think 7 Habit, they have a massive job in hand, of course. The relay of smokes is brilliant. They created that smoke path for themselves, but will they find that entry point? Will they find that easy drive-through will be the question. But on the other side, Shogun on his buggy. Man is in a 1v2 situation. Clutches it out. Gladiators, what are they doing?
He's gone bonkers right now. Shogun showing no mercy to anybody at all. Just when we thought that he might push on towards the players of Psych, suddenly you see them going after Claw, just finishing off the edges. It is a scissors approach that Gladiators are up to, and they are doing it beautifully.
Absolutely, but on the other side, there is another fight that is breaking out. Team 7 Habit, massive pressure coming in from Phoenix, and he enters that final nail in the coffin. They do have secured the compound themselves, but that just only means one thing, that is so much attention is going to come towards them right now. On the other side, it is Gen X FM, who are on a roll currently, 6 finishes on them, and Gladiators, who have been hurt, Shogun being knocked out, Destro and Justin, the only players alive, will be looking to push back Genesis.
Crypto in a very important position, just sneaking his way through. Gladiators, are they aware of his positioning? Destro falls short. There you go. Crypto getting his first knock. Now Gladiators realize what's coming their way. But Justin, he's gonna relay that information and a couple of grenades being lobbed at that direction. But Gladiators now survived by just 2 players. Salty, can they make it?
I'm not really sure, but as long as Shogun is still up there, there is going to be hopes. And dreams will be looking to follow. Gladiators, for them, the only thorn in their way towards the circle is going to be Genix FM. And Genix FM is a very, very big enemy right up front. Nades that are being exchanged. All of a sudden, there's been some sort of a silence as both these two teams, they look to kind of hold on to their position. But look at where Justin is. It's the topography. It is the topography of the land which has prevented these teams from open firing against each other. But the artillery warfare has always been in favor of Genix FM.
Oh my goodness, what on earth is happening? Exchange of grenades, 2 players already being taken down. But look who's reaping the rewards. It is going to be the players of Psych, and in fact Saad, who gets yet another knock. And suddenly Gen X FM in a whole world of trouble.
They certainly are. Vishnu FM being knocked out, Crypto FM knocked out, Insidious is still trying to hold on to his position. This nade absolutely precise, but Gladiators, it seems like even they are struggling as Shogun is going to bleed out. Destro and Justin, 2 players fixes. I'm not really sure how far this team can push through.
You know, this could get anywhere. This could go anywhere. Right now, look at the players of Nade Officials. The way they have kind of pushed in. Insidious just sneaking through, not making his presence aware. But suddenly, there you have it. Gladiators.
Shadow!
Dealt with. But look at Shadow. He's still alive and he's inside the dumpster amidst everybody.
Everyone, nobody I think has a clue. Nobody has a clue of where he is. Shadow has been surviving since there were 11 or 12 teams still inside the competition. And nobody from the other team has a clue. What are you doing, Nade Officials? And what are you doing, Shadow? This is a different game altogether, but finally he is going to get electrocuted by the blue zone. He will be forced to move, but how long can he hold on to? This is impeccable. This is great sense of trigger discipline.
It's not just trigger discipline. He has to come out. There has to be a point, but Insidious being taken down, 1 extra position advantage, at least for Shadow. He is doing some magic over here, but everything goes into vain. If he cannot convert that, if he cannot give us that moment that we're looking out for as Orva, he's managed to get 1 out of Hub. There goes the second one, and now suddenly Hub have just 1 player surviving. Seems like they're annihilated.
Yeah, they are annihilated, even before you could speak. And finally, it's time to actually converge upon Team Nade Officials as well. 1 player down, 1 left to go. Even Shadow has been cleaned off. Team Psych marching like an absolute army. Nade Pro is going to find the first knock. He plays around that little draft over there, but that's not going to help him for long. That loot box was all that he could play around with. But of course, when an entire army is marching against you, Team Psych, how brilliantly they've held their position, how brilliantly they've secured the chicken dinner for themselves, Fixes.
It was all about the read, right? Understanding where the circle went. And, you know, if I could figure out it would go around farm, surely the players of Psych did. And, yeah, they kind of gave respect to the circle, let everybody just pour in, took advantage of all those third parties breaking out. And we've had those moments in this game. Shadow certainly had our hopes high there. I would have really loved to have him backstab somebody, but that's okay.
We've seen a moment like that happen, especially on the map of Sanhok. I still remember Mania surviving for about 5 minutes with just his first hit kits and then coming in with a nade. I thought that something similar was on the cards for Newman Gaming, but not for this particular game at least. But he pulled off a magic, to be honest. And this game kind of goes to show how good of a player he is individually.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, he's gone on to show that he's had to, you know, give answers back to his critics. And I think he's done that in style.
Yeah, he's done that in style, but there is something else what has been done in style. That is, a web series has been prepared by Crafton India Esports. Some amazing personalities have given their performances. They are looking in style, and I hope that you guys like it. It is coming across your way right about now.
BGMI, it's not an easy game.
Hi guys.
Chico! Mummy? गाड़ी लेकर आ गया और वो भी बाइक. हाँ, इधर क्या भेलपूरी चाटपूरी खाने को जा रहे क्या रे? वैसे तूने गेम तो प्रैक्टिस किया है ना?
वो ना स्टोरेज फुल हो गया है.
BGA man, it's not just a game, it's an emotion.
Help!
तुम लोग गिट गुड कर करके चैंप्स बन गए और मैं नुबड़ा का नुबड़ा ही रह गया ना.
By the looks of it, I think this is going to be something extremely entertaining, and I can't wait for it to actually hit the deck when it is coming out. Well, the information is not with me. To actually find that information, what do you have to do? Just go out to the socials of Crafton India Esports and Battlegrounds Mobile India. Follow up there, and I'm pretty sure you will be notified as soon as it hits the deck. And we've been talking about it. I heard that Johnny asked you to become an actor yourself because you've been working out, man. You look good.
Aren't we all actors? You know, we have the smile on our face and everything. But, you know, coming back to the series, actually, I wanted to, you know, take a few snippets, something out of Ocean. You know, he was in there. I asked him if you can give me some leaks, maybe a glance at an episode. And he was like, no, nada, not happening.
It's fine. It's fine. I think we can wait, and the wait actually makes it better. But
Worth it.
speaking about the wait, we have been waiting for the highlights as well, fixes, and
Yeah.
that makes it even better because this game was so chaotic. It was so action-packed, even until the ending stages. Nobody knew who's gonna get the chicken dinner. But right from the get-go, some upsets that we got to see from Gladiators that first finish
wow.
that we witnessed.
Yeah, of course. I mean, initially that was the first point where they kind of got a little crippled there. But, you know, this was one of those fights, right? HUB playing really well in this game, to be honest. But it all began with OR going in for that push. But, you know, moments of brilliance where Newman, they were against RPS and Shadow. This is where he had his moments and he did shine. And that too in style. I mean, the way he flushed the players out, one of them was hiding, goes on, finishes him off, gets a lot of extra additional points. But this was, you know, beyond my understanding.
To be honest, in neither mine as well, because Lucknow Giants, they were trying to push up the pressure, but so much third-party involvement. There were 7 Habit in the backgrounds. Team Titan FTW were also in the background as well. As we proceed towards farm, we got to see this one as well. Narsane just trying to hold on to his position, utilizing his throwables, but even he was sort of outnumbered by Nade officials. And Nade officials, I think this was a good game for them overall. They managed to kind of not just enter the podium finishes, but also get a couple of points through those finishes that they have acquired.
You know, there was that moment of war, right? Where you were kind of on the edge of your seats, wondering what Shadow's going to do. But Shogun, now this is one of the best moments of this game. Man just comes in, charges through, takes down 3 players, boom, 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 full gangster. But then you've got Genex FM. Finally, you could see that little bit of that consistency that we wanted to see, little bit of extra position points. Really nice fight initiated. But when you have Psych right in there, right beside them, you know, this was ought to happen. They were bound to fall.
Yeah, they certainly were bound to fall, especially Psych, right? They were invisible throughout this game so far. They held their position and they held it. They made it their fortress and they were not allowing anyone to breach it. And I think this is something which is very important. Try to identify where the circle is going to form, trying to identify that, alright, this compound will be my king hole, and just trying to make that fortress out of it, holding it until the very end, of course, unless and until the circle does not betray you. And the circle never did in this one.
Yeah, this was one of those circles that we could really predict, and you know, the players have been having a good time in this one. We did not see those early fights brewing out.
Yeah.
So yeah, Psych doing everything by the book and did manage to convert a beautiful chicken dinner.
Absolutely. And speaking of doing by the book, I mean, if you also want to do by the book, get yourself those high FD ratio, get yourself those high chicken dinner numbers, all you've got to do is just equip this beautiful Fool's Blessing. Do not listen to me, actually, because what actually happens is there are a lot of boys and a lot of girls out there who equip the skin and they're like, alright, fine, I have equipped the skin, Salty, but I'm not getting this. I'm not getting the chicken dinners. Actually, what happens is you lack the skills. For that, you need to practice a little bit. I mean, all right.
You've got to deal with this for the next couple of days, but it's a good thing that you're doing a good job. We might ignore your puns there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I'm a good player either.
That was a really bad joke. And yeah, you're a really bad player, but that kind of comes down to the fact that that's the reason why he's here, not in the battlegrounds. But again, let's bring the conversation back to the teams, right? We did see the teams of Group 12 finally coming in, and I think Gladiator, despite having lost out on Delta, a very key a player into their roster. They've played fairly well. Psych had a really good get-go at this. Newman, I think they've been fairly consistent throughout the day.
Only because of Shadow OG, to be honest. And speaking
Wixky has also been nice.
He has been good, right? But this particular game gave them some very quintessential position points, and I think that kind of will result in that consistency. Newman Gaming, just because of Shadow's performance, might have an upliftment in their morale, which will restructure their entire week for now. I think they've made massive jumps on the overall leaderboard already, and I'm so excited to see this Newman 2.0 where inconsistency just gets thrown off the window. And I'm not sure about you, but I think with the firepower that they already have, and if they can get this consistency on board, they will be a contender for the grand finals.
The funny thing is that their week spans across 2 days, right? And they've played a lot of matches, and suddenly, they just have a few handful of them. But, the MVP, I'm really excited to see who is it going to be.
Not really a lot of surprises. I think it will be Orva from Psych with 4 finishes and 44.4% finish contribution. It's 4 all across the deck, to be honest.
Yeah, those are the magic numbers. But I'm pretty sure Shogun might have himself in the list over there. But Phoenix and Orzi, 2 of these players, we've seen, I think, the players of, Psych play from Autobots in the previous tournaments. Now they've joined a new roster. We've seen CV also going elsewhere. But Gen X FM sticking together. But Shogun, we have been talking a lot about this player, especially in that past game, and it feels good, even as a commentator, that he performs so well.
Absolutely. I mean, with 4 finishes, just outshine his team as well. But the only problem is, with Shogun being there, I kind of miss the rest of his teammates who used to dominate the top 5 players. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just transition onto the point standings for now. And of course, Team Psych at the very top of it. 24 total points acquired. Not really a lot of high finish numbers on board by every single team. It seems like everyone has had a fair share of the chunk.
Yeah, I think even Nade, as a matter of fact, they also performed really well. Hub also coming into the plays because they've not had the best of the outings in the previous games. But Newman, I think we've been loving what they've been doing. I think this comeback that every single fan of Newman was hoping for, they did. But when you go ahead and look at the second page, Salty, that is where the biggest surprise, the biggest shock. I don't know if I'm really surprised because OR Esports, they're just crumbling down, and the only way they can go is up from here.
Yeah, I think the only way they go is up, to be honest, because this for you might be surprising, but for us has been a usual thing we have witnessed. Not just OR Esports, you talk about Claw Esports, you talk about Titan FTW, you talk about Lucknow Giants. It seems like apart from that one good game, they've never really fared out on the first page of the point standings ever inside this tournament.
Lucknow Giants in that fight against Stellar Titans were looking really promising, but suddenly we kind of figured out that they had no structure going on in their heads, right? They did not know what to do. The panic had really set in. But then you talk about Claw. Okay, just before this game, we saw them perform decent in the map of Vikendi. I think took down the likes of Godlike, but then again, you would want to see them, performing, at least getting an average of around 5 to 6 points per game. That's not happening, and considering how challenging this format has been, guess 5-6 points aren't also going to be enough.
I think 5-6 points aren't going to be enough fixes, because you only get to play 15 games throughout the competition, 5 games every single week, of course, ladies and gentlemen. And as we talk about games, let's just proceed to the next one, because group number 7 and group number 10 are going to be duking it out. It's going to be the comeback of some big dogs, and I am super, super excited. The map of Miramar is going to be lit, to be honest, because you've got Soul, you've got 8-Bit CS, you've got WSB, Mayur Gaming, FSE Sports, Team Invincibles, and BR Titan from Group 10. It's been a long time these teams were back in action, and I am so excited to see these teams in action once again. And I'm so excited to welcome another one of my very good friends, Mr. I Superjani, on the desk as well. There are some big names in the competition, at least for this one right now. One of them being very promising, GlitchX Reborn.
Yes.
They have been consistency incarnate throughout this tournament itself. Do you think that run is going to continue in this one?
I think it can, and especially considering they will be building upon that momentum today, or at least trying to just keep it in check. I think it is very important that they at least finish in the top 4 one way or the other. If they can't, then they're going to have to make up for it with some early eliminations. But another team that we are still waiting to see a bounce back from, when it is a team that just disappeared in the midst of nowhere, is Mayur Gaming.
I mean, Mayur Gaming, they were initially known as MICI, right?
Yes.
And they kind of won all our hearts, especially with that consistency, especially with the kind of rotations they used to bring on board, always inside that final circle. And we used to wonder, how did this team do that? It seems like that is never really the case right now. It's been long gone. And Mayur Gaming throughout this tournament, of course, after coming under a new tag, it seems like they have struggled, and not just them, even Big Brothers lately have sort of struggled, to be honest.
I'll agree to that. I mean, Big Brothers, the performance that we expected after their run of BGIS is not what we are seeing right now. But there are those moments of brilliance from the side of Big Brothers that have made sure that they are still in a very respectable spot in terms of the overall ranking, and I think that is something that the team can focus on for a better future. But it will be a tough competition, considering even ORB today is firing on all cylinders, and especially this Group 7, they're up to a lot of weird shenanigans. We saw how Megastars Gaming earlier was playing around. The level of aggression that we expected was there, but the fights that we witnessed from their side were also extremely scrappy.
I mean, yeah, for sure, right? There were a lot of scrappy fights. And speaking of scrappy fights, there will be another team that will be in contention. I'm talking about God's Reign, as a matter of fact. God's Reign, they need to bounce back, because if it is not now, I do not think this team has acquired enough points to have a fighting chance to start week 3. And we all want to see this, that this team can actually have a fighting chance.
But Salty, last a few days, I mean, the talk of the town was Team IM Official, who made a brilliant comeback in the overall rankings for their group. In this particular group, we have Invincibles, who I expect can bring themselves back, at least in this game of Miramar. But ladies and gentlemen, let's leave all speculations to the side and witness what will happen once we drop into this game. We have the plane in front of our eyes, and of course, after that, we're going to have the flight path following up next. In this one, it seems like it starts from the northern edge of Miramar, right down the middle, and it's going to dissect the map into as close in 2 halves as possible. I mean, it's down the center. It's a preferable flight path for everyone, I believe.
It certainly is, right? It is how you cut a birthday cake as well. Just right down the center. But like you said, right, everyone is going to be happy. Everyone, I mean, you want to go towards Campo Militar, you want to go towards Impala, you want to go towards Puerto Paraso. Everywhere on the map is going to be covered. But that also opens up avenues, right? That also opens up for a slower start to the initial segments of the game, but a much rough ending to it as well.
We've been expecting a slow start to maps from the start of the day, but that hasn't really been the case. Maybe towards the end of it, teams are going to try and take a little bit of a breather before running into fights willy-nilly, but let's see. Already we see 2 teams dropping towards that La Cobriera Crater Fields area, where we have the players of ORB gliding along with the players of Big Brother Esports. And if that is a drop clash in the early stages, La Cobriera is not a position big enough to fit 2 teams.
Absolutely, and I'm pretty sure La Cobriera will just change on the face of this earth as well, because these 2 are hitting hard. Big Brothers right now, they've got amazing firepower. ORB, just like you mentioned, their recent form has been pretty good as well.
And apart from that, Salty, right off the bat, a few more drop clashes. One happening towards Chumacera. There's a slight drop clash in the city of Los Leones as well, but I believe the players from MG will have the opportunity to just take control of the hills south of Los Leones, and they will look to survive that. But look at this, as we talked about Chumacera. They are the players of Great Esports. There's 5 Filter Esports as well, and then we saw the players of OG just glide from the top of their heads. But it's going to be the first fight of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking out, we have Aman from the side of 5 Filter Esports, who's looking to hunt down one of the players from the side of Great, and it is Raid who has managed to deny Aman the push. He has, well, not a lot actually, a revolver and the Uzi to work with. The Uzi will be beneficial in close quarters, but he was waiting for his teammates to show up, the backup to arrive, and once the backup is going to be there, maybe they're going to try and reset themselves and take the fight.
And finally the backup is there. Zodiac has finally joined his friend Naman, but it looks like even Great Esports, as a matter of fact, have kind of stopped dead on their tracks, right? They're slowly sneaking right behind those cylinders, if I just would like to call it, and has placed himself inside this bush. This can be problematic because if 5filter Esports do not anticipate this position can actually hurt them quite bad.
I can't even see him. He is just perfectly covered in that bush, and it's going to be very difficult for the players of 5filter Esports as well to actually realize where did he go. But we have Arsh who realizes like, all right, there were a few extra parachutes, and those were definitely not one of ours. So they are going to try and see if they can scout out the position of the players of OG. But Aman, the push not really working out, is going to be dropped to the floor by Red. A brilliant execution, waited patiently on the sidelines, and as soon as he had the line of fire, not even direct assault, the line of fire was there. Oh, Surya, the nade was brilliant, just lands on the other side of the corner. And Nicky's going to be so lucky that he survived.
Yeah, she's going to be thanking the gods, to be honest. But on the other side, 5filter Esports, they've been hurt where it actually hurts the most. Draco coming in from the backlines, another nade. Another time, the boxes just saved their life. And Nicky, up close and personal, knows that Surya Jod as well as Draco will try and flood in, and has managed to put out the door in the nick of time. It's going to be massive.
They know exactly where she is. Draco as well, he's waiting for the opportunity. No angle available to the players of Great as of now. The Malta was loft to flush them out, but out of nowhere, Draco finds the line of fire. The aggression finally paying off. Nicky goes down. And now this spells trouble for the side of 5filter Esports. 2 players down, stuck between 2 different teams. But as of now, it's just Great Esports that is forcing them to a corner, one after the other. Players falling left, right, and center. Even Zodiac is going to be finished off, and FFE, they are down to their last player.
5filter Esports have been very promising throughout, but it seems like right now, especially in a drop collision situation, they're not well equipped to take this particular fight. Great Esports have had massive props, the way they inflated this particular compound, where the way Red just got the first opening as well was phenomenal. And it seems like Arshkod out of 5filter Esports has managed to find an escape. Did he though?
I think he did. Oh no, he can't really go anywhere. He just has to stay hidden, because even if he tries to escape towards the northern side, he can be caught off guard by the players of the OG. Great, they still realize there's one more man lurking in the shadows. They are looking to hunt him down. But I think it is a brilliant opportunity for them to actually secure these early positions. All they have to make sure is they do not commit too much utility or ammunition in that fight, because they have to be prepared for the players of OG, who, as we can see, are already looking to climb up that ridge, closing in on Daljit's position in the back line. Surya will have a line of fire with the flank, and especially that M249 can actually do wonders from that spot.
Yeah, I think he will be kind of looking to hold on that flank with the M249. But on the other side, of course, is where there might be an opening. And I think Daljit also wants to kind of exploit that as well, wants to try and find as big of a flank as he possibly can. And OGs, it seems like they're all focused on that one warehouse. Might just get blindsided by Daljit's position so far. It seems like he's waited that out perfectly. Just needs to wait a couple of moments more and strike when it actually hurts.
Patience is definitely going to be important, but they will also have to worry about the team that might move in from Valadelmar. Invincibles still holding on to that southwestern edge. But this is going to be a phenomenal game of Miramar, Salty. I mean, look at how beautiful the circle is. Every team will have an advantage, at least for the start of the game. Everyone has a little bit of a breathing room in the early stages, except the teams that went towards Chumasera. Even the squads of Clue and WSB, easy entries inside the zone, not a lot to worry about. But in the meanwhile, we have the players from the side of FS. So one of the lads from the side of Megastars Gaming, quite close for comfort, gets in the vehicle, falls back. But now Daljit looking to kick things off. Shots fired on God. Damage was dished out, but God still left standing. Great Esports, their wildcard, their ace of spades is compromised. But Daljit, we know this man never gives up. And he secures the knock.
Especially with Draco being involved in the picture of things, I think Daljit's mistake up front was sort of covered, but Draco is still holding his angle. So far, I kind of felt like they should have actually forwarded a little more, but they're not really doing that. Great Esports, the pressure on top of OG has been phenomenal. Draco once again missed the shot from the DBS.
And that was point blank. Needs to be careful. Now, finally, God has been taken out, knocked out. He's going to be finished off. The OG down to their last 2 players. Great, though. Need to be careful. Running out of ammunition. A lot of these lads. Maybe the players from the side of OG can take advantage of that fact, but they also are prioritizing their placements, their position, their safety. Because look on the radar, they are falling back, have gotten a vehicle to work with, and this escape of theirs should not be too difficult to work with. Plus, along the way, maybe they can pick off Sparsh, an extra point. Maybe.
Nah, it's too much of an ask, to be honest, especially to find Arshkot in the midst of things. But OGs, they've done a good job and a good decision to kind of back off from that fight, because I kind of felt when Daljit missed that first shot, there was an opening for OG to kind of fall back a little quicker. But with Draco's presence up front, I think that kind of covered up for that mistake. And OGs had to kind of put in bodies up front. They had to put in Wadi and God to let the rest of the players escape from that situation.
My favorite moment was when Draco was standing just at the corner of the door and God just emptied his clip. And Draco, he just waited like, all right, you will run out of ammo sometime. And I have a DBS. You and I are not even 5 feet apart. You will feel that hit, connect. But unfortunately, it did take him a while because he was missing a few shots. But it was a brilliant move from the side of OG. To be fair, I mean, they did take on 2 different teams, have not lost a single player. And I believe they have around 5 points on the board already.
I mean, they do have those points, but what to make out of it, especially having lost those 2 early players. At least they have the good side of the circle for themselves for now, and they can proceed inwards. But where do they find that final station will be important, because look at that stack which is happening towards that Picardo region. You've got BR Titans, you've got 8-bit CS, WSB, and so many teams who already know that the central part of the circle might be its final rendition.
But, of course, whenever we talk about Picardo, we have to talk about Team Soul. This time around, haven't really faced any contestation in the early stages of the game, so they are going to be comfortable if any fights are forced upon them. In the meanwhile, though, the players from the side of Glitch Reborn on our screens, just having entered the zone from the northwestern edge, still scrambling for cover, run into an airdrop along the way, but have decided to not pick it up. Now that is interesting. I mean, they have the armor and the helmet. Ralph, we do see that level 3 kit upon him.
And decent number of throwables, good healing utility as well. Glitch is currently decently loaded, to be honest. But I think the biggest X factor about this team is the unexpected rotations that they can pull off.
Yeah.
Especially the entry points that they find, even when the circle is stacked. So that is something which I'm worrying about, because right now they are in Monte Nuevo, and Monte Nuevo is a place which can kind of give you pathways to every nook and corner of the map. Glitchix Reborn will be kind of enabled to go to every single location where they want, but they are choosing a direct entry inside the circle, which leads them to collide against 2 top dogs. That will be Team Invincibles. One of them will certainly be Team Invincibles.
Well, let's see, will they be able to survive that onslaught upon them? And it's brilliant from the side of Invincibles, because they started from Valid Elmar.
Yeah.
And now they have made sure that they're on that western edge of the circle. As long as they find some cover, they should not be in too much trouble. But we have Big Brothers on our screens now, and we are expecting big things from them. But unfortunately, today has just not been kind to them at all.
Does happen. The bad days, of course, from Big Brothers. They've been consistent throughout, but they haven't really broken the roof of something that we expect from this team. Look at Team Megastars, of course. You've got Blacks. Does have that DMR action going on for him, but the Mini Fortin is going to help him support against the spray coming his way. On the other side, it's going to be the likes of Team ORB as well.
Oh, ORB. They were playing from the Ruins area, now finally having entered the zone from the northwestern edge. Running into the players of GlitchX, and Roman, he's going to be the man kicking things off. Lynch caught completely off guard, knocked and finished. Roman just waited on the other side of the ridge, patiently waited for the players of ORB to make a mistake. Dodges the damage of the nade by pushing forward. What a risky move, but still brilliant. And Glitch, that was a free point for them.
Let me tell you, Johnny, there's also one interesting fact. Lichix Reborn, possibly for the first time inside this tournament, they're playing with their original four.
Yes.
They're playing with Chris, they're playing with Ralph, Duke, and their IGL. Romanoji is back online. So this is going to be amazing. I'm expecting big things from them. And it seems like Roman himself has individually managed to shy away ORB from this entire fight situation. They'll be forced to move out into the blue.
But look at the circle moving towards the Chumasera area, just a little bit north of Chumasera, between Picado and Chumasera, in fact. And look at that cluster moving in from the western and the north eastern side. You have God's Reign, WSB, Clue, Team Soul right on the edge. 8-bit CS, they have the smack center of the zone. It can hold such a big advantage for them. But we'll find out if it's going to be an advantage or a massive blunder from their side right now. WSB looking to move for the center as well. Players of MG in a decent spot can make it work. But as we were talking about them, God's Reign might have to face some resistance at least. We did see WSB inside the edge.
WSB is there for a direct entry, but it seems like God's Reign, they will look to kind of take a longer route for themselves. But either way, I think they're either going to face WSB or Team Mayur Gaming as well, who are waiting with open arms. But at least the edges are not going to be holding any sort of threat for God's Reign, at least for now, though, of course. All of these players, they've made massive, massive rotations to find the edge of the circle, but for now I think we'll be waiting for God's Reign to involve in a particular fight as we switch cameras and have a look at Team Soul, who are currently going up against Team Clue. One of their players has been brought down. It is a long distance fight and it seems like closing down that distance I think will be the biggest challenge for now.
Oh, it can be a pretty big challenge for them, but let's see. Team Soul, they've kicked things off in a nice manner. 1 point already on the board. Looking for a few more. Clue though. Ujwal, his position compromised. Akshat pre-aiming that door, waiting for him to reveal himself, waiting for him to peek. Clue, they need to be extremely careful. Team Soul, it seems like they're aware of the exact position of the players of Clue.
And they know, I think, the fact that Clue is not really their ideal target. They have got different priorities, and that is one of the reasons why Omega has escaped from this particular fight. They've not escaped, he has moved away from this particular fight, trying to get position inward inside the circle, and it seems like once he secures that position, the rest of the crew is also going to follow up case right behind him. But on the other side, you've got Glitchx Reborn right behind Team FS Esports. Should not be an easy target, should they?
Yeah, that is definitely not going to be an easy target, but all depends where the circle will be and how panicked are the players going to be because of it. A hard shift towards the northeast. Team Soul and 8-bit CS fighting, or at least expected to fight for the control of the center. In the meanwhile, Big Brothers, look at them towards the northern edge, quite close to the players of Blood Rose Esports, along with the players from Megastars Gaming. Now that will cause a lot of panic, but look at Glitch Reborn already on the move, looking to take control of that western edge.
But the only problem is that they're going to face Team Megastars right now. Team Megastars on a similar path. The only thing which kind of separates them is that one little highway. And that is it. And it seems like Romanoji does not even care about that. He wants to go straight up and take this fight. And it seems like he's caught Team Megastars off guard. One of their players will be taken down. And that was legit. One of the top performers is down and out, Johnny.
Just completely caught off guard. Team Megastar, no answer for that one. And Roman, as you mentioned, so aggressive. But in the meanwhile, the other players are also falling down as they run into a bear trap set by the players from the side of Blood Rose Esports.
Yeah. But for now, Team Megastars, I think their next target is going to be BR Titans. The nade, of course, from Blacks will be able to flush out so many players. But it seems like it did not really connect. But he does not shy away from more. He's the last remaining survivor. He could have escaped from the situation, but he wants to take that fight. This is why I love this player so much.
He will get shot at from every single direction, and I think Team Megastar, they might have to settle for an early exit in the game. Look at this. Even in the barn house is getting shot in the back. I think the players from the side of Blood Rose, they realize he's the solo survivor. They are pushing all together. The nade is going to be lobbed outside the window, but Blacks with the UMP can't really do much. Still hiding, secures the first knock, but that will be it. It's going to be put down in the ditch.
Yeah, for sure. But BR Titans, will be looking to carry forward this position for themselves. On the other side, of course, the Circle did make that massive shift. We witnessed that Team Soul making that rotation, but Glitchix Reborn, they knew that the trifecta was already working, and it seems like they evaded that particular fight, but now put themselves in a sandwich situation right up front. There is going to be Team FS Esports, and from the backline, we just witnessed that OGs were also trying to take shots, so it's not going to be easy. But look at the nerves of Steel on Roman OG. He's not scared to try and unsettle the opposition.
Well, let's see though. Has to be careful. In the meanwhile, Great Esports not really in a great position. Rayed again on his knees. Surya Jod trying to protect himself, hiding in a corner. This is the first time we are seeing Mayur Gaming back in their old form. The nade looked brilliant.
Lovely.
And the damage is going to be there. Sanchit, a phenomenal move. The drop shot connecting, and that is going to be the end of the story and the journey for Great Esports in this map of Miramar. And it seems like all the young players that we are critical about, Salty, have brought themselves back. BR Titans regaining their old form from the BGIS date, and so did the players from the side of Mayur Gaming.
Yeah, and not to forget Great Esports, they were phenomenal in that early fight in this era. So this is not a team to scoff at. I think Mayur Gaming, they've been phenomenal so far. And it seems like Arshgod,
oh no,
he hasn't been spotted finally. Okay, fine. He's no, wait,
no!
What? Surya, look behind you. He's right there. He's bandaging himself. Look behind yourself.
Now he will be forced to look at, but no! Arshgod, before he could secure that point, he gets finished off by Mudit. What a disaster! Not from one side, but from both ends indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to BMPS 2023. This is the level of action that we get to witness. But for MICI, in fact for Mayur Gaming, it is not the end of the road. Look at that hitman, of course, in his Lamborghini, just showing his class, running over. He does not even care to actually confirm that finish because his rotation is more important. FS Esports, they found that turf on the northern side, and it seems like this rotation path will allow them so much space inside the circle. The only target will be Big Brothers.
And it's not going to be easy to face them, considering Big Brothers will have a positional advantage to work with, especially since they are inside the circle. And FS, they realize, might not be an advantageous fight for them. Still continuing along their northern edge rotation, looking for a clear entry. But now it's time to go for the push. Turbo leading the charge. Not really a position he wants to be in, but with the DBS, maybe he can make it work. Switches weapons, lays out some cover to cover the backlines with the smoke. But in another part of the map, specifically towards the eastern edge, we have Clue against WSB. Zap, the last man left, trying to fight for his life. Takes down one, but that will be it. Clue bringing themselves back. They were down to their last player, still did not lose hope. All thanks to the shotguns in their hands, they bring themselves a few extra points.
And it seems like that little ridge where Clue is right now, that is protecting themselves from the shots coming from Team Soul. Glitchix Reborn, they have 6 finishes on this team already. This team is so consistent every single time. And now, of course, it's on to Duke, it's on to Chris OP. These two lads will have to carry this team forward. And it seems like they're going to face right up against Team God's Reign, who are waiting for them with open arms, right at the smack center of the circle.
This might be the end of Glitch Reborn. Duke, with that brilliant run inside the circle, does not really have his teammates or any cover to work with. In the meanwhile, though, in the back lines, towards the southwestern edge of the circle, we have the players of 8-Bit CS brilliantly holding on to their cover. They've played patiently. They've just waited for the right opportunities to move, and they have survived altogether. But FS still taking on the players of Big Brothers. Uzumaki has taken a lot of damage. Turbo was knocked out, has been brought back. FS, just a ridge to work with. And Big Brothers, they don't have to do much. All they have to do is just deny FS the aggression that they want with the help of utility. But it seems like Big Brothers, they're running out of throwables.
They certainly are running out of throwables, and they certainly are running out of time right now, because if they hold on to this position for long, possibly the entry of BR Titans will cause them even more troubles. And as soon as I talk about that from the finish feed, have a look at this. 8-Bit CS have managed to intercept that rotation, and they have brought a couple of bodies down. Uzumaki as well is still trying to hold on to, but it seems like FS Esports, they will not stop.
Well, the pin was pulled, but the smoke, will it be enough to wide ample cover for the players of Big Brother? 6 teams, 23 players still alive. Meanwhile, the circle still dominated by Team Soul. Look at them controlling that northern edge brilliantly. FS, that Molotov just falling a bit short. The idea was perfect to flush out the players from the side of BB, but the utility, the distance, the range, not enough. In the meanwhile, BR Titans forced to take an exit, and here comes the push. Dazzle this time leading the charge. Kyoya extremely low. Uzumaki trying to protect his teammate, but he's going to also be taken down extremely low. Now this might be the end of these two players, and it's going to be the slam coming in from Turbo. Fails to execute, switches to the DBS, still makes it work.
Uzumaki, he found 2 for himself. Now
oh my god,
the third one as well. 8-bit CS coming back in the picture. I think this is
what?
the end of everything. Wait a second, as a matter of fact, Big Brothers, they're still surviving. But on the other side, FS Esports, they were wiped off earlier, courtesy to 8-bit CS and their third party from the backlines.
What a disaster. Something no one could have thought would have happened to FS. They have the HP advantages. Turbo, a brilliant move securing that opening, but still Uzumaki doing everything in his power to make sure Big Brothers, they have a comeback in this map of Miramar. 8-bit CS in the backlines, they haven't given up yet. Know exactly where the opposition is, and they have all 4 players to work with as well. Leo this time leading the charge for the side. The Molotov is going to be there. Kyoya spotted out. The spray connects on Uzumaki. Is extremely low. Goes for the reload. Even 8-bit CS, they are out of throwables, and that's the only thing that's stopping them in the distance. But finally, Kyoya falls. Uzumaki out in the open, spotted out. The spray connects, and that is the end of Big Brothers and their run in this map of Miramar.
It was inevitable, Johnny. It absolutely was inevitable. The way 8-bit CS charged against them, they saw the opportunity to pounce, and they did that. But from Clue Esports, D2E is still holding the backlines. Nobody expected that. 4 teams still live, 13 players, and out of that, there's just one little guy who is just trying to go in for that heal battle. And as soon as I say that, he's going to fall. He's going to get electrocuted by the blue zone itself. But look at that zone right now, Johnny. In the middle of nowhere, in no man's land. And these 3 teams, they will be forced to make some hefty decisions right now.
And it's going to be a fight between the titans of BGMI for this chicken dinner. We have Team Soul, 8-bit CS, and of course the side of God's Reign. The circle in the middle of nowhere, as you mentioned, the no man's land. But at least 8-bit CS, they will have the opportunity to do at least dish out some damage with the ridges.
Yeah.
They have to be careful that they're the furthest away from the circle as well. So that means they will be the first ones to take the damage.
8-bit have a platform for themselves, while the rest of the 2 teams, they have compounds to work with. Look at this beautiful bird's eye view. There is so much dead space right in the center. But which team makes the first move? It seems like God's Reign will be forced out by the blue, and they can do nothing about it. 8-bit CS have so much time in the world that they can get all of those finishes before Team Soul can.
Time might be running out for all 3 of these squads. They're going to be forced to settle their differences in this final battle. Shots fired. God's Reign, they've started to move. Blaze leading the charge, and instantly it's going to be dropped by the players of Team Soul. 8-bit stepping out in the open. Mighty falls as well. Leo YT, he's there for the backup, but his teammate is going to get finished off. And Team Soul, they were being so patient, holding on to their cover. Small gap in the wall, and they're using it to destroy everyone around them. God's Reign, they are down to their final 2 players. Omega, look at this, has so much utility in his hands. 5 nades, 1 Molotov, a smoke for cover. This is just perfect.
This certainly is perfect. This is picture perfect for Team Soul as well. And now the fact that they have the control of the circle, they never really let it get away. Juicy does have those 6 first aid kits, but I don't really think that is going to last for long. Meanwhile, on the other side, God's Reign have been wiped off. The final piece of the puzzle was always, and now it's a ticking time bomb, Johnny. Team Soul, they know exactly where Team 8-bit are, and they are charging right behind him.
And I think it is over. Oh, Juicy takes down 1. He's going to look for the finish. That is it. That's the last moment. Gets baited by Goblin. He still gets him out. What a move from Team Soul. But it was clear in the end, ladies and gentlemen. Patience. It pays off quite nicely for this team. A brilliant chicken dinner with 15 eliminations on the board. And finally, they have what they were looking for in day 2.
Absolutely. I think this performance was actually needed.
Yes.
And in fact, every single big team, every single big name inside this competition we were talking about, we were waiting for them to perform. They came with guns blazing. And it seems like for Team Seoul, of course, they were very consistent inside of week 1. It seems like they just woke up from that slumber in week 2 and they're like, all right, fine, just another day.
I mean, and of course, I mean, we talked about the newer players as well, the young lads, the undergods, and them stepping up quite nicely. Muir Gaming and BR Titans in particular were so phenomenal in this match, at least in the early stages. The rotations did give them a lot of trouble, but hey, they did walk away with a few decent finishes for themselves.
I mean, it's not just them as well. Have a look at this. God's Reign made a comeback.
Yes.
You've got 8-bit CS making a comeback. And it seems like Big Brothers as well. They've done decent for themselves, their rotations and their position inside the final circle. It was pretty good. Of course, third-party situations, you can't really talk much about it, can you?
Exactly, but it seems like while these teams and these individuals are definitely blessed by the gods of BGMI inside of this game, and they made sure that they wanted to convert, and they got a lot of points because of that. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys can also receive the blessing, and that is the Fool's Blessing inside BGMI. Do make sure you head inside the reward section and check out this beautiful weapon, but for now, let's check out what it's all about. What is not to like in this Fool's Blessing? The finish animations are so amazing. The emotes are so nice. Everything just to your liking, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, do go ahead in the rewards section and make sure you check it out. But for now, we are about to check out how our teams did in this match, Salty.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I think that, like I said, the big dogs, all of them came up, they performed. The younger teams, they kind of showed signs of comebacks right now. We were talking about BR Titans, we were talking about Great Esports, and we were talking about Mayur Gaming. Every single team, if you look at the technicalities of their fight, was absolutely brilliant. Specifically starting from the very beginning of the game, that drop collision on top of Chumasera, where Great Esports, they had a fun time eliminating the opposition.
Yeah, I was just about to say that was hilarious, especially the moment we actually move towards the fight. We see the players of Great Esports in a scuffle of their own, and then the players of OG just gliding past both the squads into the factories areas. And I believe it was because of that glide that they weren't really able to pick up a lot of weapons, and they had to just force a fight against Great to see if they can actually get an early pick. And since Daljit was already making a 200 IQ move with a flank, making sure he had the open areas in check, he was able to find that opening and just deny that opportunity completely to them.
Absolutely. But having said that, I mean, we definitely have painted the same picture. But what is a picture without a visual? Let's just have a look at the highlights once again, ladies and gentlemen. The same fight that we were talking about. This is it, 5-Filter Esports versus Great Esports. And Riot, especially after, in fact, the way he invaded the compound, the way he got the opening was brilliant. And then the same run of form was just carried forward by Daljit. Just, with that flank, a huge flank that we were talking about, he kind of messed up a little bit, but Draco was there to kind of back him up, isn't it?
You forgot about Arsh God. He was also surviving for a long time in this game, and that was also quite a commendable effort considering his entire team got annihilated as soon as the match began.
I mean, there is going to be a sense of pride to try and fight for position points, but Arshgod, I don't really think he survived for long.
Not long enough.
As soon as he kind of escaped from Chumasera, he was down and out, but there were multiple teams, and WSB is one of the big names inside of the competition. We kind of expect a lot more from Johnny, but it seems like this lineup, especially in this tournament, they haven't really shown their true potential, have they?
Yeah, not yet anyways, and I mean, again, considering this is the second last day of week 2, tomorrow is going to be the final day, and then we transition to the final week before we head to the grand finals. So there's going to be a lot of pressure.
Where again are we having the grand finals?
Haven't you heard? It's the Eka Arena in Ahmedabad. So it's going to be amazing.
And what are the dates again?
Well, it's going to happen
15th,
Yes.
16th, and 17th of December, Johnny. I was
I
just
want to
testing
leave some information
Yeah,
for you.
I was just testing you. But let's just come back to this game, which was a test of final circle, to be honest. A trifecta of teams over there. You've got Godrin, you've got 8-bit CS,
Yeah.
and you've got Soul, of course, in that one. And it seemed like the only way Team Seoul just survived in this one was the fact that the Blue Zone pressured both these two teams while they had so much space to work around.
And that gap in the wall, I think, is to be thanked for as well. They need to be very gracious for that, because that allowed them the line of fire to the players of 8-bit. So they could still be safe, dodge out the damage, and still take down the players from set of 8-bit. In the meanwhile, God's Reign was the easiest team for them to finish off,
Yeah.
since there were multiple windows and God's Reign stepped out in the open a little too earlier.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of unfortunate for God's Reign that they were forced off their compound,
Yeah.
forced off their position as well. But it seems like God's Reign are finally getting back in the groove of finding their rotation.
Yeah.
They had to make a massive rotation to find their spot inside the final circle. And it seems like always he's been working hard behind the scenes. The first week, of course, we saw God's Reign. They were good with their firefights, but the rotations were completely off track. At least right now, their rotational problem has been solved. Do you think so?
Yeah, I do believe so. I mean, even in this game, they faced a lot of challenges, and yet they were able to protect all 4 players till the very end. Which was one of the reasons we thought that they might actually stand a chance to take the win. But as soon as we saw that final circle in the no man's land and Blaze instantly getting picked off, and his job was to actually reach the safe area, put the bus in a certain position from where his teammates can actually also step out in the open, and that first move of theirs failed. So the entire team after that just crumbled, because there was a little bit of a focus fire upon them after that.
Exactly, and I think it could have sort of worked out had there not been the presence of 8-bit CS, had
Yeah,
there just
that
been
is
one
true.
team looking to open fire at them. But 8-bit also kind of tried to take an advantage of that situation. We're like, all right, fine. If a couple of bodies of our team are going to fall, why not take someone else along with them as well? So the logic was simple for 8-bit CS, but it seems like God's Reign, they just had the disadvantage of being forced into making that first move. But what an amazing game from Team
Yeah.
Seoul, as a matter of fact. It seems like this team is back not just with their gunpowder, but also in terms of circle predictions. You
Yeah.
remember that series of circle predictions which Omega did inside of BGIs, and it seems like that
Yes.
run of form is back here once again.
Yeah, today, I mean, especially this game was just phenomenal from there, and they were inside the circle in prime spots,
Yeah.
where they would be able to avoid a lot of collisions the entire time. And in the end, they did rack up a lot of finished numbers as well, but it is still a question of, will this be enough? I mean, it will definitely be enough, but they will be hoping for the maximum number of bonus points, at least from this week.
I'm pretty sure Seoul fans in Ahmedabad are also going to be waiting for
yeah.
them to be inside the top 16, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, of course, let's just talk about the MVP of this game, and that has to be Goblin from Team Seoul. 6 finishes, but only 40% finish contribution. It just happens when your teammates are equally as good. And possibly for the first time, I think we are witnessing Goblin and Neo 2 assaulters, young assaulters, being fitted into the lineup together and working simultaneously.
I mean, 11 eliminations on both these two players combined. What more could you ask for from the young athletes of your lineup, as you said? But it wasn't just them. Leo YT from the side of 8-bit CS, also phenomenal job. Fighting till the very end, tried his level best, but unfortunately wasn't enough for the win. And he will be joined by Ronak as well. 7 eliminations on these two young players. And then there was Uzumaki from the side of Big Brothers, who, as we talked, are still desperate for that comeback. But look at this Team Seoul, that 30 bomb being dropped in this game of Miramar. 8-bit CS finishing with 23 points, and then there's a 10-point drop where we have God's Reign on the third with 13 points to their name.
I think it was required for God's Reign to kind of get back and resurrect back their ship, and I think this kind of performance actually will help them do that. On the other side, you've got a Big Brother Esports. They end up with 11 points as well. Not that consistent of a performance from GlitchX Reborn, because I expected when they had those 6 eliminations, they're going to find themselves a good spot. But as soon as they made that dash, as soon as Duke made that dash to the center of the circle, they were just wiped off and they could only secure that one position point.
Yeah, it was quite unfortunate. And talk about unfortunate incidents. I mean, we talk about the early exits of the game. Team OG, we expected ours to actually survive for an extra bit, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. Even the early exit for the side of FFE was something unexpected, but still, overall, it was quite a decent game of Miramar. We saw a lot of aggression right off the bat. We saw a few extra drop clashes, more than they were needed, and especially in really awkward positions, because Chumasera is not really one of those spots where we expect an early game drop clash in this map.
I mean, I kind of like Chumasera, to be honest. The fact that the entire city is built on a two-step platform.
Yeah.
You've got the high grounds as well. Another team can station themselves on the bottom territory. So Chumasera definitely one of my favorites. But concerns from Team Megastars, Johnny. I don't know what is wrong with them.
Exactly. I mean, Megastars running into that fight against BR Titans, especially one of their players just completely playing separately from the entire lineup. Let's see what the future is going to look like for the team. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move towards our future, which will take us to the map of Sanhok this time, where we have the teams from Group 9 going up against the teams of Group 10. And this is going to be an exciting game for sure. I hope you guys are prepared for this one. And it is, again, Titans colliding, especially with the kind of match that Team Psych had a few moments ago. Fixes. What are we looking forward to in this game?
A lot of action and a lot of bloodbath, to be honest, because the way Miramar erupted and it had its, it had a little bit of a weird pacing, to be honest. We had those early game fights, suddenly in those mid games where things kind of go a little bit lull. Then also we had some fights happening, like you said, Megastars and BR Titans going up against each other. But when the final circles did commence, right, it was a beautiful shift down south where 8-bit CS for a moment thought that this was their game, but had you noticed, right, Omega was one of those only players who was away from his pack, ensured that everybody got to his position. They were playing around a small little place, and through those cracks, I think that is where Team Soul really found gold.
I do agree with that. That crack in the wall ended up cracking the opposition completely, and it was the ace of spades that I guess Team Soul had to work with. But again, consistent performance is what we are looking forward to. Do you expect them to walk away with another win in this game of Sanhok, or at least a top 3 finish?
They come into a week, they play their first game, get a chicken dinner. That has been Team Soul's way, apparently. But another thing that needs to be pointed out is the fact that Hector is back in action.
Yes.
And I've all been praises about this lad because, again, very underrated, like somebody like Z-God, who's been playing phenomenally well for Team Godlike. Then when you talk about Team X-Park, you've seen Dreams also playing really well in this tournament. And Hector, he can't be left behind.
Yeah, Hector can't be left behind for sure. But let's see, what the matchup is going to look like, because this time the competition will be tough. In their own group, you have teams like WSB, 8BCS. But from the front, from the opposing group, you have Gladiators. And I'm pretty sure Gladiators will be upset about how their day began today.
For Gladiators, Sanhok hasn't really been their best suit, to be honest. They drop around Paradise, and sometimes whilst rotating, they get caught off. Somebody just, chopping off their legs. One or the other player gets taken down. Hasn't been the best fairy tale story, at least for Destro, because there have been numerous instances where we've seen him getting picked off early on.
Yes.
So that is one thing that they really need to consider. But Gladiators, the first game that they did play, wasn't really the best of outing, but still, they could salvage as many points, which I'm really happy about.
It is Gladiators, we all know. They want to be as consistent as possible. And again, last time around, missing out on that opportunity for the maximum bonus points from their group. This is what they want this time. Before moving on to the finals, of course, looking to build up that momentum. But again, Psych is also another name we need to talk about. Psych just coming back from that phenomenal run in the previous match.
Yeah, of course. These boys have been together for quite some time. It's just a different organization. And, they kind of paid respect to the circle. But in Sanhok, everything really changes, right? It's about the dynamics of the game, how quickly you rotate, and first of all, where does the circle form at? If it goes towards the Western Island, it could be a completely different team. But there have been instances where we've seen a cave circle also.
Yeah. There have been instances of cave circles, and for the last few days, I have no idea what's happening, but it seems like any player that tries to drop towards the cave area ends up slipping inside, falling, and getting knocked out in the early stages. And it has happened quite a lot. But one more thing, talk about slipping up. You had a lot of expectations from OR considering the change that happened. Are you satisfied with the run so far?
At this point, if I have to be a little brutal, it kind of felt
Be
a little
honest, yeah.
forced, right? You know, the entire team, you had Jelly going elsewhere, you had the other players also not being retained, and then suddenly they needed a lineup, and they had Trigger coming in because, of course, Trigger has so much to play, and Forest Apes, they had Orangutan, majority of their players going through, even Robin. You know, these players are at the peak of their careers at this point. You know, this is the prime time. I'm surely, you know, the teams require those 5 players, but at the peak of your career, you do not want to be left out. And, you know, suddenly things aren't really, you know, working for them. They're not acting as a whole unit, right? Which will take time. But that's the biggest battle over here. They do not have that.
Exactly. Time is not a luxury that they have right
Yeah.
now. It is something that they lack. And they will have to make sure at least a win in this game of Sanhok, a big win, in fact, can put them in a position from where they can actually secure a lot of bonus points at the end of tomorrow. And maybe we'll see them in a decent spot in the overall rankings. I mean, you can always be hopeful, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we even talk further about our revelations of today, has to be Shadow, right? You know, being as an IGL, whilst he was at Godlike, you could see him, you know, being on a little bit of a defensive role.
Yeah.
But now, when it comes about him picking up arms, he's been going head on, he's been winning those battles. You could see that splurge of confidence inside of him, which has been delivered, right? Newman, of course, they've had a really good day so far.
Yeah, they are having a pretty phenomenal time in this
Yeah.
matchup. One more question that I have for you, Fixes.
Go
and
on.
this is an interview at this point, the podcast hours that we usually witness in the early stages of Miramar, but now it's happening on camera. Which new team has been your favorite so far? I mean, you did watch a few phenomenal moments from the previous games.
I mean, are you talking about just today or overall?
Overall.
I mean, from new teams, has to be growing strong, right? We've got TTE also,
Yeah.
you know, 2 of their players. I think Godbot, he's been phenomenal. That lad was sitting at what, 30 finishes something. Then you had Sparky also. So I think they've been doing fairly well. But if you talk about today, I think it has to be about OST, right? This is one of those
Yes.
teams that has really impressed me a lot.
OST was actually quite phenomenal. We saw them perform in the first half of the day, and they're very consistent. And I believe if we just talk about today's matches, I think OST is one of those teams that will go toe-to-toe against the likes of Forest Apes, just in terms of how many points they have earned for themselves in the matches that they played. But I think now there's an opportunity for Team Soul to actually give both the teams a run for their money.
You know, this is where I have to bring this conversation in. As much as I would hate to do so, you know, we had seen in the previous week also, if you draw comparisons, right, Team Soul did start off with a chicken dinner, and then they did not have the best of times.
That is true.
Bearing in mind the fact that they're still not out of the competition, they were still in a decent position, but that is one thing I think Team Soul should be focusing on, is kind of having a few good games that sets them up in a driver's position. And I think from there onwards, the target has to be to make it to the finals this time, because, well, let's be honest, they're the defending champions.
Exactly, and it's going to be a very, very weird moment if the defending champions aren't really there to defend their trophy. But I think the probability right now, as the table sits, the probability of that happening is quite low, because Team Soul, they have a pretty
Yes.
decent position to work with in terms of the overall ranking. So I think the fans have nothing to worry about at this point. But again, in terms of teams that have been there for a while and still are looking to secure a few extra points, FS. Now, this is again a name that we have heard in the scene for a long time, but things not really looking too good right now.
Yeah, few changes here and there, of course. You know, you can still see Hitman there.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's the way of life, right? You cannot be consistent throughout. And we really do not know what's going on even outside the game. So many changes happening. So much
Yeah.
uncertainty in the picture for all these players. Because now they have to understand, you know, I've been emphasizing on this so much, right? You cannot feel settled. The moment you do
Exactly.
that, somebody else is going to take your position. And, you know, careers are on the line. And they need to understand the gravity of the situation at this point.
Well, and the gravity of the situation, it's going to get tougher and tougher with every
Yes.
single second, with every single match. And, well, the counter, ladies and gentlemen, it's about to hit 0. You know what that means. It's our cue to get in the airplane and take off over the map of Sanhok. And here we go. This time, an interesting flight path as it starts from the southeastern edge of the map. Well, not exactly the southeastern edge, the eastern edge of Lakhavi. And it's going to stick along the southern half, going towards the city of Tambang.
You know, does it matter though?
No,
At
not
least
on Sanhok, it doesn't.
like Sanhok, it does not matter. But of course, Group 9 and Group 10 going up against each other. But, if you talk about disappointments today, I think I've kind of been a little bummed about how Team Megastars played, especially, the potential. They've not really tapped into that. But, getting the teams right now into conversation,
Yeah.
Mayur Gaming, this is one of those teams. They had their moments of brilliance in the previous game, but they seem to have fizzled out a little earlier.
I mean, Mayur Gaming, to be very honest, we expected big things from them because MICI, again, a reminder, MICI was the name of the lineup when they played BGIS. And they were so good, improving at a very rapid pace. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back to that conversation. But now, it is going to be WSB drop clashing the players from the side of BR Titans. And well, BR Titans kicking things off have secured the opening knock. WSB scrambling for weapons and for cover. Zarif is going to be dropped to the floor as well. One more brilliant knock secured by Pahari. He's looking for another one. Needs to be careful. The M16 was there. Switches over to the UMP and the DBS.
He needs that first hit. That's really important as BR Titans race through.
Oh, no!
Get another finish done there. But right now, WSP wanting to retaliate back. They do not really have the numbers. And just in the blink of an eye, they are done and dusted.
This was a drop clash in boot camp, but I believe there's another one happening in the city of Painan as we speak. It is going to be Nate Official in a fight for their lives. They need to make sure few points secured from this match, but off to an unfortunate start. Already lost a player.
Yeah. That's something you would not intend to. But I was kind of really, kind of worried about how this fight really erupted, Johnny, to be honest. But seems like Gladiators, they have blood on their mind. If my memory serves me right, it was the boys from ASG that took Delta down. And if Gladiators have that opportunity, they're going to take that with open arms.
Looking for revenge, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, let's see.
not?
If they have the opportunity, why not just seize it? As of now, though, I think they are sticking to their old merry ways of not allowing anyone to step into that Paradise Resort. And Destro at this point is just being the gatekeeper. Falls back right in the nick of time. Avoids getting spotted out by the players of ASG. It's going to look to slow things down. But then meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, as we talked about Nate Official, this is where they lost one of their man in the early stages, NON. It's going to be difficult to find them considering Nate Officials have completely backed off and are now stationed in the hill between boot camp and the city of Painan.
This was a beautiful knock.
Oh, wow.
You needed that confidence there, right? Because it could have gone anywhere, to be honest. And just cruising through time, a little bit of a flashback. But again, talking about how Gladiators are positioned at, thank goodness that Big Brothers are not playing, because ideally in Sanhok, they kind of meet paths, right? But that is where ASG really comes into picture. I'm pretty sure Destro, he's done his homework. He realizes that that's something he needs to be watchful for. But Team Soul, talking about them, just at the periphery of the circle, they need to go in. As we talk about the circle, it's rather eastern one.
Yeah.
And maybe I get to cast a cave one.
Well, there is a very high probability
Yeah.
that it might occur. But let's see. Sanhok has a way of letting us down in very, very weird ways.
Things you've never imagined.
Yeah, things
Happens
you
in
can't
Sanhok.
even imagine. When we have an aggressive game, it's going to end soon. Sometimes the pacing of the fights is going to be completely off, extremely weird because of how the zone is just playing with the players and the heads. In the meanwhile, though, Team Soul, I have to say, that 4-man split drop still making it work. Rippers actually had the opportunity of drop clashing just one individual, picking him off and then moving on along their merry way. But they want to stick to their game plan. Objective is to win, not make others lose.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you talk about Team Soul, they've been looking quite settled. Akshad also back in form, but seems like FS have other thoughts in mind, right? Have managed to pick a finish on Gunmaster, and whilst all this commotion is happening, Psych has been one of those teams, right? You kind of see that stark contrast between the way how Gladiators and Psych approach. Psych are one of those teams, they head on directly to the center of the circle and hold on to their lives, right? But this is one of those games, in the rainforest, sometimes it's a little bit damped. You want to collect some woods, get inside a house, light some fire, sit down. If you're at the center, why not?
Look at this, Arnold 2OP, the rescue for his team. FS we see the replay of their finish on the side of Native Official. But as you were talking about Psych, it seems like they're out on the prowl looking for vehicles to work with. It's going to be tricky for them, all right. 2 players in the car, 2 on the bike.
Interesting. I mean, we've seen players using bikes in Sanhok, and this is one of those maps where it's kind of viable, right? You could say so. One of the other maps where you can actually use Vector and get some value out of it. I still remember Trigger in one of the recent tournaments had performed a 1v4 clutch. It's a sad thing for me that he's not a part of the original Apes anymore.
Yeah.
But regardless, when you talk about 8-bit CS, look at Juicy, right? Him, even as an IGL, Johnny, I feel like he's evolved, right? Considering the fact that do not have Beast anymore. I was looking at his stats. This man is the highest fragger of his team.
Yeah, he's done a phenomenal job, and he has been responsible for making sure that the team is there in a decent position in terms of the overall ranking. They're doing quite well, but clearly Clue has no clue of what was waiting for him. On the other side, Aryan running up the hill all alone and Stellar Titans. They will be so happy for that delivery.
You know what? I want to see that in slow motion. That delivery package is coming up, the tuk-tuk. You're climbing the hills. Do not get that power on that vehicle.
Yeah.
And he must have vowed to never use that again. Better, take your feet out there, but not that vehicle.
Plus, I mean, we always talk about it. Vehicles on Sanhok means the opposition is going to be able to hear you.
Not like that. Not supposed to go down like that, Johnny.
I mean, what do you say about that, Pictures? I mean, Clue, they are not having a fun time as far as the overall rankings are considered as well.
On Instagram, we've been vulnerable to a lot of reels. Have you heard of this Moe Moe trend?
Yeah.
That's the moment.
That's the Moe moment, yeah.
Yeah, that's the Moe Moe moment.
So, which one of us is singing it now?
Not me, for sure.
Yeah, I'm not doing it either.
Not gonna hurt our viewers' ears, are we?
Yeah, but let's bring a conversation back to the match. I mean, Team Soul, a brilliant win coming in from the map of Miramar, looking for a back-to-back chicken dinner. And if they can actually pull it off, I think they might just finish today in the top 3 in the overall rankings.
If you're talking overall,
the group, yeah.
Yeah, I think, considering few teams have played extra matches, I don't know, I won't really go down onto that conclusion. But what I do know is Team Soul, they have good maps or good matches in Sanhok especially, right? They've got those 2 ideas, certainly hold down the center, still have Hector going for the heal battle. And I've seen multiple instances where even if required, Hector also joins the fight.
Yeah, that is true. And I mean, it is going to be important, especially considering it is Sanhok, to figure out a way to have all 4 players a part of the action. But now, Gladiators, Destro looking for a few shots on the players of ASG, but the timing just a bit off. ASG quite lucky as well. Managed to escape. Destro is going to be very upset about this.
I don't know. I mean, I'm enjoying this. Because then I get to make the Mickey out of him later on. A great friend of mine. But yeah, I think Destro has been doing this scouting for quite some time. If you remember, I think 5 minutes ago, he had, tracked down every single movement of this team. And the only moment where he breaks that silence is he whiffs those shots.
I mean, at that point, his teammates also get to break their silence inside of the game. But let's see. I mean, Gladiators, for the first time, we see them take things extremely slow. Usually,
that's the way they roll. I mean, to be honest,
on Sanhok, what usually happens is someone inside of that lobby is going to have the bright idea of trying to take them on either in Paradise Resort or just outside, and Gladiators just absolutely annihilate them and move on.
That's the beauty of this tournament, right?
Yeah.
If you look at the stable lobbies, it's mostly either Medal or Big Brothers that sort of tend to lock horns against, and they're not here. They're not playing in this particular matchup. So a little bit of a freedom for Gladiators.
True.
And, this is always, Gladiators have always been one of those teams who kind of start off a little slow, but later on they peak that pace up. What's important, however, is to have all 4 of their players alive, and within moments, they instantly switch gears.
But let's see, it might be time for us to switch gears as well. We will have the first shift of the circle. And this one, again, it's a central one. So there's still a possibility of us having that end game towards that query area, or maybe between Bhan and query. I mean, we see a cluster present already in that northeastern edge. There's a cluster, massive cluster, in fact a bigger one towards the southern half of the circle, but it seems like Team Soul trying to see if they can catch the players of Nade official off guard, or at least take those vehicles out of commission.
And you know what, this is kind of reminding me of the previous circle that we witnessed, and Omega just lurking around bootcamp. I think he's hunting for a few bodies out there. I think that's the only possibility we can make, but seems like we have a fight brewing out. It is 8-bit CS. Seems like they're in a whole world of pain.
Well, they have lost one player, was knocked out, and it's going to be difficult for them to recover from this fight. Leo YT extremely low as well. Xanis, he's trying his level best, does not have an idea of where the players of 8-bit are, but it seems like they ran into the same trap as the players, or at least the player from the side of Clue. Leo YT, the first aid was put up, but he's taken a lot of damage. He's trying to hide inside that smoke. Even the back lines, the flank is compromised as the players from Clue, they have a line of fire available on the players of 8-bit CS as well. DG bot. He has an opportunity to lob a nade actually towards the OIT, but realizes that the flank might be compromised. He's prepared to take the duel against Mighty.
You know, this is not the best of positions for 8-bit CS, right?
Yeah.
They're really caught in a tight position, in a pickle really, and have to get themselves out of there. And the worst part it is around Quarry. Now the topography is as such. Now look at Stellar Titans. They need not do anything, right?
Yes.
They just have to hold on. Just wait for the players of 8-bit CS to get out. And this is the moment they were waiting for. But if you miss those bullets, you know, you do not get enough chances. And Mighty, I think he has got a few more moments to live.
Yeah. The second chance at life for the man. But Xanis, he's not given up yet. He's just focused, zoned in on that one spot.
Oh
So eager to take Mighty down.
This is hurting. This burning tuk-tuk, to be honest. You know, it's still reeling in front of me. The way he kind of came in slow motion, dropped out, still managed to knock though. You know, that was a brave effort, but yeah, hurts.
I mean, just the hopes and dreams of that individual also just burning like that tuk-tuk. So why tuk-tuk for an uphill climb? I think that is the real question we should be asking. That vehicle has no momentum.
I think what he was trying to do was maybe scout out a position for his team, because he was the only player coming up. And you could understand why, right? Stellar Titans have that high ground advantage.
Yeah.
And that is a point of interest, right? And had he had the control, little did he know that Stellar Titans had already occupied that space. But regardless, I think this has been a little weirdly paced Sandhawk, right? To be honest, Johnny, because we've kind of started things off, you know, with a squad fight happening in boot camp, but later on in the mid games, things have slowed down a bit.
Well, talk about the slowdown or esports. Now let's talk about their fixtures. They've been vanished from the game. We saw them drop towards that Camp Alpha Island at the start. They have made it work. I mean, unfortunately for them, there was no one there to challenge them in the early stages. But now, as they close in towards the northwestern edge of the circle, they are going to run into clusters of teams just waiting for opportunity to gatekeep the opposition. Look at that. Still taking the damage for the blue. Still dealing with that extra bit of damage. And even towards the southern side, look at the players from the side of Rippers. And now, all right, Fixes, your wishes, it seems like, are going to be granted today. The circle moving towards that Query area. And we might see a lot of action in Query. There are 6 to 7 teams already looking to take control of that position, already eyeing for the prime spot, and two of the big contenders. Look at that, Gladiators and Soul next to each other.
You know, this is what Omega is quite famous for, right? He witnesses a shift and he instantly makes the run, right? Goes on, makes that ram in, takes that objective fight. You know, that has been something that Team Soul have been doing for quite some time. But if you talk about teams that are in a commanding position, Stellar Titans, I love where they are. But ASG, they might have a wry smile up on their faces, right? They know they can convert this game into their favor.
Well, at least now, for now, they will have a few signs of hope. Meanwhile, though, Team Soul, as we talked about them, still the high ground advantage against the players of Gladiators. Gladiators still so patient, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. And considering with how the players of Team Soul were moving around, I believe Gladiators are going to be lacking information about the squad that has taken control of the hill right next to their compound. Mega needs to be careful. There's opposition on the other side of the hill as well waiting for them.
I think, of course, teams are not really aware, but there's still certain key compounds that have not yet been taken up, right? That one compound, but hold on, 8-bit CS, somehow they've kind of gotten themselves relieved out of that situation, and not just that, a bonus finish as well. And Clue, as their name suggests, are looking clueless at this point.
Yeah, struggling and running into one trap after the next. This one wasn't even a trap. He was just running out in the open. I guess they forgot the players of 8-bit CS and Stellar Titans were quite close to them. Yeah, seemed like he meant no harm. He was just looking for a position, some cover inside the circle. But 8-bit, we know, Mighty especially, hasn't really been kind to the opposition, at least in this Pro Series. But look at this, Mayur Gaming still holding on to that northeastern edge of the circle. They have no one to actually challenge them for this position. I think this is that one team that might be praying for the shift to be upon them. If it happens, they're going to be in the commanding spot.
I think OR Esports, they might be hoping for the same, right? Beside each other. But then again, my heart says it's somewhere going around that quarry area. Because if it goes for a hard shift, imagine towards the eastern side. There's not even a single soul out there. Nobody has thought of that idea that maybe we could inject ourselves from the eastern side and maybe take over those compounds.
But you know what's even more weird fixtures than players making disastrous mistakes after the next stage 3? We're still down to just 15 teams, 55 players, and it's Sanhok. We have seen aggression on every single map other than the map known for the aggressive performances today.
Didn't we just talk about something, you expect the unexpected in this map, right? And that has come true. But regardless, I think the next circle, I expect it maybe to be a hard shift. That is where we see majority of the fights breaking out. Now, teams in good positions. Now, this is where I'm starting to worry about Team Soul a little bit, because so many teams from the sidelines, they're also going to close in. And Team Soul, they have been on the lookouts for taking that fight against Gladiators. They know that compound means a lot, and a rather Eastern Shift and ASG, they're going to be goddamn happy.
Yeah, ASG and the side of Team Psych both celebrating right now. Only 2 teams inside the circle, but look at that. Team Soul, they are moving to try and take control at least of that northern edge. Might run into a trap and a crossfire. And if Omega, he needs to be careful. They can be caught in the triangle of death because Gladiators in the backlines. You have Psych right across. ASG also waiting in the lands close by. But I'm more worried about that southwestern edge. There's going to be a massive cluster of teams colliding. And Stellar Titans, they will be the center of attention of it all.
One of the players of Team Soul, I believe it's Neo that has been taken down from this situation. But it was a genius move from Omega to make that quick rotation. Wanted to gatekeep the players of Gladiators, but seemed like their plans have been followed, because Shogun, he steps up, one rookie taking down the other, and it's looking good for Gladiators, at least for now.
Yeah, and for Team Soul, these problems are going to get bigger and bigger, because right now they are just taking on the players of Gladiators. There's another team closing on to their position from the northern side in the form of OR, but Omega is trying to hold on to the competition in the backlines, though. BR Titans, the third party on the Gladiators themselves, and it's going to be Justin who will be put out of commission. Delta, not a lot of HP to work with, still finds the trade, though. Shogun looking to back off. The smoke is going to be lobbed for some soft cover, but in the backlines, there's another squad pushing forward. Nade official. Will they be able to put some pressure on the players from the side of BR Titans now? That can change everything, and Gladiators, they are hoping for that exact moment to occur, but Skeleton, he's going to be dropped. A brilliant nade connecting. Delta not given up yet. I believe a utility was lobbed towards K-Flex and Pahari, but I think it just overshot both of them.
I think BR Titans, they were between a rock and a hard place, right? Having a lot of trouble trying to get in, but Delta, he's hoping that on the lower grounds does not get spotted by God Plays, and that's the only cause of concern. But Destro elsewhere finds a knock on Secret. Now Gladiators, they're taking a lot on their plate right now. Look at Nadex Pro. Destro right next to him.
Yeah, Destro has gotten greedy. He did hear the man run forward, and now he wants to secure his pick. I believe has a general idea of the players as well, but gets baited. It was 2 men from the side of Native officials standing, and Gladiators, a big disaster occurring in their position. Last player left, Delta PG, trying to survive. Pro right in his face. The nade, it's not going to be too difficult for him to secure the finisher. It's going to be perfect, in fact. And oh no, the damage not enough. Delta, the first aid, will it be there in the nick of time? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is, but there's no means of escape, and Gladiators, we know, they're also quite infamous for those heal battles. Certainly, Delta needs to collect a few first hits, and it is getting completely chaotic right now as yet another shift. This time, is she really happy about the position? Mayur Gaming also in the contention to make a ram-in on towards that southeastern compounds that we do have, and Psych, they can have a really good outing as well.
Psych, Mayur and ASG have to do absolutely nothing, because it seems like with how the circle has moved, it will force a lot of teams to just fight in the blue. In the meanwhile, though, Psych still trying to protect their position because they are just slightly outside the zone, so they will have to clear up the entire northern edge before they take an exit and before they find a safe haven. But it seems like OR Esports struggling for safety. Trigger trying his level best to at least secure a few extra finishes before he goes down. They are stuck in the sniper tower, and the blue zone damage this time, it will be quite hefty to deal with.
Indeed. And right now, Psych, they've decided who their next prey is going to be. It is Mayur Gaming. Of course, would want to take off the feathers of the peacocks out there. Right now, we've got to see how do they really approach this one. Considering the topography, Mayur Gaming having a little bit of a high ground, but both these teams, bear in mind, Johnny, have to make a race inside the circle.
Oh! Did you see Shadow run away from that nade damage over there? Now, that was hilarious, but his teammate, he is not laughing right now. Stellar Titans fighting a fight for their lives in this matchup. Shadow surviving for so long, but there's a third party from the backline, Team Invincible as well. They are securing a few extra finishes, all thanks to that. But have they forgotten about the team they were fighting originally along the slope? The nade, it's gonna fall a bit short.
Johnny, they need to look behind.
Yeah, they completely are ignoring their backlines.
And this is going to be disastrous, but right now, Psych, look at them just being bombarded as Sanchit and Kunal find success, glory in the form of those 2 grenades. But look at Orva, he needs to back off, he needs to find a semblance of cover. But Mayur Gaming, they're charging in back like hyenas as they take every single soul down. And that's all she wrote for Team Psych.
Well, what a brilliant push from Mayur Gaming, and they might not be done yet. Fixes. Look at this. Team Soul, they're hiding behind that rock. Just 2 players. The nade from ASG. Perfect. Akshat. Sliver of HP remaining. Goblin knocked out. Perfect opportunity for Mayur to secure those points for themselves. The nade that they lobbed is going to connect as well. But it was from the hands of ASG. They end up securing those points. And they have the circle in their control as well. They have to pick the fight against Mayur Gaming. But not right now. It is not necessary. Just wait for everyone else around you to fall. And after that, it can be a clash between these 2 squads.
The god of the underworld is finally awake, and everybody, they're witnessing his wrath and destruction. Hades is in no mood to spare anybody at this situation, but we do have 4 more teams remaining, right? The final 4, and still 14 alive. At this situation, it could just be anybody's game, but I love how Mayur Gaming, they're making those movements, and their next opponents could potentially be RPS, who have had a really bad match in the previous one.
Yeah, but this time around, RPS have done a phenomenal job. I did not think they were furthest away from the circle, just south of Ruins, but yet they find themselves breaking into the top 4, but it's not going to be enough. Surya with a spray did dish out a lot of damage, and RPS Rippers, ignoring their flag completely, will have to pay the price for the mistake. Matrix, though, now finally looking to retaliate, focuses on the players of Mayur Gaming. Mother taking some damage upon him, but still is going to be healthy enough for the fight up ahead.
Still has some shots coming right at his way. He has to be a little bit watchful as a circle favoring the lads of ASG. This indeed is their game to lose, to be honest, Johnny. I mean, no chance in world where they throw this one out. But look at Juicy. He's surviving midst everybody all by his lonesome. Just has 2 first aids to work out, and this man wants to take a fight.
Yeah, the fight for the win. The fight for those 15 points for the chicken dinner, but extra finishes are definitely something that are making these teams extremely hungry. Look at that, Kunal, he's getting a revive. Juicy is right behind them, beside them, waiting for the opportunity to strike. But ASG, they are looking elsewhere entirely. Mayur Gaming, Sanchit, phenomenal moves by this man. It seems like Mayur Gaming, they have regained their old form. They're back to their old ways. 5 elimination points secured, 8-bit CS kicked out of the match, and Mayur Gaming, they have taken a hit. Surya knocked out, but Sanchit, he's not stopping the blue zone damage. Is it enough to dish out? In fact, put Mayur Gaming in a disadvantage. I think it can be, because ASG, they still have the numbers to work with, and MG, their end of this game is something that they did not expect. They were hoping for the win, but ASG in the prime spot for the chicken dinners, with all 4 players still alive, 9 eliminations on the board, and they know exactly where the last 2 players are. The push uphill by Poddy with the DBS, and he is going to start the party. Mudit goes down, last man inside the blue, and ASG, the match that they were desperate for, is finally the one they have in the bag.
And he seems like it does not want to give his finish away, right? That one extra point that won't be given to the players of ASG. But what a beautiful game right from minute one. You know, ASG dodging around Gladiators, found a sweet cover, and they held on to their dear life. But Kunal might have taken one down, has gotten the knock. Can he convert? No is going to be the answer, as ASG thunder strikes tonight, and it is in the map of Sandhawk. Out of nowhere, they come in, get a beautiful chicken dinner.
10 eliminations on the board, 25 points secured from this game itself. And what a phenomenal comeback from this team. This is what we were hoping for as well. After the awkward disaster in the previous game that they played, this is how you need to perform the next time you get an opportunity. And ASG, I mean, they deserve a round of applause.
I think even in the last game, right, they wanted to take that center.
Yeah.
And that is where they kind of got picked off. There were a lot of teams around, but this time they made sure they kept everyone at bay. And when the moment arrived, they came up and they went big.
You know, I forgot about that Gladiators moment earlier on in this game completely. Imagine if Delta over there had been Destro had been able to secure even one elimination, things could have been completely different for this team.
Yeah, indeed it would have been. And for Gladiators, it was not really the outing that we expected them to.
Yeah, but still, I mean, a few more matches are there for ASG tomorrow. I mean, maybe, hopefully, they can bring themselves back a few extra points, compete for that top 8 spot. But nonetheless, this was a game for the undergods of this Pro Series. ASG doing well, MG doing so well for themselves. Even Rippers breaking into that top 3 was something incredible to talk about. But ladies and gentlemen, another incredible thing is going to be the new upcoming Royal Pass, which we will have a look at right now. I hope you guys are prepared for this one.
Sure they know. With a new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
And it's very simple, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be default, wear your cred in BGMI. But I guess after this match, ASG and Mayur Gaming are definitely going to wear their cred everywhere they go. Incredible performances from both the teams, in fact.
Yeah, no doubt. No second thoughts on that, right? Mayur Gaming, we were kind of hoping that, especially how their previous heroics have been, they kind of go on to continue in this week as well. And seems like they're finally finding their groove. But you know, it was a match filled with emotions, right? The way the circles were shifting, the way these teams were fighting against each other, the way those tuk-tuks were burning. everything just happened.
Everything was there. There was a lot of aggression. There was
Drama.
a lot of drama, a comedy of errors of sorts in a few places. But, I mean, still, we're going to have a look at the recap of all of those things, ladies and gentlemen. Here are the highlights of the previous game. And this was an incredible moment. The jump shots from God Plays at the start to kick it all off in boot camp, in that drop collision in boot camp. And then he tried to go for the second one as well.
What's really baffling is that both these teams went head on, right? Nobody just taking those first rotation or the second rotation spots. But regardless, right? Again, OR esports, not the kind of an outing we would expect, but seems like I think even their fans have gotten used to it, and it's honestly at this point a little heartbreaking because me personally, being an OR fan, also as a viewer, I can understand what these players are going through, but even for Team Soul, they were caught in such a bad position.
See, now this is how you benefit from just staying in your own position and just hiding behind cover in the early stages. Because did you notice how much utility was being blocked by the players of Mayur Gaming and ASG? Like a lot. They saved everything for the end game, and as soon as teams tried to get close to take away their position, they were like, nope, just go out.
You know, one interesting thing, Johnny, imagine after the games get over, teams go back to the drawing boards, look at, go for those analytics, right? And they figure out that the eastern area was completely vacant, and it was just Mayur Gaming that managed to take that, and look how they ended.
Again, another hilarious moment that I completely skipped out on, because there was absolutely no OR esports. They had an idea. They went a little bit towards that eastern side. For some reason, they just heard all the commotion coming from the fight between Gladiators, Team Soul, and they decided, all right, that's a better position to go towards, and they just made a bad call, I guess.
It was not just a bad call. I mean, of course, we are privileged, right? We do have the map feed, but sadly, the players do not have that kind of an information, and it is about everybody thinking that somebody must have entered from the eastern side.
That is true.
But the point is, nobody bothered to check.
And even then, I mean, we saw a lot of teams try the opposite thing of that. A lot of teams tried to go from the southern edge as well. And that resulted in a massive cluster getting finished off even before they could ever reach Query.
I think the migration mostly was happening either from the northern side or from the western side. Southern, sure, there were a few teams, but again, Sanhok comes down to those three basic principles, right? Where you need to find some good cover, have that center area, have some good scopes, and defend with your dear life. And ASG, having checked every single one of them, quite deserved winners of this one.
Yeah, they were that was a well-deserved win as well, and especially with how they played out that final fight. Yes, they did have the advantage of being ever so slightly inside of the circle, but again, a few bad decisions had they focused on Mayur Gaming instead of focusing on the team towards the right-hand side up the hill. Things could have gone either way. That would have allowed opportunity for Mayur to actually take down ASG. But I think Mayur Gaming also, they also prioritized easy pickings rather than securing the win.
All right. I'm sorry, we skipped this one. We need to talk about Juicy. Right? That madman, that one man, he had his entire team taken out of the picture. He was still surviving, and he still managed to get a couple of finishes. And if I'm not wrong, he got his team to the 4th position.
Yeah, he did get them to the top 4. He was standing literally right next to the opposition. There was a tree separating him against the competition.
Rippers and
Rippers, while the
Mayur
players of
Gaming,
Rippers were going for a revive. And I think it was a nade intended for Rippers that overshot them, that picked off Juicy. But it was interesting. I mean, 8-bit CS... they are also looking quite desperate for those points. I mean, the start in week 1 was a little bit slow. Week 2 looking to recover. Do you think there is a possibility that by the end of week 3, we can see them in the finals?
I mean, who does not want to get there, right? You talk about the Eka Stadium. I think this has to be one of the biggest lands in India. I think housing almost around 20,000 plus people. So that's going to be massive. And, again, 8-bit CS carrying that legacy that they have. We have a little bit of a collaboration here. Despite that, we've met Juicy. We know him personally. He's a great man himself. And seeing him perform so well kind of fills my heart with joy.
One thing, again, we've never seen him be so selfish about himself inside of the game. But that is all. That is also a fun thing we are witnessing for the first time. But hey, it worked out, right?
Nothing was going right for 8-bit. If you remember, Stellar Titans really had them. And it was all about them just trying to find some semblance of cover behind a rock. Mighty, if you remember, he barely just managed to survive.
Yes.
They lost out on all their players. And suddenly that man, all by his lonesome, surviving, taking down one of the players of Rippers towards the end. I mean, it was just beautiful to watch.
I mean, but this is what we get, right? I mean, the first few stages of Sanhok was so calm, so composed. There was no action at all. And that just means late game was going to be chaotic for sure. And that is what we just witnessed, ladies and gentlemen. The end game chaos when you have 10 plus teams remaining in the 6th, 7th stage of Sanhok. This is what happens.
And, you know, and we're not just done yet, right?
Yeah, we're not done.
Have
One more game!
match and one more game of pure madness right here at BMPS. I mean, it is, of course, week 2 group. Red has come in and they've come in style. We've seen so many variations, so many different teams. And this is where we again come back to the format. You know, this is how challenging it has been. I think some teams have been up to the task, but some have been missing out.
It's just been an absolute ball over here since day one. Me and Salty, we've been having so much fun. Every single day we get to see exciting matches, and today we get to see 8 of them in one go. And plus, I mean, the level of action that we witnessed today has been so fun. From the start of the day, the first angle was so amazing. This Sanhok, so entertaining. I can't even wait to witness the last match these teams have to play. You will understand this perfectly. When you're playing the last game of the day, you don't want to worry about anything. You want to just go all in, secure as many finishes. You go in thinking that there's no one in the lobby that can beat you.
And let's not forget the fact that, you know, we're almost approaching to the half of this week, which is sort of just spanning across 2 days. And after this, most of the teams will just have 2 games remaining. And this is where, when you talk about the MVP, has to be Zombie rising from the dead. He was causing death and destruction for everybody in the lobby.
ASG, I mean, definitely the patience they displayed did pay off. Zombie and Hades definitely doing a phenomenal job in the very end, because that is where ASG was getting majority of the finishes. We have BR Titans being represented by Godplays, that brilliant moment at the start of the game, and then MG is going to be there in the form of Kunal and Sanchit. And Sanchit, again, it's so happy to see this man again in the list of the top players for the game, because Mayur Gaming, they were absent in the rankings. In fact, the top part of the rankings for a long time. Finally, they are here. We have ASG finishing the game with 25 points and Mayur Gaming with 18 points, Rippers with 17. And then there's the drop, 8-bit CS, just 2 finishes secured, 10 points in total.
Yeah, it's fine, right, considering the situation they were in. But for the Rippers, also another good game, especially how they got picked off by Newman. In fact, Shadow, all by his lonesome in a wrangle. I think a little bit of a bounce back for them. But OR, considering how their recent performance has been, this is a rather better outing.
Yeah, this is still decent. I mean,
I'll
considering
take it.
10 points. But there needs to be a little bit more consistency. If they get 10 points every single game, then maybe they can pull some brilliant maneuvers moving forward. But second page of the rankings, and again, we saw Team Soul take that fight. Now think about this, ladies and gentlemen. The game just came to an end, and we just saw Team Soul and Gladiators getting wiped out. They still get 2 and 1 points respectively for this particular match. WSB with nothing, and Psych, that drop in momentum was something not expected. Now let's talk about them, because after a win, you expect at least a team to try and finish in the top 5. Psych just got annihilated in that match.
And it was just like this, right?
Yeah.
When you talk about Team Psych, they were doing things right. We were talking about teams trying to take that Eastern rotation. They were one of them.
Yeah.
They just got unlucky because whilst trying to get inside the circle, they were kind of picked off. But then again, you know, we've been setting the narrative so much around Gladiators that I feel like, you know, that Caster's curse might be coming true for them.
Well, but let's see. Their journey, at least for the day, it's going to be hitting a break. And we are going to move forward, ladies and gentlemen, though. We're going to move to the last match of the day. We will head towards the home ground of Erangala once again. And this one will be between Group 7 and Group 11.
A lot of big names coming in, a lot of names that have to prove something out here. If you talk about Group 7, it has to be about Big Brothers. Haven't really had the best of days. Glitchex, they have also got to do something. And there you have, of course, a new addition into the desk. Again, getting back to his old ways, we've got Salty with us. And if we talk about Group 11, right, Salty? Team Insane, they've had an amazing game, even for the likes of Team Entity in one of those matches. I think it was Kamla Boy that went in for that heal battle, secured his team that second position. But any other team, barring these, that you're looking out for?
I think I just want Team OST to get back into action because the way they started the day, I think it was phenomenal. And when you witness a new name rising up, when you witness that climb, I think there can be nothing better than it. For sure, there will be big names at the top, and the fans would love them to, claim that throne for themselves. But there is nothing better than an upward curve that you witness right in front. And I think OST, man, this is going to be one of the teams who has definitely surprised us right now, hoping for some better performances in the future.
We all love ourselves an underdog story, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know if calling them underdogs at this point would be the right terminology. I think it should be the dark horses. I think that is what suits OST better, because the way they've performed, even in week 1, they were really in the upper half of things. I think ranked around 38, and they've had such a good day so far.
They certainly have had a good day, and we've also got to mention the fact that today sort of encompasses majority of week 2. Now, week 2 is not a week anymore. It's just 2 days. And majority of the games will be played today. We have got 7 games tomorrow. So if OST can keep up the ante once again, I think half their job is done, especially when you consider week 2 in perspective. And again, coming back to that one little word that you said, I think dark horses for sure, but I wouldn't call them underdogs. I would just call them inexperienced. I think experience has been missing, but now in the picture when they have played BMPS so far, I think they're at the equal footing against the top dogs.
Thank God you did not say undergods, because for me that was not really sounding right, because there has been around a lot. But I mean, technically, if you think about it, that's not how I would like to call the players, but each to his own. But coming back to the final game, right? We've had Insane playing really well today. They managed to get a chicken dinner. We had even Entity, we were talking about them. They've pulled through. But God's Reign, in the recent Miramar game that they just played, managed the top 3 finished, right? I felt, however, Salty, they could have done a little bit more there, but it was just Team Soul playing through those cracks.
I think for God's Reign, the slump has been so massive that to climb back at the very top, it will take multiple steps. It won't come in one single game. Since you've been doing
That's the problem, right? They don't have a lot of games.
I kind of agree over there, to be honest. I can't even deny the fact
You have
that
no choice.
I do not have any choice, right? Every single day we're playing like 5 games. Today we're playing 8 games, of course. And teams understand that they have very limited opportunities. But the point is, God's Reign were at this peak before BMPS, right? They were doing everything perfect. I mean, hell, they went head to toe against Deepless Kia. So you've got to understand at the level that they were performing, and then that massive slump. When you hit the rock bottom like that, you cannot expect them to come back at the very top in just a single game. You have to check mark every single pointer and slowly and steadily get that momentum back up.
All right, Salty, you set me up for my next question. Again, God's Reign.
The sides have switched, guys.
Yeah, I've just taken over. INDKR, you remember God's Reign having a really good run?
Yeah.
But let's be honest, who was leading the pack? It was Robin.
Yes.
And now it's Always. Now, this is where the hard question comes. Always or Robin? Who do you feel personally, from your opinion, fit God's Reign better?
I think with Robin at the helm of things, leading the team inside the battlegrounds while always in the backup, I think that was the ideal setup. Because always has been leading teams for a while right now. Even in Enigma, he had a very good firing squad in terms of Infinity, in terms of other players. But it seems like somewhere down the line, his creativeness, especially when he gets inside the game, seems to be a little lackluster as much as he can contribute from the backline. So for me, always behind the scenes is here with his experience, but inside the game, I think something just does not fit right. So the answer is simple. Robin has to be leading the team. I mean, of course, can't really be a reality at this point. But
it's not our team.
It is not our team. But if I was supposed to be building my ideal, my dream God's Reign team, it will be Robin leading the boys with always from the back line suggesting them.
You know, again, when God's Reign really came into completion, it kind of looked like one of those all-star teams,
Yeah.
right? Players having played with each other, Robin also being one of their coaches earlier, then went on to lead the team. Yeah, they did not start off well, but there was that moment, right, in INDKR where we saw them finding that sense of form, right? Now, Ninja Jot having a really good spell, but Aquanox was kind of missing a little bit. And I think that has been the case today also because earlier when they were in Miramar, they had another. I think Aquanox fell down once again. I think it was the map of Erangel, I
Yeah.
must say. But then again, when you come back to the discussion, we really do not know what happens at the boot camp.
Yeah.
How much are they comfortable with each other? Maybe they felt like with Oasis they had a good shot, but this is where it's such a huge tournament going on right now, and I don't know if it was really the right idea to take such a risk when they could have had Robin retained in the roster and could have played 5-man.
I 100% agree with you, and I think when the tournament started, this was the biggest conversation that we were having. And not just God's Reign, I mean, we've seen multiple teams make massive, huge changes right before the tournament itself. So it certainly was not the best of ideas. But again, like you said, right, we don't really know what's going behind the scenes, of course. And coming back to that Aquanox point, I think for Aquanox, he's always been that secondary assaulter for the team, but majority of his work initially was cleaned up by Ninja Jot himself. Ninja Jot was carrying the beacon of hope for God's Reign in every single game. And I think having the fact that the frontliner is now taken out of the picture, he's sort of having that slump in form. He sure is performing in certain games, but in certain games he does have his downsides. I think that puts a lot of responsibility on Aquanox's shoulders. Blaze from his support role as well. He was performing massively in the recent third-party tournaments. Every single game he was getting those MVPs, but now he is struggling as well. I have no clue. All of these players will have to come back in form together for God's Reign to hit its peak.
You know, I really thought for a moment that you were down to ride a noble around.
I can go all day, man. These are my bros.
Of course you can, but that being said, I think it's time we head on into the final game of this evening. It is, of course, Erangel. We've got Group 7 going up against Group 11.
Yeah.
We, of course, did ruffle quite a lot of feathers, didn't we, Salty? But now it's time to get back into the battlegrounds.
Absolutely. I think a lot of those theory crafting, we can only theory craft from the backlines, right? Those players, they are in the battlegrounds. It is for them to make it happen. And I hope that God's Reign have a good outing. And not just God's Reign, I think. In particular, every one of these 16 teams, I think they're going to have a good time, especially courtesy to the flight path, which is rather basic, isn't it?
You know, considering if you look at overall earnings in esports in India right now in 2023, I think God's Reign might have made the most, right? If you just look at the prize pools, the prize earnings, you know, varying across different esports titles as well. But again, you know, we're here at BMPS, the flight path trajectory. I think this is something that really does not, you know, really kind of scare me or surprise me. It's something we've seen in the past, but the zone is where my entire interest is at. OST dropping down south. You've got the players of God's Reign heading towards Yasnaya. And if there is that one game where they need to convert, has to be this one.
For sure, but speaking of conversion, it seems like Entity right from the get-go will be challenged now. Both of these two teams have dropped down in Pochinki, but OGs, will they take early battle? On the other side, of course, you've got Team Execute Esports, and it seems like Hybrid has taken down Zoda, and finally we have it. It is the reality fixes. The players are having a fun time. We have Millies back in action.
You know, right from the get-go, we're getting to witness a lot of those action, right? Team EXC having those two early finishes will be really happy about themselves, one of which came through this P1911 out there. And Surya in a whole world of trouble. Team GWL have nowhere to run and hide. Rather, he wants to make a retreat. He has to do it, right? He has to take that risk.
Yeah.
What other choice does he have?
Nothing really. But it seems like still wanting to stay in support for his teammate. Shubhayo in the backlines. I think his position has been properly marked, so he cannot really move anywhere else. Now, just like you mentioned, Surya does have those two options. Can try and stay alive for those placement points, but realistically speaking, we all know how many can that one player acquire from this game itself.
You know, what he wanted to do there was, there is supposed to be a vehicle spawn. He went to check that out. And, you know, quite unfortunate, wasn't he? did not find even a single one. But again, when you
Instead
talk about,
found an opposition team.
at least the silver lining is he found a DBS.
Yeah.
I mean, if still a push comes at them, but seems like Big Brothers have completely surrounded the team of ORB right now. But who makes the first move? That's the big question.
I think it's Uzumaki. The flank is so certain. It seems like he knows exactly where the players of ORB are. If he does have those throwables, I think the game for ORB will be made exponentially more difficult. But that first knock has to come from him, because otherwise Big Brothers would not be able to cover the distance.
I mean, at this point, you kind of are forced into thinking. I hope ORB know that, because Big Brothers kind of tend to drop around here, and they need to know they're getting surrounded. But it's really easy to defend such compounds, Salty, because if you have those DBSs, if you have those grenades, it's going to be very difficult to make a push. Even if you are getting 2 knocks, still I will think twice before committing in and breaching that compound.
Exactly. I think the staircases can be very easy choke points for teams, and majority of the teams have managed to do that. But up against Big Brothers, who know how to use their utility right, I think even those choke points can be broken apart. And seems like finally ORB, they have different game plan. They're like, alright, fine, we're not going to be backseating in this fight. Instead, we will take charge and invade. And it seems like they've done that already. Big Brothers as well, they keep flooding the compounds with utility. The first nade comes in, it's not going to get first contact fixes.
At this point, Uzumaki thought of cooking the second one, but knows that he's got to make every single grenade count, right? Just trying to make sure that he's got his spidey senses tingling, right? He has to figure out where the players are. One more knock, and then maybe Big Brothers could really go in for that commit, because I'm starting to wonder that they're losing patience here.
They certainly are. Look at how close Sarvit is. Now, he's all by himself, does not really have that backing. If he does get knocked down, and he does lynch with the nade, the reflection from the door pane, of course, just not really working out for Big Brothers. And now it seems like ORB, they have an upper hand, a massive one, of course.
But still, chances there. Kyoya trying to be that defensive man, trying to provide that support. But how far can he go? Uzumaki lobbing that one grenade can do a decent amount of damage. Sarvit, I don't know if they can really save him at this point. They need to find a knock and a half, or maybe 2.
Oh no!
Lynch out in the open, but Uzumaki, he strikes gold.
He strikes gold, but we just witnessed that Lynch was out in the open as well. So it is extremely important for Big Brothers to try and close up the distance. Look at the smokes that have been laid out to prevent ORB from hitting him out in the open. It's extremely important for that fallen player Sarvit to get back up and regroup with his teammates, and I think they have successfully done that.
You know, with bated breaths, we await the outcome of this battle. I think that's some smart stuff going on from Big Brothers, right? Really providing that smoke screen, building that chance up, and Uzumaki getting that knock, buying enough time so that Sarvit can come back, rejuvenate, get back to full HP, and then I think Big Brothers really want yet another shot at the players of ORB. But let's not forget one thing, Salty, that Big Brothers were the aggressors, right? They had majority of the control over the apartments, but look at the scenario right now. I think slowly but surely ORB is starting to take control over this area.
They certainly are. And that just goes to tell one thing. Possibly Big Brothers, they might even take an exit from this fight, having resurrected all 4 players. I just wonder if they have those exit strategies. And I just wonder if they have those vehicles safeguarded as well. But on the other side, we switch over towards Pochinki once again, where Team Entity, they're actually going hot in the tails of Team OGs right now. OGs have managed to survive for long. They still have their 4 players alive, but it seems like all the players from Entity Gaming, they're coming, they're chasing them like an absolute magnet.
Yeah, I mean, Gamla boy, imagine that range on that Uzi, right? I mean, he was way off the pack, and this is something that you need to do. And there was a time, Salty, if you remember, even during the BGIS, Well, let's be honest. Entity, they were having that slump, right?
Yeah.
Even could not defend against the likes of WSP.
Yeah.
Every single time they came to play at Pochinki. But recently in those other tournaments, I think Entity has gained a lot of confidence, right? Winning one of those third-party events. But not just that. Now they've come back to take Pochinki. And now they know how to maneuver about. But Sandhu, his position is one I'm really curious to see what he can pull off from there.
I think Team Entity kind of are aware of that position, but if Sandhu has not given his position away, if he has not played his cards wrongly, I think he can be the key differentiating factor. Of course, both the teams, they have got their flank set up, Gamla Boy as well as Sandhu. Both of them have that topographical advantage as well. But how much is it going to count? How much is Team Entity going to allow Sandhu to make a difference? That is something which we'll find out. Of course, look at that. The smoke grenades are being put up already, which means that the screen is set for Entity to try and chime in, try and invade in the compounds where OGs are holding. And I think in a proper gunfight, in a close-range gunfight, Team Entity will have the upper hand.
Yeah, and not just that, right? Few, again, those little things. Team Entity, they're playing on those Uzis. Even Somraj, you can see that one on him. And he knows that in such close combat situations, you want to have that weapon, that SMG, that really helps you deliver, right? Has a certain range, you get that stock. But what's really outrageous is this circle shift, but seems like this fight is going to resume once again.
I mean, this fight has to resume. These teams, they are just locked in a deadlock at this point, and there's no way they can actually back out from this. At this point, they have invested too much resources and utility into this fight that they have to reap some sort of benefit out of it. They need to get those 4 elimination points. And both teams, Big Brothers as well as ORB, will try and keep it clean. But so far, it seems like everyone is running out. Skull, he does not have a 5.56 weapon and he only has 32 bullets to work with. This is not ideal in a 44 battle.
Not even a single med, for God's sake. At this point, both these teams are starting to hurt themselves, right? They need to understand that the circle has shifted away and they need to get the hell away from here. But seems like Big Brothers, they have blood in their minds.
Yeah.
They want to take this fight, but one wrong move can set everything off to an explosion.
Oh, for sure. I think Uzumaki is hell-bent on getting this fight for himself. It's just about finding the opening. There's been a stalemate for too long, and it doesn't really make sense for either of these teams to just lock horns anymore. But Big Brothers, like I said, they're not one team to actually back out. And it seems like ORB as well, the kind of momentum that they have, they are not going to stop either, as Black finds that first knock on towards Uzumaki once again. And it seems like this is when the cookie crumbles. Beautiful setback, positive trades for Big Brothers. And now they have confirmed one player. Once again, through the door, Sarvit. So much awareness in this player. And it seems like they have done the unthinkable.
Indeed they are, but one final hurdle in front of them, the last player surviving, and he has been taken down. And this is what we wanted to see from Big Brothers Esports. Every single player delivering when they had to, when the moment was there, they stood up, rising up to the occasion. But for now, we're in another fight. Team Entity, just that one success from Gamla Boy, but still the fight with Team OG is still on.
Yeah, it certainly is on. Nades have been cooked up, and it seems like Team Entity, they've had enough, and it seems like they just want to finish this as quickly as possible. And they have to look at the distance fixes that they have to travel. 1,600 meters. The circle has gone to the far northeastern corner of the map. We rarely have seen circles like this, and Pochinki is definitely not far from battle. Of course, God still wants to heal himself up, but I don't think he has enough meds to take this battle anymore.
I don't think neither do the players of Entity do have enough meds on them, right?
Yeah.
And both these teams hasn't really gotten the best out of it. Team Entity, what have they salvaged? Just one finish point.
Yeah.
But looking at the bigger picture, they have to travel almost around 1,500 meters inside the circle. And let's not forget that I can really see 5 to 6 teams already settled in all those prime areas. Now, this is one of those Stalber zones, right? Which is quite tricky yet simple if you're the first one having made it to the top of the hills. Now Glitch X Reborn, Team Great, they're in good spots. So are Team Insane. Let's not forget a few others have also joined in. God's Reign still holding to that God compound, but this is it. This is something that we absolutely love. This is madness served on a silver platter.
This certainly is madness, and it seems like God's Reign as well, they kind of predicted it. One of their players, He already was in that location. It's Blaze who is carrying on the charge, and the rest of the cavalry, they are going to follow. And meanwhile, all of this happening, have a look at on the southern part of the map. You have Team OST who is rotating right through the fight between NTT and OGs, and I'm not sure what will be the consequences, of course. For now, we do have a look at V9, but they certainly are comfortable, at least for now. No fights going on, but I still wonder Fixes, what is happening to that Pochinki deadlock.
Yonder we wonder, Salty. OST, one of those teams dropping down at the military zone, in fact the military base, have made their way up through and seems like a little bit of a trouble, but this is the replay of that monumental fight that changed absolutely everything. And again, you know, as we witness the replays, we have few other fights going on. This is where everybody wants to somehow claw and scratch their way inside the circle. V9 just from the edges of the blue, they're trying to make a move in, but look at Team Entity, they are finally hurt.
They certainly are hurt, but it seems like they've managed to find that resurrection back up once again. So a 4-man team.
Do they have vehicles?
I don't think so. They never really scrambled for vehicles, right? This deadlock was there right from minute 0. And Team Entity, not only the fact that they could not really loot themselves for inventory, now I think they will be scrambling for similar situations in terms of mobility. From the backline, Somraj was there. So one by one, Team OGs, they're actually giving away the pillars.
You know, the big point is at the cost of what for Team Entity do have some vehicles to their name, but might fall down. But a little bit of an overextension. Atwadi not being at the best of positions and will get taken down. But the moment he gets revived, does he have anything at all to patch himself up with?
I don't know. And I don't know what Team Entity is waiting for as well. Look at how stationed they are.
Even
look at how patient they are. Slowly and steadily, for sure, they're getting the knock. Sandhu over there just barely surviving, crossing over to the fence. But at what cost? Team Entity could have finished this off so much earlier and could have gone on their merry way, but no. They've stabbed themselves, and now it seems like they just want themselves to bleed out.
Oh, indeed. And feels bad for Gamla boy.
Yeah.
And got taken down to the play zone itself. Goes on to show that Team Entity, they're going to meet a very painful death. And the same would be said for OG also. But looking at G1, this is where they intend on changing a few things, right? In the recent additions, in the recent updates, we've got those cable cars across just on top of Yasnaya, and that is exactly where G1 are stationed at. And I love TMZ's positioning with this recent shift.
Well, we find out if Team TMZ can make a difference, of course, but look at this, Manav. He has such a nice vantage point, such a nice visibility. He knows exactly where the players of Team Big Brothers are coming from, but it seems like even OST are following suit. Look at that map once again. OST, they've caused troubles left, right and center. But while doing so, it seems like one of their players have been knocked out. I'm not sure by whom. Devotee, the MVP from last game, from the game where OST had performed, is not on his feet anymore.
You know, we did talk about that, didn't we? It's a game of timings right now.
Yes.
And seems like they've spent a lot of time down in the military base. But right now, Big Brothers, you know, they've got blood in their eyes once again. They've snubbed somebody out and could be their next prey. But for G1, they've got plenty of cover to play around with. But Guri seems to be a little off his pack. He's still got his teammates around him, though, Salty. But in a quite precarious position.
In a very precarious position, to be honest. And God's Reign, I think they've spotted him and they want to punish that. They do tend to feel that it is a little bit of an overextension, and it seems like God's Reign, they deem it safe to carry it forward. And why not when they are at the smack center of the circle, and possibly for the first time, Fixes, we're taking the game to the top of Mount Stauber, because usually what happens is it moves away from the slopes, it moves away from that peak. But now every team has to make that upward climb, which just opens things up for the teams who are already stationed at the top.
You know, I'm loving this already. We get to see something new. All these teams battling it out, duking it up against each other. Who gets to have that final laugh? That's the big question. It's the final game of the evening. A very important one, especially for all these teams. And right now, Team God's Reign, we saw them dropping down at Yasnaya. Now somehow they've made it inside the circle. And not just the circle, they're smack at the center. But the big question, now this is where the problem arises. rises, right? Now they're going to be surrounded from a lot of teams. They have to play around that high ground advantage they have. I hope they have cover, but look at GWL. They're taking that cable car. This is madness.
I have never seen this happen. You need to have balls of steel to actually pull that move off. And it seems like Godwin, they cannot even punish that from underneath, of course. Surya is found to find an angle which protects him, but for how long is the question? He's staring Godwin's players in their eyes and he's saying, dare shoot against me.
My hunger is satiated. I mean, whatever I wanted to see, I got to see in this one matchup. I mean, this is Surya. We're going to remember. And stories are going to be told about this madman who decided to take the cable car in a competitive matchup. Something that nobody would expect, but he's done that.
He's been spotted as well, but he dares not to peek out.
Who's going to push on him?
Exactly, right? And nobody will be able to damage him anyways as well. I think he kind of has the highest position amongst everyone.
Exactly.
So the only way you can try and take him out is possibly your utility. And that means GWL will be safe for a while, at least for now. Godwin, even their position is being left unmarked.
I mean, this game is kind of making me feel like a baby once again, just excited about what's going to happen next, right? And what's going to happen next is the circle still favoring these lads, but look at the migration. You know, Godswin, they're going to get surrounded from multiple directions. You've got TMZ from top, G1 over there, V9 coming in any single moment. You've got the players of GlitchX Reborn, might get out of cover, and also let's not forget Team Great.
The only place where Godswin is going to get marked from or challenged from is going to be the left-hand side, because they are the ones who are at a higher topography. Everyone else, I think Godswin, they will be under their firing ranges. GlitchX Reborn, if they do manage to find their peak against Big Brothers, I think GlitchX Reborn will find themselves the best place out of all. But also, right, the cable car situation between Surya. If GlitchX Reborn have no idea, I think they are going to be suffering.
You know, my concern still stays alive for Godswin because, you know, I've seen in such instances teams go for pushing on multiple fronts, right? So they could be victim from different teams, but right, just surviving with a sliver of HP as Surya Jot finds some success as fights now start breaking out.
Finally, right, Team Megastars, it seems like they've been hurt, but Blacks is still there in the background. He might be able to change the fate for this team, but the spray down from Surya John is good enough, and that is it. Cleans up Team Megastars, and they will have to bow out of the competition. But as soon as they do so, Team Great Esports, they make a move and they charge towards God's Reign as if they were deemed to take this fight ever since
Yeah, for a moment it felt like the Megastars were gasping for breath, but they had none. As finally Aquinox is going to get challenged. A grenade from Draco coming in. Aquinox finally getting taken down, and Riot also managed to deliver one, or maybe he was not. And suddenly things are starting to change in this one fight. It is Team Great against God's Reign.
But God's Reign, they have divided attention right now. Too much pressure on top of Aquinox, and it seems like it is too much for him to handle. He will have to give in to that pressure, because God's Reign, they have been forced to fight against Team Insane as well, who came in from the bottom grounds. This is not nice for them. They had such a good hold, and even Team Great Esports right now, they know that they have suffered. They know they have suffered the loss of Daljit and Draco, and they will try and punish them and get revenge against Team Insane for that.
Hell has broken loose right now, and this is where our worst nightmares do come true. GlitchX Reborn, Ralph somehow bobbing and weaving, but not enough as they pick a fight against V9 right now as Roman gets another success. GlitchX Reborn finally getting those few semblances of hope where they can manage to somehow get inside the circle with Roman and Chris, both of them alive. What can they get out of this game?
To be honest, at this point, I have no clue. Look at the gunshots that we do tend to hear, right? From every single corner of my eye. It's Popeye, up close and personal, the DBS. When it sings the songs of death at this close range, you cannot really do anything. Look at Roman and his HP. He's still managing to survive, and he gets cleaned up. That was good presence of mind. Popeye once again switching on to his automatic weapon, just spraying down the opposition. But for now, look at the pressure that is coming his way. The nade is perfect, and Harsh is going to blow the roof off. Surya Jod is going to bow out once again.
Blown into smithereens, now burnt into crisp. Now that's the fate that awaits for Surya Jod as Team Insane lurking beneath the shadows. We were not talking a lot about this team. They've already secured a chicken dinner today and might be en route to the next, as now Team Great stands in between them. But let's not forget, we've got another team, 5 Filter Esports. And where on earth were they? But God's Reign, Ninja in fact, has found some success taking down couple of players with a grenade.
I mean, too many fights breaking out at the same time, but one of the reasons why Team Insane managed, or in fact we are surprised that they have been successful, is because they made this upward climb with next to no cover possible, but still not only they retain that 4-man advantage, but also they've managed to wipe out so many teams, and now they have massive amount of real estate control. Look at that radar, it's all brown dots, and that represents the amount of space that Team Insane commands inside this final circle. God's Reign have been pushed out, they've been forced out of the circle right now, and I think both Blaze and Ninja, they're gonna have a tough time re-entering the circle.
Yeah, they need to take bigger strides after this, but Team Insane, they have taken the biggest stride from nowhere to taking up the hills. In a moment, they might be crowned the winners in this particular game. But let's not forget Surya and his heroics, his big brain plays, really putting them in a good position. But hold on, Zodiacs, he's made that push against Blaze. He's been taken down. Now God's Reign, they're finally succumbed to just one player, and it is Ninja Jod.
And he will be forced to play it from the backseat. He will be forced to try and survive. But it seems like 5Filter Esports, they have no idea that this man is still surviving, considering the fact that Insane has got entirety of their attention. And why not when you command the circle like that? Ladies and gentlemen, we are left with just 4 teams and 10 players remaining. And it seems like Team Insane, it's a walk in the park for them, because with every nade, with every utility they throw, they find success on the other end of it.
Yeah, and the drive-by has also begun. They're starting to feel confident about themselves. Ninja Jod fighting in, biting from the behind, and gets that finish on our squad. And now Insane know where their next prey is, who their next victim is. But Ninja certainly would not want to give his HP away, would not want to give his points away, and I think he would fall to the mercy of the blue, and that is exactly what happens right now.
You die a hero's death, or you live long enough to become a villain. It seems like Ninja Jod, he knew what he had to do over there, but that just leaves us with 2 teams. 2 teams, one of whom took actually the cable car to get inside this final circle. I'm talking about GWL. It's a massive advantage. Shubhayu was taken down in that close quarter combat, but it seems like Insane, they're not really going to sweat to clean the floor with their opposition. GWL was finished off, but Team Insane, what a fabulous winner chicken dinner do we have in front of us. Once again, hitting a double in just one day.
A double whammy. Just like how we love Team Insane, they are back, baby, and back in style. Week number 2 has been phenomenal. And let's not forget, they had a really good run in week number 1 as well. Considering their slump in BGIS and then in the next tournaments, you were kind of wondering where have they languished. But from the ashes, they rise and they're here.
You know, technicality-wise, I think Team Insane, they've made massive changes, and that is visible. To make a rotation like that possible, to go upwards without no cover whatsoever, with God's Reign staring down at you, it wasn't easy, but they used their utility to perfection. Their spread was perfect, their formation was perfect, and they utilized the little gaps in the fortress that God's Reign had set up. It was so phenomenal, but do we still forget that cable car moment?
We can never. And this has to go down to the books of BGMI. Maybe the first one ever to have taken it in a competitive game. I don't know if there have been other cases, but I have not commentated on one. But what a beautiful game this was.
Yeah.
And this is where, again, I have to loathe in pride, because this is something that I did predict will happen to God's Reign, right? Because, you know, we were talking about them being in such a spot where teams will want to take that. And it was not just about Team Insane, using their utilities well. Yes, they did that, but along with that, Salty, they were quite opportunistic, because Team Great, they kind of made that push on the players of God's Reign, where they capitalized on that situation.
Exactly. I think the presence of other teams kind of made it difficult for God's Reign to kind of hold that position, and that will happen. I kind of felt that the topography is going to help them a little bit in that particular fight, but you mentioned it perfectly. I think the pressure was just too much. It was surmount in order for God's Reign to just hold on to that position. Look at that. You've got 5Filter Esports. You've got, I believe, Team Insane was obviously there. You had GWL as well. So too much for God's Reign to handle in that final circle. But for Insane, I think it was always working out, because they cleaned the edges while they kept on moving forward. So they did not have to worry about their backs and their sides.
And it's not just that, right? It's about how ridiculous the circle was. One of the rather rare circles, we must call it,
Yeah.
because it's been quite some time last week after the Stalber circle. And I was talking about this as well when we talked about the new update that comes in and gets all these little gifts for our viewers. I'm pretty sure it's quite late, but everybody was pumped right at the edge of their seats to find the outcome of this game. And this is one of those games that really favored a team that was playing from the edges and really became fruitful.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, if you do want to get these massive chicken dinners to your name, then the healthy addition to your arsenal is going to be these Fool's Blessings. Scarl, of course, looks so pretty. It will look pretty as well when you shine it bright after getting that chicken dinner. But again, talking about it, it's been fabulous the way GWL also got their second position. I mean, how on earth did we expect a team to succeed pulling off that move? By that move, I mean taking the cable car. Godre knew it, but the only thing they could do was just stare at the opposition going their way.
That was hilarious, but still so satisfying. It was a slow-paced world. You're moving in the cable car.
Yeah.
Shots being fired every single direction, right at your car, but still nothing really destroying it. But again, we have to come back to the beginning of Erangel. We
Yeah.
witnessed two such fights: one at the apartments, one around Pochinki, right?
Yeah.
And two fights which could have gone either ways.
Yeah.
In one where Big Brothers really benefited, but the other one, that is where both of those teams, you talk about NTT, you talk about OG, they both fell down.
I think, especially the Puchinki fight, it later turned on
Kind
to
of made no sense there.
it made no sense, and it felt like it was an ego battle at the end of it, because
For
they
sure.
wanted to see the end of it, in spite of the fact that that fight continuing forward would just mean death for both the teams. But it kind of even felt that Entity did not want to make moves to finish it early. They wanted to finish it safe, but the only problem was they were only chiming in their own utility, their ammunition, and the fact that the blue zone kept on damaging them time and time again. These are the decisions, I think, which Team Entity, if they improve, will kind of result in a lot more consistent run, considering we've seen so many teams fall back from a Pochinki fight fixes. It's not really that important for you to forcibly engage in a situation like that.
I think such was also the case with OST, who had completely messed up their timings. But again, coming back to what was going on in Team Entity's mind, for a moment it kind of felt like ego battle, but it could have also been they had no other option, right? It was either them or OG, right? And they had to bring it down till the last man, and seemed like nobody really was expecting the circle to be playing with their hearts over there. But what a wholesome game that was, nonetheless. But if you look at the bigger picture, if you look at the entire day summed up, I think Team Insane has had the best run so far. Two chicken dinners have been quite consistent. Then when you talk about the other teams, I think Forest Apes, they've also been quite overwhelming. Same goes with Newman. OST also making a good run. Team Soul having just that one good game. But Gladiators, they really didn't show up, did they?
Gladiators, I mean, for this team to show up, I think we'll still have to wait for the final week, because Destro apparently is way too chill at this point. I
Is
mean,
he?
I don't know.
Can he?
Knowing this player, I'm pretty sure he never stresses out, no matter at what stage of the competition is. And I think
He doesn't show.
Yeah, he doesn't show. I think that is the best way to put it forward. But for Gladiators, I think the moment they do decide that, all right, fine, these are the mistakes that are happening, and they try and changing it, I think Gladiators will be able to pull it off.
A really important point about Gladiators, right? The way they play.
Yeah.
Kind of always lurk beneath the shadows to come out of nowhere. But considering they are the winners of BGIS, they've got a bounty on their head. And it's not like, you can take Gladiators lightly anymore, right? Every single team has finally read their play. Every single rotation that they try to execute, teams are aware of it and are capitalizing on that.
Yeah.
I think sooner or later, I think Destro needs to understand that teams have been conditioned to the way he plays, and he needs to adapt, make a few tweaks here and there, show us something new, because if this goes on, then maybe Gladiators will have such a tough time.
They certainly will, and there might be a possibility that they might not make it to the grand finals once again. And I think Johnny once pointed out this during the broadcast as well, that the Gladiators playing model has sort of been replicated and reused over and over again, which means it's not just them who are playing the late circles, getting the damage from the blue zone in the first and the second, and then being the dark horses in the final ones. Multiple teams try to do that, and when there is a conflict of interest in this situation, there are those awkward mid-rotation fights where we see Gladiators get engaged recently.
Yeah, when you kind of try to break down their style of play, it's more been about those conditional fights, right?
Yeah.
They kind of wait for two teams to fight it out and then go for a third party. And I think a little bit of more execution needs to be done there. They need to add a few more layers to their the entire style of play.
Yeah.
To be honest, for Gladiators, but again, nothing much to scoff at. Still not having the worst of the days, because when you kind of put the other players in contention, one of the former teammates of Destro, when you bring in OR into the picture,
Yeah.
they are the ones I'm really starting to get concerned about, and really need to talk to what's going on, because individually we know that these players are capable, but it's sometimes really difficult to work together as a team, and in such short span of time, that's where the real challenge is going on for OR.
I think for OR, they just really lack structure fixes at this point, because you see their style of play and you see that there is not one common goal. Everyone is just playing for themselves. And why not, when all four players, they come in, they're huge players, they're experienced players, and they come in from big teams. They've formed a team together, come under the banner of OR Esports. But it seems like that common goal and that unison is not there, but it's still fine. I mean, I'll still wait for performance to come by, even if it does not result in the grand finals qualification. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just have a look at the MVP of this particular game. It will be Suryajot from Great Esports. A healthy surprise, isn't it, Fixes?
I mean, I think he took out one of the players of Team Megastars. I think
Yeah,
it was Black, and that was such a beautiful spray that he went on for, and quite deservedly, especially considering Great have not had the best of days tonight. And the other teams, I think Big Brothers, this is one of the most beautifully executed fight. You talk about the technical aspects, the mechanical aspects, everything was there in that.
Could have gone south for this team, Big Brothers, very early on in that fight. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's just have a look at how many points did they get on as an outcome of that particular fight. We're looking at the point standings. At the very top, you've had Insane with 9 finishes and 15 position points, 24 points in total. It hasn't really been a high-fracking game, but somehow Insane still find those 9 finish points on board.
Yeah, and considering the fact that they were playing from the edges, getting that chicken dinner, picking the right fights is what they did, and it was amazing to see that from their side. But a God's Reign, I think there was a position, there was a point actually where they could have won this game, but so many teams decided to surround them, and still a second position is something I would take with open arms.
I'm actually very happy with Troublemakers, as a matter of fact. Healthy addition, 9 points added, but they will have to look for more. But on the other side, kind of a little let down by a couple of teams, Glitchix and Entity to be specific, because these were the beacon of consistency inside of BMPS so far, but that now has been broken. Team Megastars, I'm not really sure, Fixes, I'll come to you with this question. I'm not really sure what has happened to this team, especially after Mayavi sort of moved from coaching this team to Blind Esports. It seems like they've lacked that firepower that was their biggest X factor inside of the BMPS.
No. I completely feel otherwise. I think if you talk about Team Megastars, they're making the same mistakes that Blind used to commit in the BGIS. Those early fights, we have noticed that they kind of are always itching in to go in. And in doing so, there have been moments where they've gotten those early finishes, but they do not know where to apply the brakes, right? That has been happening for the past 2 games. Even in Miramar, if you remember that fight against PR Titans, forcing it out, they lost that one. Even today, whilst they were trying to get inside the zone, they were too late. The timings are not right, and that has been hurting them. So they kind of need to go back to the drawing board, chill out for a moment, and certainly have to think of another way to come back in. Maybe tomorrow when we see them playing, play a little bit around the center. That would be great.
Should not really be that difficult, because they have a model right in front of them, and I think that model would be Team Insane Esports, because in my opinion, Insane were also that ruthless team who used to go for scrambled fights left, right and center, but now you see what I call controlled aggression. Right, this team knows which fight to take, the bad fights and the good fights, and it seems like Team Megastars need to do exactly the same. Do you agree, Bud?
Slightly no, because honestly, if you talk about Team Insane, they're one of the best teams, barring that slump that they've had recently. They're one of the best teams that know how to control a fight. They're not the ones who pick up scramble fights, because that would not be the right way to say around it, because they've been one of the cleanest teams to have been doing so. And having played so well, I'm pretty sure once the overall standings do come out, I think we could see them rise.
Absolutely. I think Team Insane, with this performance, they will rise the ranks in terms of the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
But let's just have a look at the overall standings for Group Red, because today there has been 8 games, and I'm pretty sure there's been massive climbs being made. The overall standings for Group Red after day number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Newman at the very top. Did we expect this, Fixes?
Oh, of course we did, right? 3 consistent games. Shadow has been stepping up, not just as an IGL, but also as an assaulter. But insane, those 2 chicken dinners out of 3, that is amazing. But what I'm really happy about is also looking at OST. And even God's Train, as a matter of fact, one good game in Miramar, another one in Erangel. So, they also are in the 4th position, and Ape also. So, yeah, quite deservedly the top 8. I'm loving it.
Absolutely. You've got some big names as well. It seems like the teams that all the fans were waiting to perform are here. You've got Godlike in that 6th spot. You've got 8-Bit very close by, and Team Soul. Not really a lot of difference, barring the top 3 who were the beacons of consistency today. But on the 2nd page, I think this is where not really a lot of troubles will be there. As long as you're inside the top 16, you're still fine. Team X-Spark, GlitchX, ASG with that 1 win, I think could have been a little more consistent.
Yeah, they could have, but one good thing about ASG is they've played just 2, right? So they have that 1 extra games leverage. They can do better, but this is where, you start wondering what has happened, right? Team Entity, 1 good game in Sanhok, but that was all they had. Even for Hub, we saw them, made a few good plays, but Gen X FM, there has been that contrast in their performance. There has been that dip down in comparison to week 1 transitioning into week 2.
Absolutely. As we keep on progressing forward, Fixes, this is what I would like to call is the danger zone. From 25th position onwards, you do not get any bonus points. And big brothers, the problem is those 8 position points, the 10 finishes and 8 position points, 18 points in total. I think this is where they lack massively, and Gladiators in the 31st spot.
Exactly. Now, I'm left scratching my head. This is not where I pictured them, to be honest. But Team Megastars, certainly not where they're supposed to be at. But yeah, 1 more day remaining, few more matches, 2 for a few, 3 for a few. But then again, moving ahead, and this is where things really get worse. Now, this is where we could really talk about these teams not seeing the light of the BMPS finals.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like ORB and WSB, like you said, right, there isn't really a silver lining for these 2 teams. And it's not just these teams, to be exact. I think majority of the teams who sort of underperformed inside of week 1, and also today who could not really come back with an amazing performance. I think the road will start getting bleaker and bleaker as we keep on progressing inside this tournament, because from just 1 week, I think it will be too much for them to make a climb and get inside the top 16. I think the competition at the top is already rock solid.
Yeah, the path is arduous, filled with all sorts of treacheries for these teams, and they need to figure their way out, because, at this point, we're at such an impasse, right? Where, there are teams that you kind of expect, even as a viewer, you've got a lot of favorite names coming out there, and suddenly you sort of wonder, are they going to make it to the top 16? Because when you look at Group Blue, you've got at least 2 or 3 names that have already secured their spots. Now, they're going to be quite chill, because Cometh, week 3, they're gonna go all out.
Absolutely. I think there will be certain teams, blind specifically, who
they might settle some scores also.
They might settle some scores, and me and Johnny had a conversation about this exact thing, right? Where week 3, they don't really have to wonder about what's at stake. They can experiment for the grand finals, and that is such a privilege. That is such a luxury. But speaking of luxuries, I mean, some teams, they do not even have the luxury of being inside the top 16. I'm talking specifically about Gladiators right now, and I want to know from you, what is the pathway? You've got tomorrow where you play 7 games, not 7 games for Gladiators, but 7 games in totality, and of course, the 1 week that remains. Gladiators, were not absolutely exceptional inside the first week. They were still decent. But this slump in form today, how do you think they can mount a comeback from now on?
You know, it's going to hurt for sure, but certainly something to bring them back in the senses. And I'm pretty sure tomorrow we're going to expect at least one chicken dinner out of them.
I mean, tomorrow I will be expecting a chicken dinner from Gladiators as well. But all in all, Fixes, it's been a fabulous day so far.
Indeed.
We've seen 8 games, and even at the end of that 8th game, I have that energy because with the games that we have witnessed is awesome. But I want to know from you some last words before we actually are good to end the show.
You know, felt like I was a baby once again
Yes.
in that final game, right? Every single emotion just coming out. You've not seen such games. You know, if this is my first day on the desk over here, I'm waiting to many more.
Well, I am looking forward to many more as well, ladies and gentlemen. But week 2 is going to continue tomorrow as well. As Group Red, we're still looking for that table topper. We're still looking for which team is going to get those 25 bonus points. But for now, of course, I'm going to bid you a goodbye because right now it's time. I'll see you same place, same time tomorrow once again. See ya.